have enacted notice requirements in their ordinances, see bracket. In Keating, we acknowledge the difficulty of a notice requirements. The good cause exception was designed because the lack of a notice requirement may mean that an abutting landowner does not learn of a permit until the time period for appeal has expired. Paragraph 13 goes on to state, therefore, when a court examines whether the good cause exception is applicable to a situation, it starts with determining whether the appellant received notice of the issuance of the permit. Given the rationale in Keating, lack of notice is a key factor, but it is not the determinative factor. Reference to Gagne versus Lewiston crushed stone. Another factor is the amount of time the appellant waited to file the appeal after obtaining actual knowledge of the permit, citing brackets. Gagne versus Chimbrow. Still, other factors that may be appropriate involve whether the municipality violated its own ordinance and whether the permit holder violated the terms of the permits. So that I got out of Vining. In terms of the timeline, I do have too many pieces of paper. So Attorney Howe has provided an outline. He is showing a July 8th appeal deadline. The July 6th actually fell on a Saturday. So the first Monday would be July 8th. If I'm reading this correctly, I would potentially argue that the appeal deadline could have even been July 9th due to the fact that the town hall is not open on Monday. For Chris, the first at the Code Enforcement Officer office had informed the appellants was on July 9th. The appeal was received by the town of Raymond on July 12th, which was within 3 days. Normally, an appeal would need to be filed within 30, so I would say they met a timely filing, because again, these are just my opinions. And what was filed by the appellants, while we haven't discussed whether or not the town actually did make a mistake, they did lay out compelling arguments with regards to that. So it is of my opinion anyways that there is good cause to waive the 30-day appeal requirement and move forward with listening to this appeal. But again, I put that out there for you guys to
Right,
discuss.
and Dave, I think I would just add to that. I mean, it sounds to me, in reading through the information provided, that the Burkes have a long history of being conscious of what might happen next door, and that they've been trying to follow it for quite a few years. That too, I think, adds to the discussion or the argument that you're making.
So with that said, I will make a motion that there is good cause to waive the 30-day requirements and allow for the hearing of this appeal. I make that motion. Do I have a second on that?
A second.
What further discussion should we have on this before voting?
So just if you could re-articulate what's it's based off from the vials. Your conclusion is based off from the vials results that you read and the timeline. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then kind of this paradoxical situation where part of the suggested standard is whether or not there was an error made, which would require us to figure out if there's an error. We don't know that yet.
Right.
Okay.
So the timeline in, of course I set it aside, I don't. So, yeah, lack of notice. They didn't know about it until July 9th.
Right.
Correct. And the timeline of waiting to file the appeal, in my opinion, they filed it very rapidly in response to that.
Okay.
And then also in conjunction with vials, it says, so other factors that it indicates here, may be appropriate include whether the municipality violated its own ordinance. We have suggestion, I believe, that we need to review to consider that that could actually be a part of this, and whether the permit holder violated the terms of the permit, for which we don't have.
We don't know.
Right.
Yeah. Or whether the municipality had made an error.
Correct.
Yeah. One thing that, sorry, if I just, yeah, finish. One thing that I think we should consider is the standard itself that we're supposed to evaluate it on. I believe it's, it may be worded as a grave miscarriage of justice, I think. And so I sort of fairly moved by Chris's perspective. I don't know if this is a grave miscarriage of justice. Both Viles and Brackett are houses with garages, substantial stakes. I'm not suggesting that this is my conclusion, but I'm pointing it out that it may be something we want to consider. Does it meet that standard for us?
The only question I might have is maybe we should just ask our attorney if there's anything that he thinks that he's got for an input.
Mr. Hamer?
Good evening again. And yes, I do have some comments that I think might help. A lot of the case law that you've been discussing provides very good guidance, but it's not necessarily controlling, in my opinion, because none of those ordinances had an express provision saying that the board could grant an extension for good cause. Those situations, the court was imposing a judicially created exception. And so that was a little bit different. So when you have it expressly written into your ordinance that you can, for good cause, extend the filing deadline, it lessens your burden a little bit. You probably still want to take a look at the same kind of considerations that you've been looking at, such as notice and how long it took the person to take up the matter once they were aware of it, and any other factors that you can also consider. The fact that the installation has already occurred. All those things you can consider, but I don't think you need to actually go to the same extent that the courts do in creating a judicially imposed exception, because it's in your ordinance. So if you find it's good cause, you don't have to find that higher threshold of extreme injustice or whatever the language was.
Very good. Thank you. Oh, Greg?
Not really. I actually, that's more confusing than I think anything, because I think our ordinances, I'm referencing, I believe, the language from our ordinances, which I believe says there must be and if I'm mistaken, I'd happily, revise my point, but.
Yeah, so our ordinances, Greg, 357.7C1, making an appeal A. Administrative or variance appeal may be taken by the Board of Appeals by an aggrieved party from any decision of the code enforcement officer. Such appeal shall be taken within 30 days of the date of the decision appealed from, and not otherwise, except that the board, upon showing of good cause, may waive the 30-day requirement.
Okay, so there's no, so I made that up.
You read it somewhere.
I read it somewhere.
But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
part of it.
That's fair.
it's buried in here somewhere.
That's
but
fair.
It's not in.
I
our
appreciate the
ordinances,
correction.
I think, so.
That does help.
Are we back to your motion?
As long as we don't have any more discussion. We all good? So all those in favor of waiving the 30-day requirements? In favor, yes. David?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. See anybody, know anyone in disfavor?
Nope,
Unanimous.
no.
Okay,
Unanimous.
so unanimous. So we shall move forward with this case. Okay.
Can I say something before we
Oh, yeah, of
go
course
on to
you
the
can,
next?
Greg.
There is an issue that perhaps we should address in between this, which was the site walk. And I think we wanted to get this threshold issue taken care of. I don't know if it's appropriate to make a motion right now, but I think it's something that we should not take lightly, that we haven't seen. It seems like there are some subjective things that need to be seen. And I would encourage us to consider a site walk before we move into great detail on the actual appeal.
I wouldn't disagree. However, I do believe there's some additional information that's going to be provided in terms of photos. I wouldn't be opposed to moving forward with this case, listening to what Wade has to say, and then if we as a board decide that it would be appropriate based on what we have heard and what we have not seen to move forward with the site walk, then doing that as opposed to conditioning this appeal on a site walk prior to listening. But I put that out there as just my thoughts.
I just have a quick question for Chris, I guess. Do any of these dock installations require a post-installation check-off, sign-off, inspection?
Yes.
Have-
So, there is a condition on the permit that I do a final inspection.
Okay.
I have not done that yet. I did do a site visit myself last week and saw the landing, the temporary dock that was installed back in 2022 for the pool-ins. That is still there, and I saw the new dock installation. So I would encourage you to do a site walk. It is something that should be done. Whether the photos can replicate that or not would be up to you.
Can we see what our attorney says under this too?
Yeah, of course we can. Attorney Hamer, is a site walk required at this point?
It's completely up to the board. If the board thinks that having a site walk would provide additional information which would be helpful in resolving the case, then I would suggest that it be scheduled first so you can take a look at the grounds and then come back and discuss it afterwards. I'm afraid that if you wait and save the site walk till after you've had a discussion about it, then you might end up changing your minds and it might be confusing. So if you're going to do a site walk, that's great. I think that's perfectly appropriate. I'm sure it's required, but it's completely up to you. If you decide to do it, though, I think it should be done first.
Okay.
Question for Sandy.
Yeah.
Sandy, when could the next site walk be
The
scheduled?
earliest you could do it is September the 14th because of having to get the notice in the paper
Yep.
twice.
Notices and,
But that would still make us make our meeting for September though, right?
Yes, it would.
and then I'm not sure I should ask this question, but do we know when the dock is gonna be removed for winter or whatever?
Doesn't need to be removed until December.
Yep.
I would wait until this all resolved before we do anything, frankly. I just
Okay,
I don't know
that's,
which one coming or going right now, honestly.
yep.
It wasn't a de minimis dock, we spent $36,000.
Could you go to the podium, please?
Sure. Yes. Good evening, Dan O'Connor, 36 Merch Lane Road. I'm sorry we're here this evening. I would have loved to have worked this out in a much different way. I invited my neighbor to do that. I just moved in. All I wanted to do is get a dock so I can get my boat into our property that we did spend a significant amount of money that it basically worked my whole life to accumulate. That was what I wanted to do. If Bill wanted, if they thought we were going to build a dock, they could have asked me. I've been there the whole time. I would have said, I'm putting in a permit. Come on over, which is exactly what I said when he told me the first time we were putting in a dock. All I need to do is try to get a boat in there. I can't do that safely. I put a mooring in anticipation of when Chris gave us the dock permit. We didn't wait 30 days because I knew there was a waiting period. I waited 30 days because it took 30 days to build the dock. And it was, again, a dock that I was trying to do that was in keeping with the property and my neighbor's hopeful expectations. I invited Bill to come over and look at the property before we put it in, and it wasn't, it ended up not being acceptable to what he wanted to see. It's hard for me to understand what to do with the dock right now, honestly. I feel like just chucking the whole thing to the water. That's how frustrated I am with this. I don't want to wait until September 2nd you're all welcome at my property anytime you want to come over, as is my neighbors, all my neighbors. But I don't want to wait until September 2nd to get a resolution on this issue. I just moved into the community it couldn't have been off to a worse start for us, honestly. And I don't know what we did wrong, other than following all the rules and trying to keep my neighbor happy. Thank you.
Chair Murch.
Yeah.
We're going a little out of order here.
Yeah.
And so,
I'm sorry, you need to use the podium.
Yeah.
thank you, Kelly McDonald, here on behalf of the Burks. So I didn't want to cut Mr. O'Connor off because I hear that he wants to speak, but we are out of order.
Correct. And
This is
let me
not-
just try and rein this in a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's just speak right now to the fact on the regards to the site walk, and then we'll move from there. Are you willing to,
Yeah.
for the Burks, how are they feeling with regards to the need for a site walk?
I'm sorry, would you ask your question again, Chair?
Yeah. With regards to your clients.
Sure.
The Burks, how are they feeling in regards to the need for a site walk?
So obviously, we're going to defer to the board. Well, we don't have a choice on deferring to the board. You guys get to make the call. But it's my view that we don't need a site walk. This is a mathematical question. How much distance is there between the two spaces? And it sounds like the real issue is this a second dock? And I'm looking forward to talking about that when we reach the merits. I'm not sure what the sidewalk does, except gives you an opportunity to see the docks. Now, just to be clear, I don't have up close pictures of the docks in case you're hoping to rely on that. I've got like a Google map picture, an overhead showing the permanent dock that is there with the temporary dock off of it. And that picture was taken before the second dock was installed. From our perspective, the permit was filed while a first dock was in the water. Therefore, it is for a second dock. The permit did not include we've taken this dock out and we would like to put a new dock in this location. So the remedy that Attorney Howe has suggested, that this board say, oh, you're fine, just make sure you don't dock a boat on the other dock or you take the other dock out. That's not, I don't believe, before this board. Before this board is the permit that was actually submitted, and the facts in existence when that permit was submitted was there was already another dock in the water. So I'm not sure that a site walk changes the equation very much here. That's our position on the site walk. But of course, if the board prefers to, would like to do that, we'll happily arrange that and schedule it and go along.
Okay, so if I'm hearing things correctly, hold on one moment for, in regards to the appellants, they're okay with essentially, I don't want to call it waiving a sidewalk because no sidewalk is required, but your parties are agreeable to moving forward with this case without having us do a sidewalk.
Appellants are fine moving forward tonight and would prefer to move forward tonight without a sidewalk.
Okay, very good.
Thank you.
Can I make a point of order?
Sure.
In our letter to you is a motion and request that there be a site walk planned and conducted because we think it's material, obviously, to seeing the property and seeing how this is set up in making your decisions about first or second dock and in making your decision about whether or not, what the facts of the surroundings look like. It's not a mathematical equation. It's a $30,000-$40,000 equation here, where we think that our clients, after having relied reasonably on the board, are entitled to have you folks come and take a look at the property and see what's there before you ask them to rip out a $40,000 dock, having done no wrong. So our request in the motion was to, or in the letter was to do a site walk.
Okay, but I would also say that Mr. O'Connor came up and indicated that he wanted the appeal to move forward tonight. So how do you reconcile the two?
Out of frustration.
Okay.
Out of frustration.
Okay, very good.
Because we've been living here for a month and a half
Okay.
now.
Yep.
With this hanging over our head.
Yep.
So, but I don't want to because.
Yeah, okay.
I want to
O'Connor,
see
Mr.
what we
O'Connor.
try to do.
Any comments are going to have to be at the podium, and I'm going to say, sir, you need to stay seated because we are right. There is a point of order to all of this, and I recognize your frustrations, and I understand that, definitely. But we have to follow through in a correct order.
Sure.
Chris?
So, the only reason I'm recommending a site walk is because you're being asked to determine whether there's two docks. There are two temporary docks. There's no question. There's two temporary docks. One was my understanding was going to come out. So the question that arose by the Burks with the two previous code officers were that the landing, which I'm calling a landing, is a dock. The purpose of a site walk would be to determine whether that landing, let's just say the O'Connors remove what's there and keep their dock. They have one temporary dock. To have two docks, you would have to determine that the landing, or the 12 by 16, whatever the dimensions are of that landing, is a dock or a landing. It's simple. But that you can't visualize unless you're there. It's not attached to land. You have to go across a dock to get to the landing. Then the landing is the base for a dock that extends into the lake like it did 100 years ago. So a site walk would be very helpful unless we have pictures looking down on the site to show a landing. To me, that's not a permanent dock. A permanent dock would be something that originates at land and can be used to moor and dock boats. This isn't the case. It's not deep enough. There's too many boulders there. Just saying, a site walk would be extremely helpful.
I'll put a motion that we schedule a site walk as soon as possible.
I'll second that.
Okay, all those in favor?
Do you want to do discussion?
Oh, I apologize. Yeah, our discussion will be great.
No, just
Just being annoying.
since you corrected me earlier, I will.
Robert's rules.
Yeah, well, we're a whole year out from doing this, so yeah, it's all good. So any further discussion? All those in favor of scheduling a site walk? Unanimous. So, Mr. Hamer, how do we procedurally move forward with this? Is this considered a tabled item until a site walk is done?
That would be my recommendation, is that it be tabled to a date certain, at which point, following the site walk, that the matter would be reconvened.
Okay. So Sandy, you're saying that we can have a site walk on September 14th?
Yes, you can.
And the following meeting would be when? September?
September 24th. That's what I just pulled my calendar out for.
So you're saying September 14th, correct?
Yeah.
All right. Looks like we're gonna need a motion to table this issue.
So moved.
Subsequent.
Second.
All those in favor of tabling this case until our next meeting, September 24th, following a site walk? Unanimous. So we'll meet again on September 14th.
Thank you.
Of course. And
What was the
Oh,
date of the,
Yeah, 9 o'clock,
Somebody.
right? Yeah.
And Dave?
Yeah,
Somebody
Mr.
had a
Attorney
question.
Hamer?
what was the date of the next meeting?
The meeting itself, yeah, September 24, Tuesday. Site walk, September 14, Saturday. 9 a.m., correct.
May I ask a question?
Sure.
I just did.
Yeah, what's that?
What are the board's wishes as to interactions with the parties during that sidewalk? I just want to kind of set the expectations appropriately. How do you all usually, do you not want to hear from anybody? Do you want us making observations? Do you want to call us? What's your preference?
We are not there to essentially evolve the case any more than for us to just simply look at the property. So if there are any questions, the board members will ask me, and then I will in turn ask anybody who may be there representing the property. Outside of that, we are not looking for anybody to provide us with any information other than what we asked for.
So don't offer input until we are asked for input.
Correct.
Thank you. I just wanted to.
But note that it's a public meeting announcement, so anybody can attend.
This is correct, yeah.
Thank you. I just wanted to make sure that the expectations were clear on all sides.
And I guess with regards to this, we should ask the O'Connors, this is an appeal, but it's on your property. I need to make sure that you're okay with us coming to your property. You're not considered trespassing or anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. And again, it is, as Tom mentioned, it's open to the public, so anyone will be able to come on property. Okay.
Maybe juice?
Okay. I appreciate your time tonight, and we will meet again on 14th for the site walk, 24th for the meeting. Next on our agenda, Code Enforcement Officer Communications. Chris?
Well, we have another application for an appeal that was,
Thank you.
Sandy does, yeah, have a good day.
Oh, I do know, because I gave it.
Okay, so we have another appeal that came in today, very similar. It's appeal of a violation that I issued for installing a dock without a permit and a shed without a permit on Thomas Pond on the Casco side on Shore Road. So we'll be looking to you for that in September.
Does that mean we have 2 site visits? Sandy?
Is there a potential for timeliness on this one? Or is it?
No, it was a timely appeal,
Oh, yeah,
Okay.
it's got plenty of.
plenty of time.
Okay.
The only thing that isn't necessarily timely, Chris, is our filing for this meeting was on Friday, but we're gonna meet anyway.
Okay, I'm going to pause this just for 1 second. Mr. Hamer, I believe we are all set. Board, do you have any questions for Attorney Hamer? Before I apologize for letting you, forcing you to hang on here.
That's all right. Thank you.
I appreciate your insight tonight and your help.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, we still have quite a few people logged on too, right?
Yeah, but
Yeah.
we didn't have to open it to public comment, so.
And Jason is the new code enforcement officer that was watching, and he'll be starting to attend these meetings in the next month or so, and hopefully taking over some of my duties at some point.
So the structure, is it similar to how you and Alex perform, but now essentially you're in Alex's role, sort of doing more of the?
Yeah, with Alex's departure in March, we were left with no code officer. I was the assistant. So I agreed to jump up from semi-retirement to full-time to do the code enforcement job until we found somebody. We haven't found anybody that was certified, all ready to go. So I'm in the process of training Jason Williamson, the guy we hired 7 weeks ago. He's a very quick learner, has a lot of building experience, and I believe at the end of the year he'll be able to take over as the code officer, and I'll go back to what I was doing with Alex part-time, hopefully. See how that works.
That's the plan, right?
That's the plan. But it's I can tell you that it's already a relief having just somebody else to help.
Yep.
It's a lot. As you know, we've been extremely busy with many issues. Some that you dealt with and some that are just normal business. But this is not what I had planned on, but it's all good.
Yep.
I do enjoy this. It's just I was trying to calm down, ease out.
Welcome.
So much for
Welcome back.
so much for retirement.
Yeah.
But like I said, I live right a mile from here, so it's all good.
Okay. Anything else? Anything, Sandy?
Other than, did you guys do the minutes and chair and vice chair? Okay,
Yeah,
I'll see that
we're-
when I watch it.
It's a real shocker
Yes.
in the beginning.
It's all the same, nothing changed.
Same-o, same-o.
Didn't I look like I was surprised by
Yeah.
that? So my issue was I got a new router for my internet, and it's telling me that I need to put in this 4 to 8 digit code that's on the thing. It's nowhere on there. I have a picture of it. There's no numbers. So I'll be having fun with Spectrum when I go home from work tomorrow.
Good luck.
Wish me luck, folks.
I've had that issue in the past. It's not fun.
No, dealing with them is not fun to start with.
So Sandy, we'll do the first site walk over on Merch Lane.
And the other one I'll
The other
make
one,
for
like,
10.
2 hours later or something? Is that?
Well, I usually schedule them an hour apart.
Or, yeah.
How far away apart, do you know, distance-wise?
Sounds close.
Yeah,
You could do it in
5 minutes.
Have we
Yeah,
adjourned?
5 minutes between.
No, we have not.
No, we're still doing our communications.
But there's no
I'm
issue
sorry.
doing it an hour apart.
Right, I mean, the properties are not, they're not even 5 minutes apart from each other.
I mean, the
off of
only
Birch
other
Landing
thing,
right over to
you don't
Red
want to
Road
not give yourselves enough
to,
time at the first
North Point
one.
Shores, correct?
We don't know who's going to show up on the second one because we know nothing about it yet. So it's a matter of,
I don't think a site walk's as imperative on that one, but if you want to schedule.
no, but we normally do them
Yeah.
the
Yeah, let's
Saturday.
let's do them an hour apart.
Yeah.
Unless you're looking and you see that it's like a 30-minute drive, which it shouldn't be, but
No,
if you're
it
seeing it's ridiculous, I
Right.
don't imagine. We've done 3 site walks in one day.
Yeah.
Yes, you have.
So, okay, and the other thing, I don't know,
So I'll
with this,
schedule the other one for 10.
with this second appeal that's coming up, multiple lawyers for this first one, I don't know how to, I don't know if it's worth advising the second appeal party that this is potential it could be later in the evening. Yes, we'll start at 7, but we may not get to them until, we can't even take up anything new after 10 o'clock.
Right.
So,
You're welcome.
yeah,
Thank you for that. This one could go a while.
yeah, that's what I'm concerned of. I guess just voice the concern maybe to that applicant, just to let them know that,
Yeah.
show them our bylaws, nothing new after 10. We have no idea how long this one will take.
Right.
So, I don't know if they have their own attorneys at all, so it's just, I don't want them to,
It would be nice to be able to do this without 9,000 lawyers, wouldn't it, guys?
it's okay,
Well,
sharpens our
They
skills.
make it interesting.
Yeah, they do.
All right, all set, Chris, then? All set, Sandy?
Just need a motion and a vote to adjourn.
Yeah, motion that we adjourn. Second.
No objections.
All in favor? Woo-hoo, we are adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the Select Board Workshop. Tonight we have all kinds of committees members here tonight and employees, and what we're going to go through is the comprehensive plan outline. The first thing on the agenda is introduction, comprehensive plan committee activity summary.
Okay, thank you, Teresa. My name is Kayla Gonzalez, and I'm a co-chair of the Comprehensive Plan Committee. On behalf of our committee, I would like to thank the Select Board and town employees for taking time and agreeing to organize this workshop, as well as members of our other town committees and the public for attending. As you know, we have been working over the course of the last 2 years on this effort of updating the comprehensive plan from its previous 2004 version. The plan serves as a long-range guiding document that the Select Board and other town boards and committees, such as the Planning Board and Budget Finance Committee, and also town employees will use in future decision-making. Since the document compiles and utilizes current data on where we stand as a community and also collects and organizes feedback from the community on where they would like to see investments made and where we see ourselves in the future. Since you will be the ones to put this plan into action, we want to make sure that you are familiar with the draft as it stands now and provide an opportunity to receive feedback on the plan elements as they stand. Tonight, we will provide you with an overview on what we have been doing over these past 2 years since our first meeting in August of 2022, after being appointed by the Select Board in their June 2022 meeting. Peter, do you have anything you'd like to add for an introduction?
Thanks, Kayla. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, and I'm co-chair, along with Kayla, on the Comprehensive Plan Update Committee. I just add that the presentation is scheduled for 2 hours. Kayla and I are going to alternate on the 7 presentations that are in your outline. We're going to keep it to at least 10 minutes or less per presentation, which should leave us approximately an hour at the end for questions and comments from the individuals from town leadership and department heads and committee members and board members. We're hopefully going to get a lot of feedback there. What I'd ask the chair, since this is a workshop, that she allow there to be public comment at the very end of this workshop, because that would also be important information to have. And so I guess I would just ask very quickly of the members up here or in the public, if I could just, to help Kayla and I as far as looking at how much detail we should get into, Can I just have a show of hands of how many here tonight are familiar with the comprehensive plan website? Good, thank you. All right, so that gives us some idea of the audience. And like I say, we can tailor our detail to that. So I'd turn it over to Kayla for the first presentation.
The first thing in your packet here is just our activity over the past 2 years. So fortunately, we have not been poring over state checklists for 2 hours each month. As you can see in the provided timeline, we've had varied meetings, presentations, and even field trips. There have been 2 guided bus tours, first in October of 2022, and a second tour in April of 23. With the onset of fairer weather, a boat tour of the Raymond Cape. In between that, we welcomed North Star Planning to help us compile the plan and make sure that we meet all of the state requirements. Taking advantage of elections, we organized successful pom-pom surveys. With the help of North Star, there was also a community survey. We had the pleasure of several guest speakers, including Matt Marcotte with Loon Eco Trust, a state comprehensive plan reviewer, the Wyndham Economic Development Director, Tom Bartel, Sebago Lakes Chamber of Commerce, and lastly, a presentation on technology and fiber optic broadband. To help collect feedback from the community and also required by the state, we held 2 public workshops, the first in January of this year and the second in March. We also conducted department head interviews and spoke with town committees and organizations to best understand the inner workings of the town and get a better understanding of any challenges. We have also drafted inventory chapters, a vision statement, goals, policies, and strategies, which we will highlight tonight. Anything else to add, Peter?
Okay. And after each one of these presentations, certainly what we would be looking for would be feedback from comprehensive plan members if you have anything to add or anything that we have not covered in the brief summary. We would ask we'd ask everyone up here at the table to hold your questions and comments to the end of the presentations. That way we'll be sure to be in a timely fashion and get all of the presentations done. Thank you. So I'm going to go over the different engagements that we've had with the community over the last 24 months. And I'm just going to summarize these. If you look in your handout there, there's a summary of the summer survey, and that was conducted from June 8th to September 20th, 2023. It was an online survey. Basically, the demographics of the survey respondents were collected, and this was a formal survey that was put together by the committee and our consultants, North Star Planning. It was there were demographics, and the demographics of the survey respondents were that a majority of the respondents were 35 or older, and they were year-round residents. And approximately 40% had children, school-age children in the community, and most were college educated with a household income in excess of $100,000 a year. The top responses, and these are what I will encourage you to do, is if you haven't had an opportunity to look at any of these reports or surveys, they are all online, and they have nice color graphics, pie charts, and well organized. And so if you want to see your tax dollar and actually working, just go to the website. It's very professional and well done. So the top responses that I selected were, what are the best things about Raymond? And the top 3 responses were small town, rural community, rural beauty. What I'll tell you is that if you went back and looked, and it's posted on the website, the 2004 comprehensive plan, these are identical. They have not changed in 20 some odd years since the 2004. They're still the major issues that the town is engaged with. What's your favorite outdoor place? space, lakes, and it was followed by, and I love this one, my backyard. So that's what the residents feel are their favorite places in the town. What's the biggest threat to Raymond's quality of life? Too much development followed by traffic or unsafe roads. You're going to see as we go through these surveys and communications with the town, those are going to be current themes that inform the committee, which is also incorporated into our vision statement that we'll be covering shortly. What is the one thing, what one thing would make Raymond a better place? And it would, the number one response was community center, followed by more local businesses, improved traffic control. And if you just go to the next page, I just photoed a couple of, from the report, a couple of the graphics. And so one of the things I'd say under number 4, which is what is one thing that would make Raymond a better place, it's not lost on the committee that the last line of that was the closure of the middle school in the RSU 14 district continues to be a concern, and improving education was among the top issues. So that was clear, at least in the individuals that responded to this survey. I say that only because it's something that might not have been well emphasized in the original draft of the plan, that certainly we were involved and are involved in asking the community about their satisfaction with the educational system as it stands today. I would tell you that being said, we are kind of at a loss as to how you would go forward with necessarily changing that, other than continuing to survey the community, poll the community as to the aspects of the public education and the RSU. So that was something that I felt needed to be highlighted here. What is Raymond known for? Landlocked salmon, I guess. Okay, we kind of advertised that, so that's what we're known for. And the next graphic was one that when we were reviewing the draft of the plan and we were reviewing this, there was some concerns on the part of the committee with exactly how this was presented. And I would tell you that it's one of the edits that was presented was particularly mine. And it was because I had gotten feedback from people in the public that had actually responded to the survey. And as we discussed it the beginning of this month, as far as our first review of the draft plan, this is what came up as a discussion with this graphic and these numbers. The actual survey question from which this information was derived was twofold. Keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. And the second option, or the option of that, was invest more in services like recreation, libraries, and infrastructure, even if taxes go up. And in review of this question, the survey question, and the feedback that I was getting from the public, some of the public, was the fact that actually there needed to be 4 questions here. So it should have been, the first one should have been keep taxes as low as possible, period. Keep taxes as low as possible, even if it means cutting services. That'd be the second question. The third question would be invest more in services, period. Or invest more in services, even if taxes go up. So we really didn't capture all of those opinions in those questions. And I'm sure everyone in this room is aware of the fact that as far as surveys are concerned, it is challenging to get the wording correct. It can be challenging to get the wording on a warrant correct. So certainly that has to be taken into consideration. What the committee agreed on was this, along with discussing it with the consultants, that in the first review of the plan, is that maybe this graphic may be a little misleading because of the lack of all the questions being asked, but that in general, in all of our surveys and in all of our questions with the citizens of this town, in general, there seemed to be a sense that we are willing to pay more in taxes if, in fact, we get the necessary services and that we allow the town to grow along those lines. So that was the general sense that we got. What I would tell you is that it was by no means without objection from the public. So there were some in the public that clearly were saying, yes, what we want is lower taxes. And so I guess it begs the question as, yes, I don't think that there's anyone that would be opposed to saying our goal should be to have lower taxes. I believe what the committee's sense was is that, as an example, in the 2024-25 FY budget, the number one goal was maintaining or lowering the tax rate. And that has been the goal as long as I can remember, and I've been in the community for 40 years. So that's always been a goal. And I don't necessarily disagree with that. I don't think the committee disagrees with that. I think that what we are hearing and what the data that we collected on this graphic in this survey was correct is that the people that responded demographically to this, that 58% of the residents without children were in favor of investing in the town, and that 72% of the residents that had school-aged children were interested in an investment in the town. So that's our take on that. As far as any of the other sessions that we had, as far as the survey is concerned, or surveys are concerned, if you look at I believe it's the next page, is the community listening sessions, and I can just tell you what we conducted in general for community listening sessions. We listened to local businesses and summer camp owners. And what I highlighted from that is that one of those camps noted that taxes and land value for the waterfront camp property are quite high. And both of the camps that were interviewed said that they are family businesses and may not continue to be profitable for future generations. I don't think that that was revealing anything that most of us haven't already thought, especially if we're associated with lakes. And that's that the basic economics say that when the value of the property rises well above the value of the business, that there's going to be increased pressures to sell that property, and that they are lakefront properties. So I guess we could extrapolate from that there'll be more lakefront development unless there are more protections, or ways, as the committee was talking about, to incentivize the camp owners to continue the business and not sell it for its development value. Some of the things we talked about were tax incentives, other programs that the town could possibly develop to support the owners of those camps such that they would be able to sustain the business and not turn them into developments. We also listened to road associations. Their comment was maintenance and plowing costs continue to rise and can be an issue. Beyond their local road issues, concerns of these community members include increased traffic and crowding for the seasonal population, development along the waterfront, and the need to balance support for young and old residents and seasonal and year-round residents together. So once again, another common theme that we found in all of our surveys, in all of our polls, and in all of our interviews was the fact that as far as the roads are concerned, whether they be local roads or association roads, need to be maintained, and is there some way that the municipality can help out in any way? We interviewed lake associations. Their comments were, concerns include maintaining high water quality, beauty, and a small town atmosphere as Raymond continues to grow, including through better zoning ordinances and enforcement of shoreland regulations. I think this town has just recently gone through a rather protracted period where we were successful in enforcing our shoreland ordinances. The sense that I get from the community is that they want that to continue. And what that is going to mean going forward is that there's going to have to be, I would believe, increased support for our code enforcement to be able to handle these issues as development continues along the shorefront. As far as the rest of the community listening sessions, it was community organizations, and they see opportunities for Raymond to continue working on regional partnerships for broadband, economic development, and community programs. School issue, I mentioned this before as far as the school issue is concerned. And I'd add the last one we had as far as a listening session was at Jordan Bay Place. I'd ask Frank McDermott from the
Audio check 1 2 1 2.
Good evening. This is the call to order for the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee. First on the agenda, we have the approval of the minutes from September 18th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I make a motion, we approve them as written.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion?
Just one. I appreciate the promotion in here. Co-chair McKillop should be vice chair. Oh, I'm sorry, should be vice as opposed to co-chair. So appreciate the promotion, but if we could make that change.
Okay. Then we would ask the town clerk to correct the minutes for Sean from co-chair to vice chair. Are there any other changes to the minutes? Okay. All those in favor to approve the minutes as amended? Okay. Okay. 1 to 2. Any not in favor? No. Okay. Did you vote? You didn't vote, so.
I'm in favor.
You're in favor.
Sorry.
Okay, so it's unanimous. Okay, as amended.
Sorry. I'm so used to not voting, even though it's been a while.
I was just staring at you, and you're like, "What?"
Huh?
I was just staring at you, and you're like, "Oh, hey."
Yeah.
Okay, so under new business, the first item is update on the bank statement reconciliation for June, July, and August. And the finance director is not here. Sue, can you help us with that?
Yes, she's given me something to read in case she couldn't get in. For the statement update, for fiscal year 24 June statement, it's still in progress due to irregularities with prior months' reconciliation process. We have a stated work process for bank reconciliations, which is to include utilizing Trio, the accounting software. However, since December of 2022, the system was not utilized, and no checks were cleared in the system since that date. The October month should be completed next week once I clear out all outstanding checks at this point since January of 2024. And what that basically means is she had to go back through all of this current fiscal year to clear checks for the auditors. So she's working on that for statements. And what it also means, this is somebody else trying to get in, I'm sorry, I'm multitasking. What it also means is that it will be sometime before the statements are finished. She should have June. She's hopeful of having it complete with the auditors by the end of this week. But then the subsequent months are going to take some time to clear and complete, and to be completely caught up so that you're actually seeing the previous month's report at the beginning of the next month or near the beginning to mid next month won't be until close to budget season starting. And even that's a pretty aggressive goal for her to do, because right now she's spending most of her time with the auditors and getting the information they need to complete the audit. And that leads to the audit update. She says, I am currently correcting incorrect expense bookings that were placed in the incorrect account year. This amount will be moved to the fiscal year 2024 from the current fiscal year 2025. The proper instructions were not given to the staff personnel who were here to close out the fiscal year of 24, and they were incorrectly booked to fiscal year 25, the current year. This will be an amount over $100,000. This is not something I would have predicted upon arriving here in town. Even with this movement, the ending position of the town will come down to being almost identical to last year's ending net position. Unfortunately, I cannot provide you with any documentation until the audit is finalized due to the volume of corrective journal entries that I must process in order for our records to be correct. I'm working closely with the audit team of RHR Smith on all aspects of our financial records, and we'll be happy to provide you with a professional summary once this process is completed. And also, talking to the auditors, they are now thinking that it may be early next year before we actually have the final audit, but hopefully before budget season is in full swing.
Does anyone on the budget committee have any comments about the bank reconciliation or the audit?
I'm curious about all the correcting entries. I would like to hear more about that. That's very unusual. What's wrong there?
What's wrong there is Trio wasn't used to reconcile the bank. She was using bank reports to reconcile against the bank statement, not checking off outstanding checks in Trio. And she was making correcting entries to make Trio match the bank.
This was our previous finance director?
That was the previous finance
How
director.
long was she with us for?
3 years.
And somebody who's brand new is going to correct this?
That's correct. Someone who's brand new that has a very long level of experience with this and is working closely with the auditors to make the corrections.
I would tell you that our previous finance director was impeccably qualified, and I'm just saying that this doesn't sound like it doesn't add up to me, to tell you the truth.
There were no issues previously. It's just, I'm not familiar. You said it was Trio, I believe, is the accounting.
Trio is a software that we use, yes.
And this is software that we've been using for the past 3 years while she was director, or is this new?
Longer than that. We've been using it for, I'm guessing, around 7 to 8 at this point.
Does that mean we have to go back 2 more years and look at everything prior to this too, to see if those numbers are right?
The auditors don't think so. They think that they can, it depends, but they think that they can, if we can get all of last year completed, that we can move on from here.
I'm very concerned that someone who, in her first presentation, I'm sure she's well qualified, did not have a very good grasp of the town's chart of accounts, in my opinion, is going to be correcting this, and somebody who did, apparently has made errors, is what I'm hearing. That altogether is concerning to me.
Yes.
And I would like to know more about that.
You know as much as I do right now about that. We're waiting for the auditors to finish with this.
Is there an annual audit, Sue?
There is.
So
there very
last
much
year,
is.
there were no issues with the audit last year?
They wouldn't dig into the details unless they found an issue. And since she was making correcting entries in Trio, they didn't notice that she wasn't reconciling the bank statements correctly.
Once again, I find that to be incredible. So I'm gonna leave it at that. But the auditor's job is to uncover anything like that, and they follow a very, very detailed protocol. The auditor we have now audits multiple communities and has for decades, and so, it just doesn't sound right to me. But it worries me that this is happening with someone who has almost no experience here.
Anyone else? Any other comments? Any other comments, Sue?
Not for me, no. But I will keep you informed as we find other things or have something to report.
Okay. Next, we have the consideration of the purchasing policies that were collected from the other communities from our last meeting. And I was wondering, Sue, were you able to get the purchasing policy from Yarmouth? They had sent you one, but it was the wrong one. Just following up with you on that.
No, the one that I got, I thought I had found it online, and I realized it was a personnel policy, not a purchasing policy. So that was my mistake. I reached out to them and they didn't get back to me.
Okay, so that's still not. So with that, I'd like to look at the purchasing policies that we got, and I made a summary sheet so that we could look at all of the towns and kind of compare where they are. In all cases, the purchasing agent is the town manager or the town manager's designee. It's interesting to look at the oversight and what's required with each block. The field and micro purchases are, some are up to 1,000 and some towns go up to 3,500 or as much as 5,000 in gray. And then whether a purchase order is required, when I met with Brenda, she indicated that she was interested in establishing a purchase order system for Raymond. Informal bids vary 5,000 to 35,000. In all cases, to make a significant purchase requires prior approval by the select board or town meeting. For the informal bids or the competitive bids, specs or written tech requirements are required, and we don't have that for Raymond. I think that we should implement written specs or technical documents, and we'd have to decide what we would recommend on where would the starting point with that would be. In one of the cases, which is gray, a CIP plan is required in order to go out and make these purchases. And we do have our CIP plans that we could tie the purchases together with where it is in the CIP plan, so we could keep track of it. In many of the cases, except for two, which was Raymond is one of them, 3 bidders are required. So I think that's pretty standard procedure in these days and times with the cost of everything being so expensive that you'd go to get 3 quotes at a minimum with written specifications of what you're looking for equipment. Do we feel comfortable to discuss this, or do we want to make a recommendation to the select board? Does anyone have a preference on a policy that looks appealing?
Well, I'm not sure it's our job to put together the policy, actually. I think maybe to make some recommendations as to what should be in the policy, and I think it's more of a staff function to come with a proposed policy. I don't want to, step into administration. And so,
okay.
So I'm just throwing that out there. I think that's maybe a little bit of an overstep for us, but I think it's, incumbent upon the town to have another look at the purchasing policy and to make some improvements. And so a little bit of history. It was decontented a number of years ago to match, what was happening, and so that was why it is not what it was. But anyway, it was matching what some department heads were doing, And so, so that's how we ended up at that place. And I thought then it was, you know, too, I guess, well, not structured as well as it could be, but we were trying to make it congruent with what was going on. It was pandemic times. There was a lot of things happening and so forth, or maybe it was slightly before the pandemic. I forget. But anyway, so it made sense at the time, but I think now to take another look at it and to, you know, maybe look at what other towns are doing. I don't really believe in, you know, copying other towns, but I think just to get a general idea of what they're doing and you know, what are in the components within these policies. I mean, we could talk about those sorts of things and make a recommendation to the, I assume probably the finance director, to make that's who had, you know, done the revised policy. It was not this finance director, obviously, and not Sharice, but Kathy Ricker had recommended that we take a look at the purchasing policy because it wasn't, you know, as I said, congruent with the practices that were occurring.
And I think something too is the contingency on the bids, because I believe that they had said some of the bidding they had set out they didn't get, and I mean, Sue, you might know more than I, that they didn't get 3 bids. So finding out if they don't get that many, what were the other options that we could do?
Well, one option that Nathan, you know, that's the area where, you know, you see it's the largest department, of course, and you know, the greatest expenditure of funds. But what I always understood to be happening was that he was getting verbal bids, and so that was different than written bids.
Mm-hmm.
But I believe very strongly in written bids.
Yeah.
And but he was getting verbal bids, he said, so, and I believed him, and I think he was, and
Mm-hmm.
so that's what he did. But I think that we should follow the model more of the Public Safety Department, where it's done formally and multiple bidders, and you know, done in a way that is administratively documented completely.
Absolutely.
I think that's really important.
Yep.
And so, you know, I understand expediency, and I think Nathan used the term that bidding was a farce at one of the meetings. I think that was the term he used. I don't believe that. I think bidding's essential. I think it's you know, the key to understanding, you know, what you're getting and what you're paying, and it's really important.
To add to that, that means then you have to write what you want, so everybody's bidding on the same thing. And I think that's one piece that's missing. As I said last month, we used to do a lot of business on a handshake. You can't do business that way anymore.
Right. And I think to have consistency across the town. I mean, you have, you know, one department doing it one way, and then another department doing it another way, and then I mean, I don't know how it's happening in some of the other, you know, smaller departments, but I do know the 2 biggest departments are completely different in how they do it.
I agree. I think written bids are super important, and yeah, for fairness and just to be transparent and.
So you know what you get?
Right. Yep.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Karen, can I say something?
Okay.
Hi, sorry, I didn't know where to put the hand up. Just because I've been on the board for the last 12 years, anything that was brought to us from the board was through Dawn knowing what came with Nathan. So I guess the comment's been made several times that some departments do this, some departments do that. We would get phone calls from Don to say, hey, we found a good deal. He would pull the board, and that's how they went with some of the stuff. But Nathan always did go in and talk to Don. Nathan never brought anything to us without it going through Don first. So I just want to have that clarified, because I know the comment's been put out there several times as far as what some, you know, departments are doing and what other departments are not doing. And it's, you know, if it's got to be underneath the town manager, then it'd be under him. But I just didn't want it saying that, you know, the departments were doing this thing wrong, is what I'm trying to clarify.
We just want
I'm
consistency.
saying they're doing it 2 different ways, and you know, and that's something that the Board of Selectmen was well aware of. And
But that would have been under you, Dawn.
And I'll leave it at that right now. I'll leave it at that.
But that would have been under you, because it always came to you first before we would make any of that.
I think
So
you were well.
just
I
wanted
think
to
you were well.
clarify
I think
that.
you were well aware of how the process was working. You were
Yeah,
well
under
aware.
you, yes. I'm well aware of it because it always went to you first. So I just want to make sure that we're putting out there transparency on this.
Peter? would you like to speak?
Sure. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just an observation. The only bidding process that I've been involved with in the last few years with the town was with the comprehensive plan. So to Deanna's point, we put it out, we put out an RFP. I don't know if that is required of over a certain threshold that an RFP be put out for bid. We had a time frame. We followed actually the policy of the town for bids because I believe we had one to follow. There was actually some controversy over the amongst the committee because we got a second bid in, but it was after the deadline. And we said, well, we really have to look at the one bidder we have. But just to give you an idea, that can happen. I'm sure if you're bidding a truck or a front loader or something like that, there's so many around. Our issue was that so few municipalities were doing comprehensive plans that a lot of planning firms actually had kind of dropped that as part of their expertise. So we got one bidder, we reviewed it, they seemed to be adequate, and we followed the policy. I'm just curious if or a recommendation for any revision of that policy would be that it, I don't know, over a certain threshold of money, it requires 3 bidders if available, and that they basically will go through a formalized RFP for the purchase, and that there be a deadline for submitting bids, which I believe was in the policy when we looked at it, which is what gave us the reason to tell the one dissenting individual on the committee, well, let's look at this other bid. And it was like, we'd love to. We weren't happy at all with just having one bidder. I don't think anybody ever is. But the bottom line is the policy said that after this deadline, you have to go with what you got. So just my comments.
Okay, Dennis.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. The other select board meeting, September. Clearly, what Nathan stated was he hadn't gone to bid since 2003, and that he had a relationship with the select board where once the money went in the budget, he could buy whatever he needed. That's a quote. You can go look at the tape. I was kind of surprised at it, but he said the select board trusted him, and in fact, I think he bought the dump truck last year without even the Budget Finance Committee knowing about it until after he bought the dump truck that was on that inventory list. So I would say he doesn't. Oh, and even when we were when I was on the Finance Committee, I called Don when the building first started, and I said, "When did this come up?" He said, "I didn't know anything about it until they just brought it up." So it doesn't always go the way some other people perceive it.
And this is the reason that we changed the policy. I took him at his word, and I still do, that he got verbal bids. That I don't know if it was an incapacity to do the formal bidding process. We talked about getting administrative help for him. He said he didn't need that, or if it was, I don't really know, but that was, the statement that he made was accurate, and I had many conversations with him over the years about getting competitive bids. I mean, sometimes we bought things from state surplus, that isn't how it works. And sometimes we would buy, used equipment, which you can't bid a used piece of equipment. But on new equipment, he would shop around and get bids, quotations, but it just wasn't formal. And so that's why we changed the policy to make it, more informal and matching what he was doing. And all I'm saying now is, maybe the time has come that all the departments behave the same with respect to the bid process. I'm not, pointing a finger at anybody or saying anything. I mean, it was done with the Board of Selectmen's knowledge and my knowledge. I mean, but I'll just leave it at that for now.
So moving.
I mean, this doesn't need to be a rancorous discussion. It's really just a very practical recommendation in my mind.
Yeah. So moving forward, I think that this committee should have some kind of recommendation.
Right.
Just say, hey, this is our recommendation, and I think that we want this across all departments. I think that and then leave it up to the town from there for all the rest of the details.
Yeah. Well, when I get to my item, that's going to be my recommendation, actually.
Oh, okay.
So that's exactly what I'm thinking is the thing to do, not for us to get involved in this, but to ask the staff to take a look at this again in light of these policies and come back with, to the Board of Selectmen, to the Budget Finance Committee with a recommended revision, or if they say the current policy is fine, you know, a substantiation of that, and we can consider that as well. You know, I don't think it's going to be when you look at the weight of the evidence with the other towns. So, anyway.
Okay, well, I guess we're not gonna take any action at this time on it, right?
Well, no, I'm,
Okay.
I can jump ahead. I'm recommending that the committee, you know, have a discussion about competitive bidding, which we're doing, and to ensure transparency and accountability. And I think my recommendation would be to our committee to ask the administration to take a look at the current purchasing policy, and in light of the information that we will provide to them, or they provide it to us, so they have it. So basically, if everybody believes that there should be, you know, changes to make it more uniform, strengthen it, whatever you want to use for terminology, then that would be my recommendation, and send it back to them and say, what do you think, and bring something back, or tell us that we're wrong. You know, give us some feedback on this idea.
Okay, that seems
But I think it's pretty clear that, you know, that it needs some work.
Yes.
That's my own opinion, that's not a committee opinion, of course.
Okay. So, right at this time, do we need to do anything more as a committee?
Well, I
at
think
this
we should take a vote to, you know, to recommend that the staff take a look at this the current policy in view of this information, and
Is it better to have that recommendation after your piece here coming up? Is it kind of tying together?
it doesn't really matter, I don't think.
I would like to hear what Dawn has to say first before moving.
Oh, okay.
To kind of recommendation, I think. Still do recommendation, but
Okay,
I'd like to hear what you have to say.
All right,
Okay.
yeah.
That's okay.
All right. So, why don't we take up item C, review of the, are you ready to move on to?
I guess so,
item C?
sure.
Review of the state bid and town truck
Yeah,
specifications.
so
Go
going
on.
back to the last meeting, you know, where Nathan talked about an additional new truck, and, you know, we had a new truck I guess that was delivered at the first part of the year, and in the last fiscal year. And so this truck, you know, to my knowledge, was not in this current year capital plan, but it was an advantageous, you know, purchase that he wanted to make. And so that was, you know, of concern to me, given the magnitude of the purchase. It's a significant capital acquisition. So, you know, I'm not judging, by the way, whether we need the truck or we don't need the truck, or whether it's the right truck or the wrong truck. I trust Nathan on that. I think he knows what he needs and what he wants. And so it's, once again, just more of a procedural sort of thing. You know, I would like to see bids, you know, competitive written bids for it from, you know, vendors, because it is a new vehicle, and the upfitting is also all brand new and there are people who do that competitively in the state of Maine. There's at least 2, if not 3 companies that do that. Maybe there are more, I don't know. And but when Nathan said he was using the state bid, you know, I was like, that's great. In my 40 years of municipal government, I've never done that, and I've never known a town that did that, but he was saying that he is using the state bid. So the state bid would mean that the state put out a detailed specification, and I mean a detailed specification. You know, and I got some information from the state's chief procurement officer, Bill Allen, and I think that the documentation between the specifications and the contract ran to about 116 pages. So that's beyond the pale, but that's what the state of Maine does. And so, you know, but so Nathan said he was going to buy a truck from the state bid, and so what the state does is they have an array of trucks. They may not be all with the same, you know, provider. In this case, he referenced Daigle and Houghton and showed a certification for Daigle and Houghton that they had agreed to sell the trucks to the towns at the same rate as the state, as long as the specifications did not deviate from the state specifications. So that's all great. So you have a list of trucks, and you can, you know, pick, and here they are. They range for a, you know, cab and chassis from, which is what we're getting, from about $98,000 to about $128,000, depending on how they're equipped. And and they give you the model number, the GVW, everything you can possibly want in great detail. And so what I learned, though, is that the cost of the truck that Nathan was proposing is $144,950. The most expensive truck that the state had on this bid array from Daigle and Houghton that he was referencing is $128,856. So that's a, $16,093 difference, or about 12.4% more than this. And so that says to me that it's not these trucks, and I'll get to that in a minute, but it's equipped differently, possibly, or it's priced differently, possibly. So that's what I was thinking. But then I found out that it's actually a different truck altogether from the model number than anything here. So it's not any of the state bid trucks. And additionally, Daigle and Holton doesn't have the state bid. They had it up until March, but they don't have it now, and so the pricing would not be subject to this today. So I just think it's, once again, incumbent upon the town to go and bid the truck as it should be done, and send it out to competitive vendors, get the pricing, do your research. Well, first of all, develop a detailed specification, what you need. And I would, for one, would advocate that we buy a good truck, not necessarily a state bid truck. They really do, despite the criticism they get from some quarters, they really do buy trucks at the price point is the big thing for them. They buy a lot of trucks, and I think for a municipal truck, most municipalities, some more than others, but most municipalities custom spec their trucks. The fire department has custom specifications for their trucks that are to make them suited for this this Raymond hilly terrain, and so you want more horsepower, you want different gear ratios, you want more heavy-duty components. That's all fine, and that's all stuff that Nathan's an expert at, and he should have what he wants, in my opinion. And I think the issue really is, do we want to just go buy a truck from a vendor? And that's what you got here, is a proposal from a vendor. You don't have a specification and a response. You've got a proposal with $1 on it, and the same thing from Central Maine, HP Fairfield Central Maine, is just a proposal with $1 figure on it. So I'm not seeing a competitive bid or a state bid, and I'd like to see a bid. And so my recommendation would be that the committee recommend to the selectmen, to the staff, that we have a purchasing policy that's uniform across all departments. And look at the current policy and see if it might need some revising based on the information that they got for us and that we reviewed. And like I said, this is not anything, I mean, to me, it's an administrative thing more than anything else. And it's a good governance thing, it's a transparency thing, it's an accountability thing, it's an important thing.
Karen, can I ask a question?
Okay.
I'm just genuinely curious because I don't know the answer to this. When you guys are talking about doing like 3 bids, I get that. How does the public safety do it? Is there certain manufacturers that just do fire trucks, do just ambulance? How would that work because of how expensive a fire truck is? And if that's the policy that you guys might be possibly suggesting, how would that go, like public safety? Because I don't know.
I can speak to that because I've been involved in it. Set of specs are put together, committee sits down, puts together a set of specs, and an RFP goes out, and it goes out to all, I'm not going to say every vendor, but goes out to a wide array of vendors.
Okay.
And they come back with a proposal, we match it up against their proposal, against our specs, and inevitably their proposal goes way over what we've got to spend or want to spend. And then we decide those pieces that aren't critical. And I look real quick on this set of specs, and I don't know why you need 4 radio speakers in a dump truck to plow snow, but that's okay. I'm using that as an example. Those would be the things that we'd look at. We'd look at brake size, we'd look at axles, we'd look at whether it's a hot dipped zinc or
frame,
aluminum or whatever the frame is, and go through each of those pieces and come up with a comparative. Usually get down to 3 or 4 vendors and then invite them to come in and do their spiel on what it is and what they can provide. And right now on fire trucks, on an ambulance you're waiting almost 3 years to get an ambulance now. That's one of the real problems. Same thing on a fire truck. the alternative to buy one they got sitting on the lot, but it may not. Again, prior history shows that doesn't always fit your needs. You know, you don't want a city truck out here. You need the water capability. And I'm using those as examples. That's how
So
public safety approaches it. These are the things we need.
Okay. So
And-
do you
and it
take
also goes
also
out to
like
that-
where it's at too, like maybe like in a different state or?
We don't care.
Okay.
I mean,
Nope, I didn't know. I didn't know how it
well,
worked.
for example, the fire truck that's being built now is being built in Wisconsin. It could have been built in Florida just as well as not. The one before by the same company was built in Florida. The
Yeah.
truck
Okay.
before that, we went to Canada for.
I would say that the process needs to be the same, but fire trucks are more of a specialized item, so that's why they're, you know, nationally sourced. You know, a dump truck basically is going to be something that is going to be able to be provided by a Maine dealer, or you may attract a New Hampshire or Massachusetts dealer. I think some of the towns, the further south you go, have that happen. But it's not as specialized a piece of equipment. Now, the plow equipment is, but it also doesn't make sense to buy plow equipment from some distant company, because you need to get parts and you need to get service in Maine.
And that's part of the consideration.
Yeah, I know.
When we look at the bids, where the service is, what they provide for
Right.
service, and how close they match up. Those are all, that's why it's a request for proposal. It's not a bid per se.
And the other thing about, and I'm not sure about dump trucks as much as fire trucks, but there are specific things you want, and some vendors provide them, others don't or can't.
Exactly.
But you still accept their proposal, you still review it, and sometimes when cost considerations come into play, you ultimately sometimes have to accept something that's not exactly what you want.
Yeah, and I did the same thing in the military on scoop loaders and low beds, where we had to put out the
Yeah.
proposal,
But, right.
brought it back, and did you match it or you didn't match it?
But that's not what I want, though, personally for me. I mean, I want the Public Works Department to have the equipment that they need. It can be sourced locally. They shouldn't, I mean, I was happy when I thought he was doing the state bid, because that's a cost thing, that's the administration piece. But I was thinking, do we really want a state bid truck? We don't. We want to have a truck that meets our needs. And I don't, whether it's 144,000 or 100 and whatever, 80,000, it doesn't, to me, that's not material. I think to get what you need at a competitive price is what I'm asking.
So Don, so when you're doing the proposal then for the bidding policy, does that put a hindrance on public safety then, because of having to do, it is specialized equipment? You know what I mean? Because if you're doing a boilerplate policy, bidding policy, is that going to hinder public safety because it is specialized?
No, it's basically just saying that we want to, you know, put it out for competitive bid, and to what we do. And I'm not saying there hasn't been an instance where it hasn't happened in the other departments, but it's most notably in the two biggest departments. But you put it out to all known vendors, and then sometimes you even run an advertisement to make sure people know about it. And so, but it's just the difference is they're more specialized equipment that you might source out of the state of Maine, and you probably do mostly source out of the state of Maine. There aren't any major fire truck manufacturers
builds them in Maine.
and there aren't any people building trucks in Maine either. But there are many vendors who are selling trucks that are identical to one another, so that it makes sense to ask for prices from more than one.
Definitely, and you want your service. Service is a big piece of it. And it is in public works. You don't want to have to take it to Holton.
Well, Daigle and Holton is in Fort Kent or Herman, Maine, so that's not ideal. But there are international dealers. You could buy it from Daigle and Holton if they have the best price and get it serviced in Portland.
Oh, exactly. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, but that is a consideration.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Dennis?
Just another point, Dennis Morse again, 340 Cape. I thought the chief was very detailed when he was talking about the ambulance complications, and that because of those complications that Cliff just talked about, he spec'd out an ambulance that they could change out the body and the chassis so that it could get twice the length. And you may know more details. I just remember the presentation. I was pretty impressed because I never seen that in my career in 32 years. but it would extend the life expectancy of the very elaborate, expensive operating room, if you will. I know it isn't, but it might as well be. They have everything they need to do whatever they have to do in that compartment. And they can literally take it off the ambulance and put it on another with minor, improvements on it or repairs. And that's one of the things he said that he was either looking at or moving towards because of this 3-year wait and the wear and tear an ambulance takes. So that's pretty special.
So in that case, you'd be bidding a cabin chassis and moving the body?
Yes.
And
Haven't we done that before?
We did it once. We did it once when we had a lot of complications with the frame and the alignment, and there was some wiring problems. And so we didn't have the money, so we had it refurbed. It wasn't like taking the compartment off and setting it aside and putting a new one on. I mean, this is going to be if it works, it's going to be revolutionary for an ambulance and the delay in getting them.
It does work, and some vendors are much better. Some manufacturers are much better at it than others, and they become more plug and play. It used to be a real horror show to move stuff around, and because of the cost.
Well, I thought back in that instance we bought a particular brand because of that ability and because it was structurally had better integrity. It was safer for our people.
Yeah,
and it was more expensive too.
Yes. That's different. That was an ambulance, Braun?
Braun.
Yeah, that was really superior, and because of the hills, the roads, the camp roads, and everything else, and we did a review. We studied all the reviews of the ambulances. We looked at our particular topographical issues. They were one of the first ambulances to throw the on-spot chains on it. They were very advanced, and they were more expensive, but not off the chart expensive. And so they did say they'd be able to change out things, but Cliff just told you what happened. It wasn't as easy as just taking it off and plug and play.
But maybe that's advanced some now.
Yes,
Come
exactly.
a long ways now.
Yeah. But anyhow, to answer the base question, I don't think it affects the fire department, public safety department, no.
Okay, do you have a motion in mind of a recommendation that you would like to make at this time, or do you want to wait and?
Well, I'd like to get it going. What do you think?
I would like to.
So, I mean, I'd like to move that the Budget Finance Committee recommend to Town Administration that they take a look at the current purchasing policy with the possibility of review and improvement based upon some of the policies we've seen from the towns that we collected, or they collected information for us. And if they decide that after looking at all that information that the policy is fine, they can come back with that recommendation. I mean, it's really up to them. But I think it's time to make sure we have uniformity, transparency, accountability, and at the bottom line, though, it comes down to, at some level, it comes down to cost considerations too. But I don't want to be in a position where we're forcing departments to buy stuff that doesn't meet their needs. All I'm saying is that we should buy what we need at a competitive price. And I now just screwed up the motion by adding all that other stuff.
Yes, I was just going to ask
But
you if you could condense that.
So basically,
Best buy for the towns.
move to send it back to staff and take a look at the purchasing policy and see if it might benefit from review and improvement, and report back.
Okay.
If the selectmen and I guess staff want to tend to take that project, so. I mean, it's a recommendation, right? So it's our
Yes.
recommendation?
Yes.
Or my recommendation, I guess, at this point.
So the motion is to move the Budget Finance Committee recommend to the administration, take a look at the current policy and look at other town policies for review and improvement. Sound good?
Sure.
Okay, is there a second to that?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I like it.
Okay, all those in favor? Okay. It's unanimous and the motion carries. Because of, the schedule, I think the videographer's schedule, we had to move the meeting that was going to be at the end of November to either early in November or early December. And we went with Friday, November 8. But with consideration to when our next normal meeting would be, the third Wednesday, I mean, do we need to have a meeting on November 8, or do we just want to go with one in November and then not have a meeting in December? So the third Wednesday in November, the 20th. Have one 12 days after? That doesn't seem to make any sense.
Yeah, I'm good with that. Just as I stated, my November may be hit or miss. So, but not having a December meeting, I think will give us a little rest before budget season comes around.
Right, and I'm sure that there'll be a lot going on with the town staff preparing for the
And-
budget season.
And it
The only
sounds,
thing that's gonna have to happen, and I don't know, this is really more of a staff question, but the scheduling for the budget review is going to be something that I think the selectmen are gonna set, and then, you know, that probably they'll coordinate with you to decide on dates that meet both groups, accommodate both groups. You know,
I would
the
hope
budget,
so.
the budget schedule, so that's the thing that would, you know, probably be underway, setting budget goals for the Board of Selectmen and a schedule. Goals probably in December, and maybe the schedule, I would think the schedule maybe too. My memory's not what it used to be, but that's something that has to happen, you know, that the Board of Selectmen will set budget goals, and they'll establish a schedule for reviews.
is it better to take November off as opposed to December?
Well, no, we meet in November, but I'm saying that there might have to be something in December. I would defer to staff on that. I wouldn't want to say we're not going to have a meeting if they need us to have a meeting for input.
Oh, I understand.
But I don't know if they do. I mean, there may be a way that, I never was really deeply involved in coordinating the scheduling. That was the finance director, so.
What about just,
The option was November 8 or December 3. And so we went with November
Well, if I was
8.
gonna pick between the two, I'd take the December meeting.
yeah, it's too close. I think,
Number 4, correct?
December 3.
Tuesday?
That was what was offered.
Okay.
December 3.
Okay.
It was November 8 or December
Yeah,
3.
Oh, so,
I'm
maybe I'm wrong. Is this for the joint meeting? Is that what we're talking
No,
about? Okay.
this is strictly Budget Finance Committee.
I would go later rather than earlier in case those things that I was talking, and I don't know if they're here. I mean, you could ask the finance director what her thoughts are on the schedule and see what she's planning. I would think that we'd want to coordinate with them somehow.
Well, actually, this is Brenda. I'm still involved pretty heavily with the audit. That's my main focus right now, is to get through the audit and have all the records accurate at this point. But if I were going to be a betting woman, I would say the budget season's going to be a little bit later than earlier. So based upon that, I guess your later choice of December 3rd would probably be preferable, because you may have more information from me by then.
Okay.
And I can speak to the schedule. Brenda hasn't been involved with it as yet, but I have been for the last 10 years. The schedule will be presented to the select board in December, and I'll basically go off last year's schedule. I'll sit with Brenda and we'll look at it to make sure it fits what she needs as well. And then once the selectmen are fairly happy with it, then we'll send it out to the Budget Finance Committee chair to get input to see if those dates fit your committee. That's how we've done it for the last 10 years.
so if we're meeting on the 3rd, I don't know when selectmen are meeting, but that would still be.
They're meeting December 10th.
So, okay, so it'd be that would be after our meeting anyway.
So they'll be reaching out, it sounds like, so you must have worked with the chair of the committee, basically?
Yes.
And so they'll reach out to the chair of the committee, and the chair will probably reach out to the membership, and the selectmen will establish the dates, obviously, and then we react to them, and hopefully and always there's some adjustment between the parties. And then inevitably there's changes because things happen as things roll along. And I can appreciate Brenda's position with the audit and everything, and that the budget may have to be later. That all makes sense too, so.
Yeah, so personally, I think December would be a better option. It doesn't, not a better option.
I think it's the better option, but I don't think we're gonna be looking at a schedule then.
Yeah.
Obviously, because we just heard that it's gonna be at the first selectman meeting, which it always is.
Okay, Sue, I have a question for you. I can't remember if the budget committee was still going to meet on November 20th or not.
The 20th bill won't be back yet, so you can't.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that was the one that was going to be canceled, 11/20, and, okay, so then we would, so here we are, October. Do we do November 8 and December 3? Is that how we want to do it?
Well, if you're gonna do November 8th, I think it might make more sense to do a meeting after the Board of Selectmen. Have set their schedule and so forth, before Christmas, but after their meeting.
I'm a little bit confused.
So after the 10th of December is what you're saying, right?
Yeah, yeah, after the 10th of December, maybe.
Okay.
But I mean, you were talking about at one point we were talking about taking December off. I think we were talking about having one in November, or having one in December, taking December off. I'm a little confused myself,
Right.
but I think having one on November 8th would be fine, and then if you wanted to have one in December, you could have it I think the most reasonable, efficient thing to do might be to have it after the Board of Selectmen have made some decisions, so we can react to that, or you can do it the way Sue's done it in the past when she was town clerk, and have her consult with you.
I know we'll have more reconciliation information. They said, potentially by the end of the week. So we will have some more information for us for June shortly. So I think it would be beneficial, in my mind, to meet in November. Because I think we're going to get a lot more information versus, 2 months and then we get hit with a lot.
And we can address the December meeting at that time.
Yep. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, so we'll keep November 8 and we will do December 3rd as well.
We'll keep November 8th and decide what the date is for December, is what I'm hearing.
Yeah.
That would be my recommendation. We'll do November 8th, and on the 8th, we'll make a decision on the December meeting.
Okay.
See how far stuff's flowed at that point in time.
Yeah, either before or after the select board
Yep.
meeting.
Works.
Okay, I think that will work well. So we'll go ahead and meet again on Friday, November 8.
And if you can't make it, we'll be there with you in spirit, cheering you on. And your wife. Yes.
Bring the wife and baby.
Yeah.
That's right, exactly.
Bring the wife and baby, right? They're all part of the family.
That's right.
Okay. There's, what's missing on here, is there any public comment?
Do you still have this, is that item a dead item now?
I got financing for the new dump truck.
Well,
The Public Works Director's not here, so I guess I don't know where that issue is now, do you? Consideration of financing a new dump truck and excavator? Was that a carryover item or something? What was that?
The excavator was gonna end up as a CIP next year. Was that my understanding last time?
Well, I was confused because at one point didn't
That he was
Nathan
gonna
say?
put it off a year?
Well, there was that, and then I think there was also a discussion that they'd already bought the truck.
The truck, I think they bought. The truck-
Well, I think he said they bought the truck, but
Yeah.
I don't know if that's true.
That's what I
that's
remember too, Don.
Yeah.
okay.
I kinda shivered.
I print, my agenda doesn't match what you have. So, all right, item D is consideration of financing a new dump truck and excavator. We'll take that up.
Well, I don't think we can because the Public Works Director's not here. I mean, he's the
Is
person.
he on Zoom? Is Nathan White on Zoom?
Don't see him.
He is not, and I emailed you before the meeting, Karen, and you agreed to take that off the agenda. That's why it's not on the agendas.
It's on the agenda that I'm looking at on the website, but maybe, I mean, I just pulled it up on the website.
Yeah, that's where I got mine from.
And the one I printed doesn't have it.
But the one that's
because I'd
advertised
asked you to
has it.
remove it.
This is the one that governs right here, so, but I don't think we can do anything without the staff members. And I'm surprised that he's not here. There's a couple items on here that are in his department.
Because that was supposed to be removed from the agenda.
Well, there's
so
one
that
item, then there's
was
one
next.
item in his department that's significant.
Right.
Mhm.
Carry it over to November meeting.
Yes, we'll carry that over to the November meeting. So we'll table that. Is there a motion to table?
So moved.
Okay. Second?
Second.
All in favor of tabling to the December meeting? November 8 meeting?
Yeah.
Okay.
I would like to ask a question, though.
Okay, go ahead.
Did we buy the truck
Oh.
already?
That's a very good question. Sue, has the truck been purchased?
Yes, it has been ordered.
Okay, well, how is it being financed?
It's not being financed. It won't be in for a bit, so.
So this is the truck that Nathan said that he really didn't need urgently, correct?
I don't recall. I believe that's correct.
Well, it's correct.
And we don't have to pay for it till next year, so.
Right, but we don't need it. Till next year, maybe.
Well, we're not getting it till next year.
Next
so
year, is
that's-
that fiscal year, or are we talking calendar year? Because I thought it was gonna be in early in the
Next
next
fiscal
calendar
year.
year.
Next fiscal year.
Maybe we shouldn't table this right this second.
What do you want to do?
Maybe we should move this. Maybe we should discuss it a little bit. I mean, it's already been ordered.
Were you aware the truck was ordered, Dennis?
I thought he actually said it to you guys at the last meeting.
Well, that's what, but I
think he did.
Yeah.
Dennis Morse, 340 Cape. I can help a little bit here, because, you know, when I was with you guys, and we weren't getting a lot of information, as you know, the first thing we received, and I've got a timetable, was 2/29/24, which was an inventory list that Cerise had put together. I had asked her to do something, and I wondered what was going on with the bond without a capital improvement program, because I knew everyone had to be a part of it. So in that, it had a list of all of his inventory, and then it had a new cost, and then had a replacement plan. And so what I did is took that plan that I've had on the front page, and then I took the July 24th meeting you had when you received a real plan that had the details a little further out and everything. And then I had the reserve, so that was July 27th, and then I got the capital improvement reserve, and I put them all together on a timetable. And so I can tell you what was on the schedule, and then I used something the select board gets, which is warrants and department summary. And I was able to go through and do what I requested several times over the 3 years, which is, what did you purchase over the last 3 to 5 years? And I've since requested that from the town manager. And so the fleet inventory, which is what it was called, that Cerise put together, was later moved over and became the plan. And you all remember this because we all looked at it, and that was when the number 2 wasn't on the list. Remember that conversation? It ended up being the excavator. And so what was laid out in this plan and further changed with the new plan was that number 5, which was a 2006 International dump truck, which original cost was 109, was going to be replaced in the 24 budget. And that was replaced. He ordered it in October. And number 9 was going to be replaced, which was the 2015 Explorer. Again, I'm working off on this list, so you understand my timetable. And I did this for transparency so that we would all understand where we were. Number 13, which is a 2018 250, originally purchased at $45,000. That was going to actually be 25, and that was going to be the fire department inspector. And that was the only, nothing else was in 25. So the 2 and the 24 was the dump truck and the Explorer, according to this. Now, nothing else in 25, but in 26, the 2016 Chevy pickup truck was going to be replaced. The 2019 550 dump truck plow was going to be replaced in 26. The 2019 250 plow truck was going to be replaced in 26. The 2019 Explorer was going to be replaced in 26. And again, that was a combination of this. So in the July 24, you received the CIP plan from the town manager and Nathan. I don't know if he was at the meeting. This is what's been replaced. Number 5, which is the 2006, was replaced in 24. It was $216,000 is what was listed at the price. 39, which wasn't mentioned up here, is the 2000 excavator. That was added in on this one, saying that it would be replaced in now. The second part of that, which is the revenues when it gets combined, number 13, which is the again the 250 Ford, 75,000, no dates or anything else. Then in 25-26, which is coming up, this is the next budget after the one you're working on. Number 9, which is the Explorer. It's for the CEO. That's supposed to be replaced in number 10, which is the 2016, is actually scheduled in that 25-26 year. And the 14, which is a 2019, was going to be replaced in 2026. So those are all online with what this ended up saying. What the town manager just said is that they ordered the truck, but it's not going to go until next year's budget, which is what was outlined here. It was proposed. So that is staying with all this paperwork that came together. The excavator I can't find anywhere until it was added in on this last one. Nor can I find any conversation saying that he had to replace it on any of the meetings I went back to. So all in all, the conversation about financing evidently was put off completely. I don't know if they looked into it. I didn't hear any response to that. But I do know that when I started to put together what was actually in the CIP plan to figure out whether this was doable, the reserve funds were kind of distorted. And I did meet with the town manager, and she explained that there were some issues. So because Brenda wasn't at work, she was working from home, and I had been talking to Cerise on some of the abbreviations. When you start to deal with this stuff, in the abbreviations, I didn't know what GL was, I guess it's General Ledger, and I called her and I said, I don't understand some of this stuff. The 86, so what I did is I listed all the things that were bought from July until September 29th. And that come out to about 116,000. There's another 10 that I didn't understand, so I'll just call it 120. But the rollover from last year, which you don't see in the budget, you don't see it until you look down bottom, and you can see it on your report, was 163,000. That was carried over to the 225. So I was under the impression that there was 388,000 carried over from last year. that's a good sum of money to carry over. And I didn't understand how that was possible buying the pickup truck, buying the dump truck. So I asked her, how do you buy a truck in October and outfit it and pay for it in September? And she said, well, the equipment came in June, but Nathan didn't want to pay for it until the fall. So he's going to try to see if he could get the invoice changed so that he could take it out of this year's budget. And that may be what they're dealing with right now, I don't know. But when you add that carryover and you subtract that all out, that's $87,000 that came out of this rollover. And it gets down to $264,000 this year that he currently has in it. Now, give or take 20 grand. But that's a heck of a lot more than 200,000 that he said at the budget meeting. And that's something we've not been able to nail down here since I've been on the Budget and Finance Committee, because there's problems with invoices coming in at the end of June, sometimes in July. It's a very complex and convoluted process, and I probably have 50 or 60 hours in just taking these three things, putting them together, going through the warrants, circling everything as a CIP, and really, some of it, like the pickup truck, $14,000 was a used pickup truck for a tassel top. There was a tool shed, a set of shelves that were $5,000 to $6,000.
Getting off track here.
Dennis, that's his budget. He's allowed to spend that.
I know that. I didn't say he wasn't allowed to do it.
But you're bringing this stuff up like he's not allowed to, and probably the best person to answer what's in that fund is Brenda or Sue. Once they get it
all I know
out,
is what Cerise told me.
you're trying to figure it out yourself.
This isn't, we've asked these questions over and over again for 3 years, so now I'm doing it myself. I'm going through the warrants that we signed. Teresa, please. We're going
But guess what we just found out is the books are messed up.
Yeah, 87,000 was carried over into this budget out of the 100. That's what Cerise said.
Cerise was wrong on things.
Well,
and
this
she's
one
wrong
was
on some of
something
the book
Nathan told her
things.
he was doing. So I bet you money.
What was that?
I'll bet you money that what she said was true to me, and that he didn't want Cerise.
Oh, no, Cerise is gone, so we can't even bring that up. So we're going with what's current on the books.
She made a copy of the receipt, just so you know. Just so you know.
I don't think this is appropriate to be discussing this because you're making assumptions on stuff.
Teresa.
I think it needs to come out of the finance director and the town manager to sit down with you, but not sit here and make assumptions.
I'm not doing assumptions. I'm talking about what I've signed off on the warrants.
Madam Chair, this is public comment. There's no back and forth.
Right.
Thank you.
There was a lot of back and forth last night.
Thank
And you were part of it.
This isn't public comment.
Well, let me-
This was questions that Don asked Dennis about his opinion on this, so it's not public comment.
Madam Chair, where are we on the agenda?
We have a motion on the floor to table the discussion of the consideration, where's the agenda, because it's not on my agenda. Consideration of financing a new dump truck and excavator. The motion is on the floor.
I'm trying to explain what the answer is, that if it's been purchased, it's going into the right month. I've done the work to say that it's doing that's proper, going into the right year, and that this is what's in the CIP that allows for it. He doesn't have to finance it. He doesn't even have, if it's going in the next year, he doesn't have to finance the excavator. So I think you heard what I had to say, and I think I was trying very hard to be transparent on what I've taken them off on. It's public warrants and public statements, and it's directly relative to whether or not you want to table it. So I think it's appropriate that he went to the next year.
Could I have some clarification? The CIP is a plan, it's not a funding document, correct?
Yes.
All right, okay, it doesn't give you the authority to spend a nickel.
It does.
It's just a plan.
Again.
It helps blunt.
I understand that, but it's a plan, it has no dollar value.
No, that's not how they use it with Nathan. He said that they let him spend it as he needs it.
And the other thing about the capital improvement plan is it should be for major non-recurring capital expenditures, not for shelving and tools and things like that, or a used pickup truck for somebody else. once again, that's something maybe that needs to be looked at.
Public parks information.
So we have a motion right now to, if we should postpone this. Do we want
To table it to the
table
next meeting.
Table to the next meeting. Do we want to continue this conversation? Because as the Budget Finance Committee, because
We're all interested in transparency and working to the plan. So I am interested in tabling this to the next meeting on November 8th.
I would agree with that.
And, okay, so the motion, so
I'll
who made the motion?
I'll make the motion.
Okay,
Table it till the next meeting, how's that?
all right, thank you. Is there a second?
yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, all in favor, is there any further discussion? No. Okay, all in favor of tabling to the next meeting on November 8th? All right, the motion carries.
Run around in circles.
All right. So now we are now at public comment. Do we have public comment?
I think you ought to watch the select board meeting and watch how they handled the minutes. Because it was financial matters that were not allowed to be changed and corrected.
Thank you. Peter?
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. So I hope you'll just indulge me. I was out of state for your last meeting, and so I did catch up afterwards and saw Sean's presentation on traffic safety. I believe he was speaking from a position of basically from the comprehensive plan and what we've garnered from as far as the feeling of the community. So if you'll indulge me for just a minute, I've just got a few things here. And just as a point of clarification, at last night's select board meeting, I did get up and make public comment, and it was basically to remind people of what's going on as far as the review of the draft version of the comprehensive plan and the dates for the public hearing. And the only time there was back and forth that I can recall was basically when I was asked questions from the board. So I believe that you can choose as a committee or a board to ask me questions or clarify things during my public comment. What was going on just there was back and forth. And I my understanding was, I guess I was confused because I thought we had gone into public comment, but I appreciate the fact I was reminded that there was still a motion on the table. Okay, so real quick, like I say, indulge me in this. I just have some documents that I have taken great pains to make very brief and also to highlight. You just pass
Thank
those
you.
down. Be expeditious, but obviously what I want to do is discuss. Are you sure? Is the one with the white and with the yellow sticking?
Oh, yes.
This has got yellow on it. Is this the one you're looking for?
No, that's right. It's got yellow in it. Oh, it's right here. Right here. All right, so basically the first front sheet basically was just reminding everyone that the draft comprehensive plan is now on the town website. Hopefully you've had a chance to review it. If not, please, I encourage you to do it. But in particular, under Raymond's priority goals and action listed at the beginning of the draft plan is the statement, invest in road and traffic improvements. So the committee was very adamant about getting that in right at the very beginning, as identifying from the feedback from the community that this is a major issue within the town. Also, if you look under goals, policies, and action items on page 36, the policy is improve road safety. The action item is purchase or lease portable solar power radar speed displays to collect data on speeding in Raymond. The responsible parties are the town manager, the select board, and the budget finance committee. So you should just be aware that in this document, there are things that we actually designated as the responsible parties to be this group. So you should be cognizant of that. Obviously, the implementation committee will be the ones that'll be getting in touch with you for those type of things. The time frame, and this is important, this is a priority action, okay? I'm not necessarily opposed to, and I'm not looking to start any heated debate, but when I heard the discussion at last month's meeting, one of the things I was hearing is kind of the sense that, well, you know, we really do have to study this. And, you know, we really, you know, maybe we get this data and we study it and we determine if this is a good way to go. And I understand you've got fiduciary responsibilities and you're not just going to do something like that. But I also know, being here for 30 plus years in this town, that the Raymond way is not always the most expeditious way. And that there are certainly things that happen that if we look back at the 2004 and then the implementation committee of 2010 when they had their final report, it was unfortunate how many of these 40 policies and action items actually hadn't been acted on, even the priority ones. And so I just give you that. Now, if you go through the documents, the first one I highlighted was radar speed feedback signs. And basically, I highlighted the pros and cons. And with anything else, there are pros and cons. And what everyone needs to be aware of is that there is no one solution to this issue. And that similar to affordable housing, we are not in a bubble. It's a community, it's a municipality, it's a city, town, state, national issue as far as speeding. What we do know is that there are more in the way of pedestrian deaths associated with traffic accidents today than there were 5 years ago. It may be that the accidents are down, but deaths to pedestrians, bicyclists, and walkers is more prevalent that those, if they're hit by a car, it'll be fatal. So the car is a cost-effective, yes. Compared to physical measures, just think about this for a second. This is the first step in trying to do something about what the citizens in this community say is a major issue. It's not the be-all, end-all. It's the first step. In the final stages, when a community can't take it anymore, there's speed tables, there's speed bumps, there's an active police force, there's road narrowing and island placement, all in an effort to try and slow the traffic down. I don't know a whole lot of people that are interested in that in their community. Unfortunately, what the reality is that those things have to happen at times when there's no other answer. So this is the first step. And really the science is called traffic calming, which is what it is. And the pros are that the moderate speed reduction was 2 to 8 miles per hour. Not a lot. With more significant reduction of excessive speeds of 10 plus miles per hour over posted speed limits. The cons, effectiveness may reduce overall time, may be reduced overall time unless there's regular police enforcement. So the data does show that. The combination of the two, there's almost no violence, or violations. So if you have a cop visible in a cruiser and you have one of these radar signs, nobody speeds. The other con is that it's not effective as regularly consistent law enforcement. So I think you're getting the whole point there. And under context, I highlighted that these devices typically are used in transitional zones or placed in an area like a school zone. So it does make sense to do that. Placing them everywhere to just slow someone down from going by your house isn't necessarily the strategy. But if you're coming off of 302 into the village, it absolutely is. If you're coming down this road when school is in session, it absolutely is. And it is effective, and it does work. But they've got to be strategically placed. Some of the arguments about, we need these big trailers with these big signs, if you notice, they're kind of disappearing. So I know that what we heard or what you heard at the last meeting was the fact that we have a couple of those. One of them doesn't work, and one of them we can borrow from the county. And, I guess my question is, would have been, had I been at that meeting, would have been, well, how long have we had that one that's broken? Did the county give it to us broken? No. So if they didn't give it to us broken, why can't we get a part? And can we not get a part because it's obsolete? And that's usually what I find is the most difficult part of relocating a part. But anyway, what I did price out was the fact that what I heard was $15,000 to $30,000. That's what I heard at the meeting, right? I've researched it. For the type that was being described, the ones on the trailer, $6,000 to $8,000 of that's for the trailer. You don't need it. What we're seeing more and more is the signs that are on posts. They're solar powered, that give the display, that collect data, that are removable from one post to another so you can move them around. And you can get them for under $10,000. And that's with all of the bells and whistles. So it's got Bluetooth capability. You don't have one of your public works guys scaling up on top of the pole to pull the thing. They push and click and they download the data and it's there. Anyway, the next one I went into was the residents address speeding through rural towns. I just thought it was interesting to get something from Maine. And the highlight is signs probably are our first thing that we're going to try to see if that does anything at all. And then we'll just keep trying until we reach a solution. Maybe it'll be a speed table or speed bumps or narrowing the roads, all highly expensive or irritating compared to a sign. But once again, this resident was saying, we'll start there. It's someplace to start. Not only will it, has the data showed that it will calm the traffic, won't resolve the issue of speeding, it'll calm the traffic, but it will also collect data. So, not to bore you too much, but like one more on the in the towns in Maine, so that we just have this as established. Enhanced enforcement, I think that really works, said Senator Rosen. It works. It worked in Hampton. It's worked in Stockton Bridge, Searsport. So I'd like to see that happen. I don't want to get it lost, and I guess I would ask a question, although I'm not looking for a back and forth. I haven't heard in any of the discussions at this committee, how is the Cumberland County Sheriffs paid for their hours here? Is it budgeted, or is it part of our county taxes?
County taxes.
Yeah, county commissioners.
So in fact, Raymond is not directly paying or budgeting for our sheriff's service. We contract with them for a certain number of hours, and they assign us. No, we don't contract them for a certain.
No.
So we get what they have available.
Yes. Yeah.
And for that, that is paid out of our tax to the county.
Right.
Yes.
It's provided to us by.
So if we were to want, like, let's say Naples or some of these other surrounding communities have done, which is to ask for additional coverage hours, would that also come out of the Cumberland County tax?
No.
No, we would pay that individually.
Correct.
Okay. So that was just, I just want to get a point of clarification as far as, who's paying for this? How many hours do we get? How many more hours could we get? I don't want to be lost in the fact that that everything in all of the research I've done is very clear.
Right.
The number one modifier of the speed on your roads is a visual of a police officer.
They did say that they were short-staffed, so it would be difficult. So that was one of the things.
Absolutely, and I understand that. Firefighters, rescue people, police, everybody's short-staffed, right? However, there are area communities that have been able to secure additional hours. And I guess my thinking is, and this isn't as the comprehensive plan, it's just as my thinking is, what you do is you would get those additional hours for sheriff's coverage, and you would say, you're not going to house break-ins, you're not going to get cat out of the tree. What you're going to do is you're going to police the roads, and you're going to be highly visible, and you're going to be at many different places.
That's not gonna work.
That doesn't work.
They're gonna have to, they're charged with enforcing the laws of the state of Maine, so if there's a cat in a tree is probably not one, but if there's a domestic violence, if there's an incident where, that crosses into the legal realm of the sheriff's office, they're gonna have to respond to that, but you could certainly, and having been in 2 towns with municipal police departments, you could certainly say, we'd like you to emphasize, on traffic control. You could do that, and I'm sure that the towns where they do work, they do get some level of input as to what they'd like to see. But ultimately, I think it's going to be the sheriff and the administration of the sheriff's department that is going to determine how that's going to work.
So I appreciate that. I don't want to be lost on the fact that I believe personally what we need to do is pursue more in the way of policing and for those police being visible for traffic control. As a suggestion, when you're putting up these radar feedback signs and you put them up at the school, if on a certain day the cruiser, the sheriff's car doesn't have to sit there right at the school because public's never going to know when he's sitting there or when he's not. Maybe he can then be going someplace else and sitting someplace else to be visible. So once again, this is just another tool in the toolbox. So anyway, the signs are portable, allowing city staff to move them to different areas where people tend to go above the posted speed limits. I think that was a reflection, and this is basically coming from a town in Maine and what the citizens were giving them feedback on. So does that mean that there's going to be additional cost associated with town employees for downloading this information, moving them around strategically and all that? Absolutely. It's a lot easier to move these signs around than it is to move a trailered Hulk that you have to park off to the side of the road. Anyway, I just also highlighted down that the town of Bar Harbor, Maine installed 6 new radar speed signs to help enforce the speed limits. And that came from Sarah Gilbert, who was the finance director and interim town manager. So there was necessarily support for these things that has to come from the municipality. Then I just gave you a very quick basic chart. The red line is the one that I draw your attention to. And that's that speed reductions were 6 to 8 miles an hour in the 85th percentile. I ran across this a lot as far as the 85th percentile. That's kind of what's looked at in road management in general, and it's what's in the national guidelines for that's what you look at for real speeding being an issue and out of control. And what you can see in this graph is that this is long term. This was done over a year. So I guess my question, and I could pull up 24 of these studies that basically are all saying the same thing. So I guess my question as to whether we need to study this for a year before we get to the point of implementation or not, or whether we have to wait for the comprehensive plan to be approved before we can start looking forward to doing some of these things. I got to tell you, that's not the sense I get from the community. Maybe we'll get more feedback in the next few months, but what I'm getting from the feedback from the community is that this is out of control, has been out of control for a while, hasn't really been addressed, and something needs to be done about it. And we've also got a question here about how are speed limits set and changed? And this was surprising to me. The state of Maine is the one that regulates it. It doesn't matter if it's a town road or if it's a state road or a federal road, whatever. It's MDOT that's going to assign, well, not a federal road, but state roads or our community roads. And what we can do, the town isn't able to change legal speed limits on the roadway, only to modify and add regulatory signage to help enforce that speed limit. So nothing is prohibited as far as us establishing these signs, the radar feedback and the like. We don't need MDOT's blessing to do that. And then lastly, if a citizen is concerned with altering the speed limit, the legal speed limit, they can speak to the town engineer. I guess it would be our public works people or whoever our road person is, and that person could speak then to the select board, and that the select board can then approach the Maine DOT about changing the speed limit. What I did find, and when I heard when I reviewed the video from your last meeting, there was a caller that called in, and she said something about be careful about what you ask for, because she was asking about a reduction of speed on Egypt Road, and they increased the speed, and that's right in here. Please note that Maine DOT can say that their own study supports no change, that their study does not recommend lowering the speed limit, and on rare occasion, they have even actually raised the speed limit. So they have the option to do that. So as far as just to be aware that that can happen. So anyway, I bring this all to your attention because we're really getting to the 10th of the 11th hour as far as the Comprehensive Plan Committee goes. And I got to tell you, hallelujah, I'm just about done with this. But having said that, we've taken great pains to be very unambiguous with directions to the implementation committee that's going to follow us in getting this done. And what we also need is backing from all of the committees and boards in town to address those issues of priority. When we assigned a time frame for each of these goals or actions. There are 4 timelines. There's short term, which is 1 to 2 years where we expect to see action, medium term, which is 3 to 5 years, and then there's long term, which are 5 to 10 years. But priority is just that. The time frame is priority. It's to be done first thing, the priority things, so that we don't end up like we did in 2010 with a significant number of priority projects that hadn't even been moved on. So thank you for your time.
I did have a question. I know we had discussed putting one of those signs up. Does anyone know if one of those speed signs went up anywhere in the town?
You're talking about the
Like
electronic
you're talking
one?
about the trailer, on the one on the trailer, yeah. I know they
that
mentioned they were gonna, I haven't
seen
seen
that.
one.
That would be
so-
a, that would be
It was
a,
in the minutes. I was reading the minutes.
that would be a question for the Public Works Director.
Right.
The one we own doesn't work, and it was, Nathan said he'd borrow one from the sheriff, but
Okay.
who knows how long you'd have to wait to get one from the sheriff.
A long time, but, and to answer your question, I think one of the signs was a surplus sign, at least unless things have changed since I've been gone, but one was a surplus sign. We got it to support the Derby. Kevin and Nathan got it working. It works, you know, well, no, that's an advisory sign. But I think the county sign should be repairable. The other sign may be from surplus, but I don't know. That I'm now maybe confusing an advisory sign with a speed sign, but I'm guessing that the one that was the county provided is probably a minor repair, but it's probably getting the part, getting it installed, getting it working again. But I love your idea about the pole mounted. That makes way more sense. And I mean, I only have one other thing I'd say about speed zoning and speed regulation from another community, again, having gone through this, 30 years ago, and doing the speed zones with the state of Maine, putting up the early signs with advisory signs, really putting a lot of pressure, police pressure on the areas where we were getting complaints. And what happened? We had a tremendous amount of people stopped for speeding. In most cases, the people who lived there and were complaining.
Yeah, and I know they had mentioned something too about putting in, you mentioned the narrowing of roads and putting in the speed bumps. And I remember someone saying that because of public safety, we could not do that.
Yeah, you don't want to do that.
And that was because some of the main roads, like Mill Street and 302, and you just can't.
Portland put them in and took them out.
Yeah, you don't want to, speed bumps, I heard that in the meeting,
And I
I think
totally
last
get
night,
it.
that's a bad idea.
Yeah, but I did think one of those signs was movable and ready to go. I thought that was.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had, if I remember what Nathan said, he said that it only displays one speed, and it was
I thought that was
higher.
the broken one. I thought that wasn't the one that they said worked. I thought they said there was one he could borrow that.
I thought he could borrow one.
He could borrow
You,
one.
you can borrow from the sheriff's department, but the problem is everybody wants to borrow it.
Got it.
I don't know how many they have,
Gotta
but
wait in
you have to
line.
go on a wait list, I think. So you'll be waiting. But the one that he got from the sheriff's department should be relatively modern and repairable.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just make it clear, I'm not a proponent of speed bumps or speed
yeah.
tables, but in fact, I was using that as, that's the extremist. So when a community is at the point where there's nothing else they can tolerate, or in fact, speeding is, and crashes are actually just out of the question, that's where what it can come to. So that actually, this is a relatively soft approach to begin with. That is not as expensive as I believe it was being painted for you in a previous conversation.
We had a nice pothole by my house, and it worked beautifully until they filled it. It was a great speed to turn. Yep.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. Anybody on Zoom have any public comments? Okay. Hearing none. Budget Finance Committee comments. Everybody's all set?
Yeah, nothing for me.
Okay, we've discussed the next meeting. Adjournment, is there a motion to adjourn?
Make that motion.
My second.
All right, all in favor? Okay, thank you. Stand adjourned.
The penalty, and they can be significant.
Yeah.
Depending on where you live, the
right.
town, whether it's got power in front of it, all kinds of these things, so.
Yeah.
But that's a concern of mine when it comes to open space. Everything we've talked about has more to do with, I don't know, regulating people harder. And I think we ought to be looking at something different. And some of this wouldn't be an issue at town level. It might be at state level or even the federal level.
Yeah, I would agree with you. Unfortunately, the taxation isn't something that we have any control over. And then the maximizing subdivisions, is there a particular language? I think that is also more, is that a planning board decision on zoning, or is that a zoning board? Do I have that flip-flopped?
Can I ask a question related to that? So Raymond has open space subdivision standards. It's been a long time since I've looked at them. I don't know. But in most towns that allows you to sort of get additional, to sort of cluster the housing in one area and preserve.
Yep.
So, if it seems like that's not, maybe those standards aren't as effective as they could be. Is that kind of what you're saying, Greg? Is that like you should be allowed to cluster more housing and then preserve larger tracts of land?
I can't prove this in any way, but I think if you took a piece of property and you were allowed to put as many houses as you can in it without creating any open space, that you might save another woodlot somewhere down the road from being developed, because there's only so many houses people want to buy. But the way we're doing it now, it's, my colleagues, other foresters, Rennie, my dad, we've experienced this where we just see land get chewed up a lot faster than if you could just, have 1 or 2 acre house lots, this doesn't sound good, just fill a lot up with houses, and maybe we'd be spared the next woodlot from being subdivided.
So there is a tool, sort of, for doing that, which is called Transfer of Development Rights, or TDR. The town of Gorham has used this really effectively, and basically it's more complicated than this, but the very simplified version is that you identify places where you want to see housing, and you identify places where you want to encourage, large tracts of forest to remain forest. And then the person, this is one of those things that's harder to explain than it is to understand, but basically the person, you can buy someone's development rights, right? So like if I own 20 acres of forest, I can sell those development rights to someone so they can then build more housing on a parcel in the growth area, and then in exchange my parcel doesn't get developed. Does that make sense?
Oh, I've heard of that.
Gorham does it successfully.
Gorham uses this a lot. It can be complicated to administer, because, as it shows, I have a hard time explaining it, but it is like a very well-established tool that allows you to kind of have, to basically what Greg is saying, use up a parcel in one area in exchange for keeping large blocks of habitat.
But I guess the other part of that is, Greg, you're saying we're not, in your mind, doing enough to encourage the, like, keeping this land undeveloped. Right, everything is pushing in one direction that's,
Yeah, I think house lot.
making it harder and harder to keep these large tracts of land.
Like, well, the little development right here in town, behind the shopping center, I don't see anything wrong with that. There's, houses are close to each other, and they got a few trees scattered between them, and I just don't see why a woodlot can't be used that way. And you compare that to going across the street out behind, well, the vets on Route 302, that it's a fully stocked forest. It's got houses scattered all through it, and it's a resource that you really can't use. You just can't go and convince a bunch of landowners to thin their woods or even harvest their trees, and they're just going to grow up. And I've witnessed this many times. They actually become liabilities. You got to pay someone to go in and remove the trees using cranes and things like that. And I don't know. I see it a little differently when it comes to large house lots and utilizing or not maximizing the utilization of a property for I know people don't like housing develops. They don't like seeing more houses, but what I see, I think, is worse. So that's my humble opinion.
I think we could definitely, I'm looking at the draft future land use plan, and in the rural areas, we talk about all new housing here should follow open space subdivision standards. And we can add a little language in there to add in the clustering of housing or higher densities of housing to promote leaving undisturbed land undisturbed, if that's something the committee is interested in. I think we could also, I think Sam is reading your subdivision ordinance right now, and we could also add in a goal or an action to, the comp plan doesn't really we're not going to change zoning in the comp plan, but we could add in an action to review or amend, if necessary, the open space subdivision standards to encourage denser housing, which, like Greg said, when you encourage denser housing, you have the benefit of preserving more habitat blocks and forest blocks kind of contiguous to each other.
I think it would be a good idea, anyway, to direct these things to be reviewed anyway. I don't see the harm in adding it as a goal that whatever responsible party that be, I don't know if it's the planning board or zoning board. I don't even know if there is a zoning board. But
appeals.
Yeah, there's an appeal. So a planning board. That they review these things, study them, look at them. I don't see, I think
that's all I'm asking for, is we take a little different approach to this. I feel like I'm the only guy that believes in this stuff, that we're destroying another resource at the same time trying to think we're protecting the lakes. And
I think it's worthy of review of anything to see if there's a better way that it can be done.
Well, I mean, our current plan to have rural area, which is probably the biggest area of town, and the current zoning is rural residential and rural, right, for the large parts of town, and
yeah,
and the rural residential and the rural part, it occupies a significantly larger area than the rural residential. I may be wrong on that, but it's a substantial portion. And in terms of encouraging, the larger woodlots are, I'm guessing mostly, there are a number of large woodlots on the rural zone Raymond as we know it now, which the current plan is not seeking to adjust those boundaries too terribly much. Am I wrong on that? from what they are now?
No, they're not changing, no.
Shoreland zone stays where it is, village, all that stays
Yep.
where it is. You know, rural residential boundaries we aren't present to change those so much. But it seems like, Greg, that I would think most of your larger forest activity projects would be happening in the rural part of Raymond. Maybe that's.
Yeah, that's true.
Peter, I know you have something to say. Jackie, I know you also. Peter, go first.
Yeah, I guess to Kayla's point, and what I'd say to Greg is basically, and this has been my experience on other committees. Take for example, a school board. What they have is a regular schedule for review of major policies. And I don't think it would be outside of the purview of this committee to say in the plan that what we'd like to see of the major committees within the town, whether it be the select board or it be the planning board, that what they do is set up a schedule for regular reviews. And that would kind of then allow for discussion, public comment, and suggestions as to where things may be changed. So that might be something that could be incorporated into the plan, so that there be a regular request or a requirement that there be some sort of a schedule posted for regular review of major policies and ordinances. I think the other thing, just to mention a couple of things that Greg said, I believe what our data showed is that since the 2000, at least until the 2004 comprehensive plan, the building in this town has primarily or overwhelmingly been single-family homes on large lots. And certainly that might be something to look at again, because it hasn't changed, and it would allow for at least some opportunity to look at more in the way of density, and where we could practically increase density and then preserve open space. And in some respects, and I know Kate mentioned that word that I cringe now when I hear it, a growth area. But in the growth areas, obviously through legislation recently, density was increased within the state in all growth areas based on the recent legislation. So that's been addressed, but it's addressed in the designated growth areas as far as being able to put more structures on smaller parcels of land. And just lastly, I believe we got the message from collecting the data on grants. And I don't disagree at all with Greg as far as saying that, it's great to say grants, but the bottom line is, where does that money come from? And I agree wholeheartedly with him. It comes from the taxpayer. That's where that money comes from. It doesn't get printed somewhere, or it doesn't come from a magic pot. It basically comes from everybody's taxes. That being said, the message I got from the community was more or less that they want to see us looking more at grants. And while I am conscious as a citizen of the country as to what's happening, on the federal level and even what's happening on the state level, I'm going to kind of be a little selfish here and say, this is Raymond's plan. And if Raymond can benefit by getting some support from the state or federal government in order to achieve the goals of this plan, I believe I would endorse that. I believe the plan should endorse that. And I believe what we've heard from the public is that they endorse that as well.
Just real quick to add to that, Peter, it was also something that when we did our department head interviews that was talked about a lot, was having a staff member that could spend more time with grants. So I think that where we're coming from that is the feedback. And again, it's not exactly our plan per se, but the community's plan. Sorry, Jackie.
I was just going to say that other benefits from what Greg was mentioning is that, these sort of cluster type developments will create, I think, more sense of community within the town, and that's something that we've seen echoed over and over again from feedback from the citizens. And if we're looking at these village zone type areas, perhaps driving some of those more densely clustered development near those areas where there may be sidewalks. Maybe sidewalks can be part of development plans. Maybe there can be sort of incentives or TIFs or something like that that would encourage the development to create spaces that are more pedestrian friendly and more, drive people to a more community feel. Where as if you're, everybody has their own 3-acre lot. You're all very independent of one another, so.
I wouldn't like to see Greg's idea lost in the shuffle. I think it's something that really needs to be explored, and say something about what Jackie has said. If this area is going to be a new village area, wouldn't it make sense that the rural sections that surround this could use that type of development? I know if you look at the developments taking place on Tenny Hill, I can remember when there were no houses up there, and that's not that long ago, and now there's 60+ houses up there. But the problem is, they're all on 3-acre lots. And neighbors don't get to know neighbors. If you're 3 acres away, you don't know your neighbor. I would almost bet that most people who live on that road really don't know their neighbors. And the reason is there's no proximity. And I think we need more proximity. Jackie is saying, you build a community, you have to get to know who your neighbors are. And probably if it was in a development in which there were sidewalks and people could get around by walking on sidewalks, they'd meet their neighbors more often and become a community. So I wouldn't want to lose what Greg is saying we should be looking at, because I think it can make a difference if in fact we are going to build this into a village area.
Kate, do you have a good suggestion on where we can put a goal of review of all major policies and ordinances by major committees?
Yeah, so for the, I think there's one thing that I did think of is most of the state goals include a goal that says to review your land use ordinances. So we can either build on that or call it out, make it more specific, or we can have an additional local goal. It doesn't really matter either way, because I know those state goals tend to kind of get buried because there's so many of them. So if anyone has any thoughts on if you want to have a separate local goal or a state goal, I do think we should add, and I'm not sure exactly what heading it comes under yet, but we should add a local goal to review rural residential zoning and open space subdivision standards to encourage, clustering of housing where possible to preserve more blocks of forest or habitat. I think those should be that should be a distinct goal, because that's kind of an actionable, zoning review, ordinance change kind of thing that a board would have to go through.
Which goal? Shall we add that to?
Yeah, I guess.
I've been poring over them, trying to find a nice little place to tuck it in.
We could put it under conserving Raymond's most important natural resources for the open space subdivision and rural zoning. I think that really ties in there.
Or is there something in the goal about community connections and things that could focus on more, encourage developers with cluster style developments that might encourage, or that might include community resources such as sidewalks and public space and common areas?
Yeah, I think that also makes sense. Like I said, I haven't recently looked at the subdivision ordinance, but so sidewalks are probably not required at all now. So we could have in there like review Raymond's subdivision standards to set, kind of a threshold for when community amenities like sidewalks need to be implemented. So some towns have like, if it's 10 lots or more, you need to build a sidewalk, things like that.
Sidewalks are a lot easier to put in beforehand than they are afterhand, like on Main Street.
Yeah. So we could put that goal under the create more opportunities for community connection. And then we could put something under natural resources for the review of open space subdivision and rural zoning standards. Does that work?
I think that sounds like it makes sense. And it seems, Greg, that it would have to be really on a case-by-case, a lot-by-lot project. It's a flag, a yellow sticky for the planning board to look at. Here comes a 40-lot, 40-acre parcel subdivision. They want to put 20 acres aside, or 15 for open space, and push all the houses in the rest of the corner. There's still some value, even though there may not be a forest harvest value there. There's probably some other natural resource benefits that come from having 15 of those acres undeveloped. There might be some sensitive wetlands in there and other habitats or whatever. But the action item will really be for this to be on the planning board's menu, to be thoughtful about how they can respond to proposals that don't overconsume viable tracts of land for forest harvest. So I'm kind of hearing it as more of a kind of parcel by parcel thing, rather than something we can really resolve by a whole, zoning district-wide approach.
Yeah. No, I think anything. If we
put more
look at
thought to it.
any other ideas other than, we've done a number of subdivisions, and we've wound up with 5, 6, 8 acres of open space, and it's all generated out of the lot size, the total size of the parcel to begin with, and those just aren't manageable.
That's not useful. So maybe there's a minimum that an open space subdivision can set aside, like pick a number, 10 acres. I mean, what's the minimum on tree growth? 10 acres?
10.
Yeah,
so let's not approve subdivisions that have 9 acres of open space, or let's be thoughtful about how we do it, I think is the action.
Yeah, I think definitely this is something that we should be setting a goal for the planning board, as part of their yearly, or however often it would be, review of policies.
Yeah.
Yep, we will add some goals in there, and I think when you next get a draft from us, we'll highlight what has changed, because when we send you our next draft, it's going to be formatted too, so it will look different. So we will highlight what's changed since the last one. Do you want us to add anything in about exploring other programs, like a transfer of development rights program?
I don't like them, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't.
I mean, I guess I was kind of assuming that would just be something that a planning board would be looking at all the options, or if someone said, hey, what about this option? I don't know.
Yeah, we can write a goal that structures it in a way that is like, I think there needs to be a discrete goal for reviewing the subdivision and open space subdivision standards, but then there can be something that's more generally review ordinances and, potential programs that could support this, such as that.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep, I like that.
Good.
Is there a goal specifically for the growth areas in how they're designed?
Let me see. I don't know if we did. We did include reviewing the current design guidelines and amending zoning to allow small-scale mixed-use development in the villages.
Because I think, to Greg's point, if you kind of consolidate density in one area, like the growth areas are supposed to be, even at the new LD 2003 density, we're still going to end up with relatively large lots and houses. And I guess if the point of that village growth area is to have like your classic New England town with your like Main Street and your stores and people are parking and grabbing coffee and walking. And you've got, 20 different stores that you can all walk to and you only park once. I don't know that that's actually allowed under our current zoning. Like, I don't know that we could actually build that. And so I think if we are going to ask the planning board to look at things, I think highlighting those growth areas for, I don't know, a master plan essentially, or something, to have them look at that, I think that would be worth our while. Because it'd be a shame to just have a bunch of single-family homes in these growth areas and that would be it.
So I think another thing we can touch on here is, so under the state's required future land use goals, they have the action to, using the descriptions provided in the future land use plan and narrative, maintain, enact, or amend local ordinances as appropriate. So that's a very vague way to say, do what you said you were going to do in your future land use plan.
Mm-hmm.
We can add some more local goals to that future land use section, which could include what we've just been talking about, as well as what you're talking about now, John. If you want to do that, to be more specific about the steps to take in terms of future land use beyond what we've already highlighted.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. I'd be in
Okay.
favor of using the state mandated guidelines to incorporate that in, because I think what it also does is gives a little bit more authority to it.
Yeah, I think we can add some, so I think so that is the other option, is the things you're just talking about, those can all really fall under future land use, if that makes sense to people.
Good.
Sounds like we're in agreement over this.
Okay, great. And I think, John, what you were saying, we can, where's the goal about 302 master plan? I guess so that we have a 302 master plan. I guess I personally try to avoid too many plans to plan in these.
Agreed, yeah.
So I hesitate to do something like, we need a village master plan. But we could put that in there, or we could put something into just specifically say amend local zoning ordinances to allow the type of traditional New England village development, described in the future land use plan.
I like that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thanks.
So we'll add some local goals to the future land use section. I think that will kind of call this out a little more specifically.
All right. Any other comments, concerns? I'm not seeing any. Okay. I just have one, because I didn't go back and look. Did we decide on the introduction that we began in the spring of 2023, or did we begin in August of 2022? I didn't look back. I don't know what we decided
I
on.
believe it was August 2022.
Okay. So,
Yeah,
That was our.
that's right. That was our
David Sam in the introduction.
Yeah. Oh, what was our other?
You said spring of 2023, and I thought, oh, well, maybe we decided on something different.
Did we say 2023 on accident?
The spring of 2023, but it really should be, we were appointed in
Okay, yeah, so
Our
I think
first
in the new draft.
June. Our first meeting was August of 2022.
Yeah, we updated
Right.
to August 22 in here.
Yeah.
We did have,
Okay, because it says second draft. Am I looking at
is
the
it?
wrong thing?
I don't know.
That's not in acknowledgements, it's in introduction.
Oh, you caught it. Thank you. Yeah,
Okay.
an introduction.
I was thinking,
Thank
I
you.
must be going nuts. All right.
We had one, speaking of the introduction, we were reviewing notes from the last meeting. Who is Brad McCurtain? What category is he under in acknowledgement?
So I actually had another point to that. I didn't really like former committee member, and I know this is kind of nitpicky. I would like to put June
of 2022 to, I think it was April of 2023, in the parentheses instead of former committee member, to acknowledge the time frame as opposed to former. I just,
Yeah, I didn't like the idea of the former either.
We just
I-
didn't really know who he was.
Yeah, so he was a member of the committee who resigned. What I would say is that I was envisioning it more as not listed under committee, but for both the former town manager and the former member of the, that we just acknowledged their help on the plan, and not really lump them into any one category other than just an acknowledgement of their help.
I had the same question mark with Don Willard.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, this idea of the former, I'd rather call out a date that they helped or served.
We could do that, or just a general acknowledgement.
Or
Thanks for
some
their
sort
help.
of acknowledgement, for their help as well. I don't care either way how that's handled. Is there a preference?
I think I'm mentioning both of them at the, like, under.
A thank you to the members who helped and also to
I like
Brad.
the times.
Yeah.
I
You
like the
like the
dates.
times?
I like the dates.
Yep, dates are good.
So leave them in there, but add the dates.
I mean, Brad was a committee member.
Yeah.
From the time, I mean, that's why I kind of like the date idea.
Sure.
Because it acknowledged the fact that
So I believe in the timeline that I presented, it gives the date when the select board reduced the size of the committee.
reduction in the comprehensive plan committee membership, I saw that, and that's where I got my April from.
In April.
So in April, so I figured June
August
to
to
April, or because we were technically appointed
Yes.
in June
22.
of 22. So if we can change the former for Brad to June of 2022 to April 23, and then possibly the same for Don Willard, that he was a contributing member of town staff from June 2022 to May? June, okay, to June to 23.
That was when he went out on FMLA.
Okay,
Also,
that makes sense. Yep.
You know, we did just, sorry, I'm trying to pull it up. We just had a town where the town manager retired during the comp plan, and I'm trying to look at what we wrote.
Yeah, if you have any other suggestion, that'd be great. I just didn't, for both of them, I just didn't like the former.
Well,
Yeah, so we had, in another town, we said the comp plan team would like to acknowledge the service of town manager Nathaniel Tupper, who recently retired after X number of years of service to the town. So we could also put something like that in there, because Don was here a long time, if you think that would be appropriate.
do we want to have something for Chris Hansen as well? I know he was here at the beginning. I know he hasn't been here recently, but
He is mentioned in town staff.
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
He's still helping us in the background.
Okay, great.
He was.
He must have had something come up. He told me he intended to be in on Zoom tonight.
No problem.
Do you want to have just a one sentence acknowledgement for Don, or?
Again, I'm completely
Okay.
impartial to that idea. I don't know if there's a consensus, whether we just want to do the dates or an actual sentence.
I don't feel strongly about it.
Let's just stay with the dates.
Okay.
It just keeps it even, I guess. That's okay with everybody else.
Yep.
Good.
Did you get those dates down?
That was, one more small thing. Sorry.
Yeah.
The introduction.
Yep.
The second sentence, the plan effort builds upon the past planning efforts. I just want to take out the first effort.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
plan builds upon. That's all.
Yep.
That's all I have. So I think that there are no other concerns. Okay. So do we need to formally accept this in any way? Or we're just saying
We'll do
this is good?
So I think that will be, I just want to point out also for Sue's benefit, Sue did send us some very minor edits. Those will be reflected in the next draft.
Okay.
So I think you can do that at the next meeting, we're gonna bring you a formatted draft where all these changes have been reflected. It will have lots of pictures in it. That will be the point at which you can take a vote to make this public, and we can determine the actual public comment period and start to think about a date for a public hearing.
Okay. All right. Well then, I guess Peter.
And Kate, would the committee be getting that in advance of the next meeting?
Probably 1 week out, like usual. And I will try to make sure we note where changes were made, so you don't have to read the entire thing.
Okay. All right. All right. I think we can move on. All right, new business. Select board workshop recap. So that was last week. I would like to thank town staff for their enormous effort of basically moving the broadcast studio to the Jordan Small Middle School gym. It was a wonderful setup, and I appreciate all the work and effort that was put into that. Peter and I were there, as was Jackie, Sean,
Frank?
You and Frank was also there, sorry. I thought there was a few citizens in attendance. There was also, I would say, members from just about every committee, 1 or 2 members from every committee in the town, for the most part, major committees anyway. I'm relatively happy. I think that Peter and I had discussed sort of our goal, and our goal for this was to make sure that the people who would be carrying on the torch had an idea of what's been put in thus far, where we're at, and maybe get a glimpse of what their responsibilities may or may not be after the fact. But I was happy with it. Peter, do you have any comments?
Yeah, Kayla, I think that a couple of things. We after that workshop ended, Kayla and I both had a nice conversation with a representative from the planning board, and he was very appreciative of the information that was provided. Complimented this committee on the amount of work that we've done. He had one ask that I thought was important. I believe Kayla did as well, and that was that and Kayla summarized it very well at the end. That basically this committee has just about finished its work, and so really the work now goes to the committees within town, the leadership of the town, and the citizens in general that are interested in this plan to have it go forward in the implementation phase. The planning board member was very clear, though, saying, please, before you wrap up your work, just make sure that you've made it as clear as possible for us on the planning board to see exactly what it is that this plan is hoping to achieve over the next 10 to 20 years. And we have discussed that to some point in this committee. The fact that the implementation phase is easily as difficult, if not more difficult, than what we've just done over the last 24 months. So that was, I thought, an important ask. So I just would reinforce that with everybody in this committee, that what we really need to do, along with North Star's help, is to really crystallize as much as possible the direction that we've basically been informed by the community as to where the Raymond should be going over the next 10 to 20 years. Otherwise, like I say, I'm someone who's basically always expecting more in the way of public participation. It's probably an over-expectation on my part, but the process has tempered that a little bit myself. That being said, I will tell you that I was hopeful that there would be more in the way of interaction between the number of people there from the committee, from town leadership, as far as their thoughts or ideas going forward. We got some, but once again, I'm probably never going to be satisfied that it was enough. But I did get a sense from a number of the individuals that were up there on that panel that represent the town that they were interested. To varying degrees. I believe that we started off by asking or polling the individuals up at the table there from the committees, boards, leadership, and the like. How many of them just raise your hand, how many of you are familiar with the website and about half of the hands went up, which I have to be satisfied with. I wouldn't totally be satisfied unless everyone raised their hand, but once again, that's my own problem, and I think that overall we achieved what we were attempting to achieve, which is to make sure that those individuals involved with the town are familiar with what we've done, and once again, the ask being that now they need to take the torch and go forward with it.
I did get a comment. It was the same comment. One was from a committee member, and one was from the same comment was from a just a citizen. And they said that was a really good meeting, and they wish that more people had attended. And they asked me what we can do, if anything, to get the notice out there a little bit better, because they both said that was an excellent meeting. I wish that more people had attended.
I know that one of the comments was communication from one of the citizens, that, you know, we don't know what's happening. I think that that's really hard, because you put it out there, it's in the paper, it's on boards, it's broadcast out. I just don't, outside of knocking on people's doors personally and saying, hey, did you hear about this? I'm just not sure how one reaches people more. I mean, I think I don't know the answer to that. I don't know how, when you already are, I think, trying your hardest to put things out there in a format that citizens might utilize. I mean, I don't know if it went on. I don't know what our
on Facebook.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I mean, I don't know how else you do that. I don't know how else you get it across. And I hate to do this, but honestly, I feel like the onus is on the citizens. That if you want to be involved, then you need to check. Because I don't know how else, even as a committee, as a town, can communicate anymore. I don't know if it's an airplane with a sign going across, I don't know.
I just say, Caleb, my experience has been that it's, when I see the most response from the community is when it's something that's controversial. You know, so if all of a sudden someone is proposing a zoning change down on 302 where people have houses, all of a sudden you see a lot of activity. If you're talking about building a solar farm next to a residential area, you know what?
Broadcast studio.
There you go. All of a sudden you've got that response. So I have to take it that a lot of what we're doing or discussing is not, I'm going to assume, was not that controversial, and it doesn't bring people out.
They're not as interested. Frank?
I think we lost that communication in town when we lost the dump. When people went to the, seriously, when people went to the dump on Saturday, they talked town business.
That's true.
And we don't have a dump. There's no place for people to get together and talk town business. That's the whole idea of community. 90% of Raymond does not have community. They really don't. Yeah. And without community, you don't get a dialogue about what's happening in town.
So even, and I know Sue, you must want to talk, that we had that summer survey that we were hounding people and handing out cards. We had a better success rate with our pom-pom surveys. I mean, because we met them where they were. Mm-hmm. We were right in their face. Mm-hmm. So again, I think in general, public participation in events that they are not directly affecting them in that moment just are not that interesting and worthy of missing your, I don't know, favorite nighttime show or eating dinner with your family. I mean, right? I mean, that's when all this happens. So I know that's a comment, is how do we get it out there? You're right. Will we ever be satisfied with the participation that we're getting? No, probably not. I think that's just the nature of this. Now, Sue.
Well, I just have an anecdotal little fun fact. There are a whopping 4 people watching us on YouTube. Hi, guys. But that's all we have right now on YouTube is 4.
And along with that, so I guess what I'd say is that however I did get to view today that workshop in its entirety, And so what we
Yeah,
can
it's
do
out
is
there.
certainly promote as much as possible that people just have to go to IPTV and, on the Raymond website, and they can watch the entire 2 hours, or they can scroll to just a particular place that they want to, and at their leisure, they can look at it.
And it's commercial free.
Yeah.
Sorry, you can go, Sean.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to point out, at the next meeting, we'll talk a little bit about getting the word out about the public comment period, but we can choose to have this public comment period include Election Day. And I have a suspicion that this is going to be a fairly popular Election Day. So just keep that in mind, that we do have a really good opportunity when a lot of people from Raymond will be in one place during this public comment period.
Thank you.
Kayla, did you keep the pom-poms?
Do you like the plan?
Do you like the plan? I do have all those pom-poms. They have not been donated yet.
What would the questions be? We've asked them a couple times now, and would it be as simple as, are you prepared to vote in favor of adopting the comprehensive plan in, what is it going to be?
I was thinking more informational than polling people.
But like have the plan available for
We can
preview?
even have some
Is that
like
what you-
print, yeah, we could have,
Some
you
hard
know,
copy.
Like hard copies to look through?
yeah, a link to the online, links to
And
the online
links.
version, so we can, maybe if people can table it, or just have big signs up being like, hey, comprehensive plan, don't miss
Maybe
it.
if we gave them, like, even on pieces of paper, like, here's where you go. Like,
Exactly.
hand it out to them. Here's where you go to view the plan.
Yeah.
We can use that same QR.
We can use the QR code, we can use the business
Oh, we
card.
can use the same
Yeah.
cards
The-
and just shape.
And it'll just be the main link on the website, so we can use that. We can have like the other thing we could do is have something where it's like maybe 8.5 by 11 half page, so it's easy to print out, where you can hand it to someone being like, here's what the comprehensive plan is, and you have from X date until X date to comment on it.
I think that makes the most sense.
Yeah.
We
A
should
one-page-
capitalize on that.
Yeah, like an
Eight bullet
infographic, sort of
thing.
Yeah.
pretty colorful with a QR code.
We should end it with, and we're gonna vote on this next year,
Yeah.
and we need you.
This is an important vote.
We need to close this loop.
Yeah.
And the election's gonna be our first time to say, now.
Raymond needs you.
Raymond needs you.
Let them know when we're having the meeting.
Right.
to-
If we could get the
For the
meeting.
public comment.
If we
We
could get
offer a
the meeting on
prize,
calendar.
$100 at that meeting. If you're there, you have a chance to win $100. Especially if it's around Christmas time.
What's left in our budget?
We could all throw in $100.
Do we have enough discretionary funds in our budget? For
No. No, we don't.
We put in $10 apiece. We can come close.
All right.
Real quick before we move on for that.
Oh, yeah.
So not to answer the question, but your question was how do we get people more involved? And you're right, it is on the citizens, but each one of us, if we just told a couple people about it, I think November is going to be an awesome time. It's going to reach it, but if a couple people hear about it from us, it will spread like wildfire about what's going on. And I know we're kind of wrapping up our time here, and but yeah, tell a friend and tell a family member.
And part of the message is that the real rubber is going to be implementing it, and that committee needs to be built.
I think if you had, I don't know, November, if we talk about building the committee as part of that, I think that a couple people might get.
Here's what we did, now it needs to be built and implemented.
How is this implemented kind of thing? Now, what's next?
Next
Mhm.
steps.
Yeah.
You want to be on it?
Yeah. Invite people on.
Comp plan is hiring.
Pays really good.
Okay. All right. Next on our agenda is to review the first draft of goals, policies, and actions. We did not go through that in our August meeting. I really don't have much to comment on them, as they are basically a reflection, personally, of the goals that we've already reviewed and looked at. I think my biggest concern is that, again, we're passing the torch, so the responsible party column, that's been reviewed by town staff, that this all makes sense. I mean, that's my I guess that's my biggest concern, is that this is reviewed by the appropriate people to make sure that it makes these responsible parties are appropriate. But other than that, I personally am okay with these. So I will do the same thing where we just sort of open it up. I'm not as organized as Peter, but I did look. There were no comments, so I couldn't collect any.
Peter sent us some comments in
okay.
a spreadsheet. I'm going to try and join the Zoom so I can share my screen so we can all look at it.
When I looked, was it this morning? I did not see any posted comments, so I was like, well, you must be good.
Hold on, am I in the wrong meeting?
While we're waiting for that, does anybody have comments, questions, concerns?
I have one comment that someone had mentioned to me recently. They live on Cape Road, and they had, this may be a vicious rumor, but they had thought that at some point Fry Island had said that they would contribute to some level of development along Cape Road as far as sidewalks or parking or for the ferry, because so many people use Cape Road to get to Fry Island. I don't know if that's accurate, but perhaps on section 4, we've got a goal that says build a trail or sidewalk that spans the length of Raymond Cape Road and explore contribution opportunities to add to see if it is indeed something that is hiding, a fund that is hiding that we could tap into.
Okay, I have not heard that rumor.
Nope.
Oh.
That's a good thing, get Fry Island involved in funding. I'd add that there's a tremendous amount of information in this 20-pager here. And I'm wondering if for digestion purposes, it could be perhaps collapsed to the priority ones first. I don't want to lose, obviously, the medium and lower priority tasks, but just so that it's absorbable and not too much information, and the top priorities are right in front of the reader.
You mean so reorganizing it from highest to lowest?
High to low.
Yeah, I think, sorry, we're having some technical difficulties with the Zoom, but let me see, what did we do here?
Are these come from state requirements?
Yes.
Yep.
They come from the state. They have to be in there with a responsible party and time frame for the plan to get approved.
Okay.
So yeah, I think we had kind of highlighted the priority goals in the narrative and then did the same here. We could move those to the top in their section in the spreadsheet, if that makes sense. Do people like that idea?
Do we have a preference on putting the priority items up higher on their perspective section?
Is it going to be in this format in the plan?
It will not be a spreadsheet like this. It will look a lot better.
Okay. I didn't know if color coding would be high priorities are.
Yeah, we can. Yeah, so we can have these be a different color or have them at the top or both.
Is it too redundant to have a separate section which is just all the priority ones and then have another section that's every single one?
Yeah, we could also pull it out to have a sort of one page at the beginning of the, I think in the plan implementation section we, okay, sorry, I'm looking at the plan. Raymond's goals, we could, we describe that each goal has a highlighted priority action item, and we could have almost a whole page or half a page where we say here are the 5 priority action items. just like right after that. So they're right at the top, right in the beginning of the plan. You know, the goals spreadsheet is something that is really going to be more used by the implementation committee and town staff. The average person is probably not
Gonna go there.
going to read the whole thing. So that might be a good way to pull them out, is to have either a page or half page kind of graphic where it just has those 5 priority goals.
I like that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I like that. I think the implementation committee's first question is going to be, what do we do? What's important? And so I figure if we can lay that out for them, these are the top 5 things. That makes sense.
Peter?
Yeah, I did have a conversation with Kate because I had made about 20 edits to the goals and policies and the like. But I believe that the confusion was the fact I was doing it after the fact, because the first draft, I believe, is what we're looking at right now. So we were, since we had not yet reviewed the first draft, to be quite honest with you, I saw maybe a half dozen edits to the first draft. And so it seemed pretty sparse to me. And then I went back and went item by item and added another 20 edits myself. And I believe that document is a little bit more in detail, and it was more of my attempt to provide as much detail to the implementation committee as possible based on the conversation that we had last week with the planning board. So I'll just give you an example of one of the edits. We've got a time frame there. But it would make sense that in order to facilitate implementation in a timely manner, that we actually have, let's say, an actual time frame. So 1 to 3 years, 2 to 4 years, plus 5 years. And actually, in looking at some of the, I believe it was Gray that was done by North Star, they actually, when they had put together their goals, they actually had that same type of a format where they actually made a time frame in actual years. So I think that would be one way to give guidance to the implementation committee that, you know, when we talk about its medium or its long range or whatever, what does that mean exactly? Well, it doesn't mean another 20 years. It means if it's long range, it's maybe more than 5 years. But if it's a immediacy or whatever, then it's within the next 12 months or stuff like that or whatever. So that's just one of the edits that I made in going forward with that. I would think that might fall in the area of a priority. I think some other things were more detailed, such as if we're going to, thank you. If we're going to address, and I like the term traffic quieting, then something as simple as, you know, what the town should consider immediately is purchasing some solar-driven radar displays that can be placed strategically in the town. And my understanding and research in these things is we're talking maybe $3,000–$5,000. We're not talking about a huge amount of expenditure, but by the same token, you can get better ones that actually collect data. So this would be something that we could use to go to MDOT and say, you know, we're not waiting for you to put the little lines across the road. What we've got strategically data that says that, you know, on Egypt Road, the average speed is 60 miles an hour. What are you going to do about it? So I'm just making those references as we're looking at these goals and strategies, that we be as detailed as possible, because I believe that's what the implementation committee is going to be looking for.
So should we go through, Peter, the proposed edits? Because I think they were too specific for us to just say, like, okay, we'll add that in. I think, you know, do we want to do that as a committee, or?
I guess it's what the appetite of the committee is.
So I really like the idea of giving a more specific time frame. So I think that's something we can just decide on right now, and get that one out of the way, and then we can look at the edits.
Yeah, I think I did that in the second draft. I just took that one on board. So I think I wrote short term 1 to 2 years, medium term 2 to 5 years, and long term 5+ years.
I'm okay with that.
Does everybody else like that idea of 1 to 2 years, 2 to 4, long-term, 5+ year?
I think those are good.
It's just a 3 right there.
I want things to happen sooner, 6 months.
Is there-
Yeah.
What was the short term? Was there an immediate? I like that one of 12 months. Was that one?
So short term is proposed as 1 to 2 years, medium is 2 to 4, long term would be 5+ years.
Can we do 5 to 10, just so people don't think they have another 20
forever.
years to do it?
It's good. Cap.
Okay, yep.
And then we have the priority actions, which are mentioned as basically the things that should start work immediately once this is passed.
And this might be a dumb question, but the time frame, that is when it's completed, not when it should be started. Is that fair
I mean,
to
it's
say?
a little tricky because some of these things could, if you're gonna say a 302 master plan, that's a priority action, but if you start talking about that in June of next year when this comp plan is passed, you have to wait and you have to talk to DOT, find out when the next funding opportunity is, get and then usually a consultant team, an engineering firm, so that can take over a year just to get that immediate project to start.
Yeah, I was sensitive to the fact that I'm sure the implementation team will be asking for as much detail as possible we can provide. We also don't want to handcuff them by making it too stringent. What I personally am trying to avoid is the fact that when I went back originally and looked at the 2004 plan, and then the implementation committee in 2010 issued their report, at that point in time, I think it was less than 30% of the high priorities had been addressed. And that was going into the first decade of the 20-year cycle. And I believe to this date, if you go online and you look at that, there are still many high priorities that were never implemented. And so I think what we have to be is reasonable enough to say, some of these things are going to take some time. But we want to have some definition so that a regular citizen in town can say, hey, to the implementation committee, this was a high priority. It was supposed to be done in the first year or two, and we're 3 years into it. What have you done? And I think that was my goal.
I'd also suggest that the committee make a report to the town every year, in the town report, as to what has been accomplished and what's going to happen over the coming year.
Sure, and Frank, I don't think we on this plan committee dictate that, but we can
suggest it.
We can certainly suggest it.
Yeah, I think we have that in the implementation plan to report every year.
In red ink.
Do we have it in the plan to have the implementation committee have a consultant?
That'd probably be on a project-by-project basis.
Yeah, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but what I would say is that, like a number of things that we had discussed previously at this meeting and at other meetings as well, when we're talking in terms of master plans and whatever, Raymond is not gray. I understand that. I don't expect that this committee is going to recommend that that the town go out and hire a planning or 3 or 4 planners that are going to set up office and basically do municipal planning for the town of Raymond. That being said, we are big enough and things are getting complex enough, in my opinion, that we need to make the suggestions that in our recommendation in this plan that consultants that be looked at and hired based on municipal planning. And as I believe I mentioned at the meeting last week, that's not to cast any aspersions on Sebago Technics and the planning that they do and the consulting they do with the planning board. But as I mentioned last week, my sense is that if you ask Sebago Technics, do you have in-depth knowledge of how to do municipal planning? They'd say, that's not what we do. When we first reached out looking at putting out an RFP for consultants for this committee, I made that suggestion to the town manager. The town manager said, they don't do that. So do we need some sort of assistance? And I'm not advocating adding, 2 or 3 more employees to the town payroll, but I'm saying things like grant writers and services for grant writing that can take place, that can be contracted, or municipal planners that can be consulted in how to set up these, let's say, helping the planning board put together maybe a revision of their design standards, because this is what we want in the flavor of our village area. That those things are things that I believe we're at the point in this town that we need.
Yeah, second that.
Okay, so I think we are all in agreement that we like the calling out specific timeframes. I think it sounds like we're all good with the 1 to 2 and the 2 to 4. The only sticky point was the 5+. Do we want to do 5 to 10 years as opposed to 5+?
Yep.
I don't have a
good
problem
cap.
with that. That's fine.
Okay.
And should we say initiation rather than completion?
I would be in favor of that, just to
Okay.
make it clear.
Yeah, I think that's clear.
They're asking us to be as specific as possible.
Yep.
Without telling them what to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Great.
All right. Let's, I guess, go through these.
Okay, so we're starting in the local Raymond goals. I think the first suggestion was to have this, the assessment of town culverts possibly be a priority action. I don't know if anyone feels strongly about that, or if we just want to have it be.
Right, this is just an assessment. They're not actually going to be repairing anything.
Yeah, that's usually how you have to start with DOT.
When I interviewed basically our Public Works as part of the department head interviews, he made it clear that they do, that they're replacing metal culverts with plastic culverts because they're more sustainable and make sense. But he was clear with me that really, as far as assessments go, they do assessments after the fact, when there's a problem. They go down and go, yeah, that is collapsed. And so I guess it would be a matter of whether we want to be proactive or reactive. And I don't know about the rest of you, but the side of my road on Raymond Hill Road is disappearing. And that's just the reality of things. So is this going to be something that can be addressed in 3 to 5 years?
Yeah, that should be a priority.
Okay.
That should be a priority.
Actually, budget finance, I think we were just kind of talking about that at our last meeting. It's how do we arm ourselves to kind of protect against potentially more rain and that kind of thing. So I know other committees are also speaking about that.
Okay, great. We will make that a priority. Then we did do the time frame. Peter, I think this was a comment from you to incorporate what looks like federal recommendations for resilient residential construction into existing building codes. So the building code is passed down by the state. Some towns can adopt stricter building codes than what's required by the state. Some places, I think the only place that's done it is maybe Portland and South Portland, have adopted a stricter energy code. Oh, it's good. So that's kind of what I know about this in terms of municipal control.
Well, I would think that when I look at HUD and NAHB recommendations, it's some of the stuff is already embedded in what we've suggested before, such that any new construction should have consideration for underground power. So rather than putting up more poles that get blown over, how about the fact that what we require in any new construction is that you go underground? There is cost associated with that. I understand that. And is it going to make houses more affordable? I don't believe so. But I do believe that in general, all of the things that are incorporated in those recommendations on the federal level also enhance the property value. So, I mean, I don't know that what happens, I do know that if you put a swimming pool in your backyard and you think that's going to increase your property value, my understanding is it doesn't. Because there's more liability associated with it. So you think it's going to increase your property value, it really doesn't. If you're going to put a standby generator in your house, that's going to make you more resilient and weatherproofed. Does that add value to your house? It does generally. So I think it's just a recommendation that maybe if it's not embedded in our building codes, that at least those be standards that are incorporated into the development of ordinances down the road.
And it might not do anything for affordable housing, but it does a lot for maintenance. Having underground power.
Frank?
If it is too expensive to do that in the short term, maybe we ought to make sure that as they're putting through lines, they aren't putting trees next to those lines. And I've seen that happen.
I do think this would be the most effective in our growth areas where we're going to have a lot of high density. And I think if you had a lot of overhead electrical poles and lines, that would not add to the walkability, the general feel. And I think with that amount of density, you'd be able to average it in over a larger development. But I do understand, like if you're trying to build a single family home and they're making you put in 500 feet of underground utilities,
Not gonna happen.
yeah, that might not work, right? But hopefully that example would fall under infeasible and not feasible, and that's why there's some leeway there.
We could change from all new buildings to all new subdivisions too, if you want to be more specific, but I did want to include commercial development, like in a village. I guess to get to Peter's point about resilient building codes, do we want to look at this something as an ordinance or something as like a point of education?
I think an education makes more sense. We can't mandate that people do things in a smart way. I mean, I think it's educating them that this is the better way to do it.
Well, I would also just add, the building code gets periodically updated, and I believe that the town's building code is getting updated within the next couple of months here to a much more recent version of the building code. And generally those tend to go in one direction, which is more energy efficient and higher costs for generally all construction. So I think naturally over time, we're going to trend that way anyways, just because we're going to continue to periodically adopt the newer version of the building code. I think this one is more specific.
I think we already did.
Right, it just hasn't taken effect yet.
Oh, okay.
I think is.
I don't have a problem with wording it in such a way that it's that information be made available through code enforcement and planning.
Yeah, I mean, when we talked with Alex when we had our interview with him. I mean, and 2017 Energy Code or whatever that was one of the latest. There's been one since. But for us to try to get in front of that and do something more proactive is way out of our scope of our not our scope but our town's capacity. But to rely on the most recent state energy code would be reasonable and appropriate.
I could see, a goal where you'd have some kind of like educational one-page sheet that when you go into the code office to get your permit, this says like, here's your best practices for weatherization, resilience, weather kind
Education materials.
Permits. Yeah, there's plenty of them. More than we need.
Or maybe, there's even, here's our standard, code that you have to do, but if you wanted to do this, your permit's only, whatever, half the price. If you wanted to go with a more resilient, environmentally friendly, whatever sort of premier way of doing this, is there some incentive that we can provide to people to do that rather than something that's not as
I'm not sure if you can do that with permit fees. I don't think you
Yeah.
can.
No, but,
Okay.
along with what Jackie's saying, though, I mean, information at town hall, maybe the
Yep.
code enforcement officer or planning board or whatever that provides when building permits go out. As far as resiliency, is something like, are you aware that there's a rebate right now on heat pumps? You know, and that would be an energy efficient way to go. So we're just making you aware.
Okay, and so who would be, who's the responsible party here?
If we're talking about education, then it's the code enforcement.
Okay, and then would we put that short term? Medium?
Education's ongoing.
Ongoing, yeah, I think all the educations I put ongoing. Okay, let's see. I think Peter suggested an annual recognition event for town volunteers and committee members. So Peter's throwing a party for everyone, it sounds like.
Well, I will tell you, I attended a party back, I think, at the turn of the last century, and because I was on the zoning board of appeals. It was well attended, and the town sponsored it. I'm not familiar that there has been any event that really shows appreciation from the town for volunteers, and I would say especially if our plea right now is to get more individuals to volunteer in the town, that I'm not talking about a major expensive event, but an evening that the town recognizes all of those in the town that contribute to it would not be out of order at this point.
Annual.
Annual would be nice. Annual boat cruise on Sebago.
That could be nice.
We've got Tassel Top, it's a nice resource.
We could put something in
Barbecue
here
down
that's a little, that's not completely prescriptive, but just say to coordinate and promote volunteer opportunities and recognize volunteers for their service, something like that.
I do, and you just sort of went over it, but I also put the same comment I think that Peter did for the encourage community members of all ages to participate. That should maybe be ongoing as people come and go.
That sounds
Okay.
good. I think the next one we had from Peter was about the portable radar speed signs.
That seems like a great idea. That could be implemented in a kind of a pilot test approach with, if we could find a couple $1,000 and have it, and put the sign up maybe on 85 somewhere for a while, or some other hot spot where folks are going fast up on other parts of town, and move it around town.
Yeah, I think in short, John, what I was looking to hear was short of contracting the sheriff's department for more hours to move that cruiser around to different hot spots. My experience has been that planting them in one place, what we see what the effect of that is, and that's that people slow down.
It works, yeah.
Because they know it's there. I'm thinking more in terms of picking different areas and locations, and it goes in line with the goal and our vision, and I do like the term traffic quieting. I mean, that's kind of nice. But I know that a reminder for myself, I don't know about anyone else in this room, but when I see too fast, and they actually tell me what the speed is, it's like, wow. I don't know that I'm endorsing that what we need to do at this point is put out more traffic lights with cameras. I mean, we may get there eventually. Maybe just start a rumor that we're doing that would help. But this seemed to be a relatively inexpensive way, short of getting more hours that they may not even have the hours to give us, the sheriff's department, if I understand how things are going in policing these days. But it seemed to me to be a relatively inexpensive fix.
Yeah.
I think that's a good idea. Do we want it to be priority or short term?
I'd vote for priority. I'd vote for two in town that could be moved around, and we'll find $4,000 somewhere.
I was gonna wait till committee comments to bring this up, but maybe it's the right time to do it. So after my comments on last Wednesday's meeting, a couple of citizens reached out to me and appreciated it very much and asked what else could be done. One of the citizens said they reached out to Maine DOT and unsurprisingly had a very unsatisfactory response. The solution was to put up a 45-mile-an-hour sign on Egypt Road. And just looking for clarification on this, because it's kind of tying back to what you're saying. Hiring a police presence on some of our busier roads, is it just a call to the sheriff's office? I reached out to somebody who has more experience than I do, and I'm told that we are unable to collect income from speeding vehicles. We can only collect income from ticketed vehicles parked on 302 that's overflow from Raymond Beach. Maybe our town manager can help clarify. Are we not receiving income from that? And then if we did want more of a police presence, is it just a call to the sheriff's office? And like Peter said, they may just say, we don't have the help.
Well, we contract with Cumberland County for our police. So they're going from wherever the northern end, I think Naples, down to Harpswell is what the area that they're covering. So
there are some towns that
they're here.
Contract a sheriff deputy for the town specifically, but that comes at a cost. You obviously pay the sheriff department to have somebody designated to your town. Harrison has a deputy that works in their town. The focus of that one is really speeding and traffic. Obviously, they get calls to service to do other things, but when they're not actively responding to a call, they're kind of expected to be monitoring the traffic in town. And I think it really has made a difference in Harrison. You know, when you're coming up Route 35 from Naples, you know, people know now, like when that 25-mile-per-hour speed zone starts, that's, you know, you're gonna get a ticket or you're gonna get stopped if you go through there. But I think it has to be a concerted effort, and it has to be, like, your town really has to decide this is what we want the focus of this deputy to be.
Interesting. So is that a petition that comes from?
And we don't have a certain deputy.
We're part of district.
We're part of the whole district. We're part of a district, but we aren't.
Right.
We don't contract with any one or two. Right. It would be an extra expense.
Gray has a specific designated one. Naples has one for the Causeway. Standish has one. So there are towns around us that have a designated sheriff deputy, but they are also understaffed right now.
Yeah, so my comments, budget finance were incorrect because, so we're not receiving any money. It's actually the opposite. We're paying out money.
We're paying,
so
and the money from their tickets goes to the state.
Okay. Would that just be a petition if enough people said, I want to see a police presence in Raymond?
Are you asking me or?
He's like, you got a lot of information.
I mean, my husband was a sheriff deputy with Cumberland County.
Is
so.
that a petition that gets, started to say, how does it get started? Is it enough
I think
people
it would have to come from budget,
We would have to budget for it, and the town would have to approve that expense.
I would think that's something that we could discuss in the finance committee meeting.
That's
if
what
you want to slow down traffic, you got to have sheriff patrolling the roads. Police presence is the only thing that really solves it. If you want to find out, drive through Yarmouth at 2 miles over the speed limit.
I mean, I agree with Frank if we really want to solve that. I mean, the signs are fine and all, but not all of us are like Peter. Some of us are like,
I try to set the high score off.
Ignore them. Some people are doing a high score. I complain about their placement. I mean, if you're pegging me when the speed limit's still 50 and it's changing to 35 and you're telling me I'm too fast, well, I ignore that sign. There's one right now on River Road in Wyndham that does that. I drive by it every time I go to soccer, and I ignore it. I mean, that's just my own personal thing because it's telling me I'm going too fast, but I'm still within that certain speed zone. So, I mean, I don't know what their effectiveness is. But maybe our money would be better spent with an actual police presence who's going to make you pay money.
I wonder if you can, I have no idea the answer to this question, but I wonder if the sheriff's department has signs you can use temporarily?
They may.
I think, because I see them in North Yarmouth sometimes, and they don't have police, and they don't have their own deputy, to my knowledge.
When I
so-
researched this, you actually, they can be leased, rented, you don't have to, the town doesn't have to actually purchase them. Also, from my investigation, and to Kayla's point, similar to, and Frank's as well, similar to saying, well, just lobby the MDOT to increase the speed limit. Well, then, they're not obeying the speed limit now, so decreasing it isn't going to really have an effect. My research tells me that these signs aren't effective for some people. They are effective for others. So I guess my sense is just that it's a relatively inexpensive way to try and address what's going on in the town.
It's not about the
It also gives you, the data collection is an important point. So I worked in a town where we put these out because residents had been complaining about speeding. And then after collecting data for a bunch of months, we were able to put speed humps in there because we got the data that said people are in fact
Absolutely,
going 20 miles
and
over.
so it's being proactive. It's not waiting for the MDOT to basically collect data or make a decision, or just get tired of too many citizens complaining, but it's actually having some hard data. The one thing I would add to this, and this is, once again, everybody's different, I do like the signs where at the end, when you are obeying it, it says, thank you.
Right.
I think it would be a good if we did do the data collection, because if we then are determining that everywhere this is a big problem, that is better justification for the Budget Finance Committee to recommend that we are paying for a devoted police presence.
Yeah, I like it. I like this idea because it gets the people aware, and then if we can get the budget for the sheriff, then it's not like just a sheriff appeared out of nowhere. It's like,
Right.
hey, we're taking some steps to
Test it out.
Here's the data.
Yeah, I like
to
that.
back
I
it
think they
up.
go hand in hand, so we'll definitely beat the budget.
Great.
Okay.
Let's see, anything else in here?
So all that boils down to a priority for the implementation committee, or are we going to do
Yes,
something
that was a
sooner than that?
priority.
I think we'll mark that a priority action, but you're allowed to do these things before the comp plan gets passed. So if Budget Finance has some money and wants to rent some like tomorrow, that's also fine. Then you can just, when the comp plan is approved, you can just say, we already did that.
Cool. Advantage on being on two committees, right?
So I think Peter recommended a community committee involved in the reuse of the Jordan Small Middle School. I think that's a good point. I think we can just adjust the language on this goal that says develop a master plan, in partnership with the community for the reuse of the middle school.
Can we say repurpose? I know it's not a huge thing, but can we say repurpose of Jordan Small Middle School?
And I would tell you that there is already a committee that has been formed in Wyndham, because they also are going to have a building that's freed up when the new school is built. So I guess I'd just say it's not too soon for us to be thinking about this. Wyndham's already doing it.
And then I see create an a community event calendar and call for volunteers. So is there, there's currently a town calendar on the website?
Yes.
Yes. So can you tell us a little more about the event calendar?
It's not
Is that
mine.
not you? Oh, okay.
Surprise.
So I don't know who wrote this. Did anyone write this? Okay, well, I guess we're good then. Yeah, I think there were just some people made some notes on the edits. Let's see if I think that's subdivision. Peter, was there anything else on your list that we haven't brought up?
So many, it's hard to remember. I
There's-
think what I was redirecting a lot of when I'm saying the Budget Finance Committee, it just seems, it occurs to me that in the last year or so, the Budget Finance Committee's become more active in the town. And so when it comes to capital investment, capital improvement plans and the like, that it would just make sense that they would also be involved. It's never lost on me that there are only 2 elected bodies in the town of Raymond, and it's the Select Board and the Budget Finance Committee. So the people actually elect those individuals.
Yep, so those are all good edits. We will, add those to the responsible party. I think that makes sense. So yeah, I think that's what we had for outstanding edits to this, unless anyone else has any more.
I had just Peter, what you'd said earlier about just clarifying to make sure people know exactly what that the implementation plan knows exactly what we're looking at. There's that one point on ranking solar sites, and it says, and I just keep reading it and thinking that we should include if appropriate, because it sounds like all land may be appropriate for solar sites, and it may be that some parcels are not appropriate. And so as opposed to having the most appropriate
We can just
land.
take out most there, I think, would, right?
I think that edit was in response to a discussion, I believe, at the Select Board meeting, where there was, I believe, at least one individual that was concerned as far as, well, I own property. It's not really abutting in a lake. What I'm going to be left out of that if I want to participate in it. Right. And so it was, and my thought was that if there is a site specific criteria that could be applied across the board, certainly it's going to involve zoning and planning as well. But that if somehow there's a criteria developed to look at, that it's not just necessarily involving the lakes or the like. I do know that right now there's pushback from the state because the state has recently come out with ordinances that really says that there's going to have to be specific limitations on solar farms greater than 20 acres if it's deemed to be in essential farmland. And what they haven't come up with just yet is what the definition of essential farmland is. I think we've looked at that a little bit in the future land use as far as identifying areas in town for agriculture and the like. And boy, I heard an interview from one farmer, and she made a good point, which was basically, so this is kind of prohibitive for me because, I've got 120 acres. And what I've been able to do is keep that farm because I dedicated 20 acres to a solar farm. And so to sacrifice 20 acres of farmland in order to save 100 more acres of farmland, because otherwise I'm going to have to sell it and it'll be developed. She made a good point, but right now that's basically what the state statute is saying. So I think that there has to be some reasonable way to have a criteria for any place. Certainly zoning is going to say, well, you can't do it here, you can't do it there. But unless we have a very, very detailed and comprehensive, detailed description of zoning in general and zoning out solar farms altogether, then it's going to cause some people some amount of issues. So make it such that there's a general criteria that goes across the board. And so that the site selection is going to be something where certainly an ordinance that says there's got to be a certain amount of buffer for any of these commercial activities if they're bumping right up against a residential zone. It has to be considered.
So how about, I've been thinking about what you said, Danelle, about the language in here. What if we changed it to develop a process to determine if sites to determine how appropriate sites in Raymond are for solar development and incorporate that into the standards? Is that better than, does that make it more clear?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with Peter that there's got to be a criteria, and that the way that I was reading, the way it came across is just that every parcel has the opportunity for solar development, and it's just whether it's ranked high or low. And so I just didn't want that to come across the wrong way.
Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to language such that it basically is saying what Danelle's saying.
Yeah.
But
Well,
right,
thanks.
the other day, it's shoreline zone and rural residential, right? That the
That's
neighborhood
right.
ordinance prohibits, so we're assuming those stay in place.
That's probably half of the town.
That's a fair amount of the town, yeah. And then this would apply to the remaining rural areas where utility scale project could go in, like is proposed up the hill here.
Animated as ourselves.
Okay. Do you have anything for that?
No, I'm fine.
Any other comments? All right, I'm seeing none. All right. Melanie, we do not have a public. Is that correct? On Zoom? I'm sorry, Melanie, I didn't see a public. No, okay.
Excuse me, Kayla, I did have one note just that I had not had an opportunity to add to this, so I'll just run this by individuals here on the committee and just see what you think about it, because this was a conversation last Wednesday. Under goals, policies, and strategies, do we want to say anything about, and this is just the language I came up with, but it could certainly be changed, the community should better track short-term rentals and create standards that allow them to operate. And the responsible parties would be the select board, planning board, and the time frame would be medium 2 to 4 years. So I know that that's, once again, this would be one of those controversial issues that I talked about before. Recently, it's been voted down in a couple of communities by very close votes, but votes nonetheless. I came across this question when we had our review last month, which was talking about the estimate of 6% of short-term rentals in the town. And when I asked how did we arrive at that, what the answer I got was, well, by surveying, where there's surveying websites like Verbo or Airbnb, and what's actually out there on the internet to be rented in Raymond. And while that, I agree, is probably a good way to arrive at an estimate, ultimately what I said on Wednesday was it's really a guesstimate. We don't know, and that there are certainly a number of individuals, I would think, in the town that aren't going through Airbnb or Verbo. They're basically the word of mouth, or they just know people that they've been renting to for years, and then the relatives of those people or the friends of those people, then they rent it. And so I'm just wondering what the committee thinks as far as saying anything about a way for the community to better track short-term rentals. And I'm not saying necessarily one thing or another has to be done. I'd leave that up to the implementation committee. So if what they want to do is license these individuals, or even just have a listing where they have to list with the town, the owner, where the contact information is for that owner. If an abutter has an issue and they call the town can know very quickly who to contact, who owns it, and is responsible for it. And as far as defining what a short-term rental is, I know this committee's talked about it, and when I researched it, it was all over the place. But basically with the state, and I believe for taxation in general, it's like 30 days. So a short-term rental generally is less than 30 days. And so I just throw that out there. Sorry, I should have said that before. Any appetite for that?
I think it makes sense to address short-term rentals in some capacity in the plan, whether it's a short-term or a long-term goal, because I think by the next time we roll around with this comp plan, they're going to be much more significant. They're not going anywhere. It's the way people want to stay in regions like we have, and I think we've got to give ourselves an opportunity to discuss it further and decide what we want to do as a town. I wouldn't want to lose that chance now.
I think the planning board has insulated us pretty well by the recent change as far as saying that as far as accessory dwelling units in the shorelands have to be 600 feet, whereas the state says 250 feet. So we're using our opportunity as a town to say we can be in excess of the state. And I think that does, in a way, if I heard the discussion correctly at the planning board, was, you know, someone who's going to be looking at this as a short-term rental in the shorelands, and I'm going to have, you know, it's going to be a party house where I'm going to have, you know, 19 of my college buddies all cram into this 1,250-foot square foot building and raise hell. That's going to be less attractive if they're going to be 600 feet from the shoreline. Doesn't mean that they wouldn't do it, but they'd have to be separated or back from the shoreline at least 600 feet. So I think that was a step that the planning board took to try and insulate us from it. But that being said, and I heard the code enforcement officer say it last Wednesday, that one of the pluses about accessory dwelling units is it allows the landowner to actually build a 1,250 square foot building, which we have just recently. We increased last June from 600 feet to 700 feet to 1,250 feet, which makes it basically small, but it's a 2-bedroom. And how does that affect ADUs in general? I mean, are they available for short-term rentals everywhere? Right now, there's nothing that prohibits them in the town of Raymond. So are we going to see more in the way of short-term rental activity involving accessory dwelling units? And do we want to have something started to at least look at that to say where would those be appropriate, where aren't they appropriate, and that sort of thing?
So you're saying, your suggestion, Peter, is simply a registry?
Something that, I guess, from the very start, it would just be, we're not dealing with a guesstimate.
Yeah.
You know, what we're doing is, we're saying, you know, it's not 6% of the housing in Raymond, it's 12% of the housing in Raymond. So at least we have a starting point. It's kind of like getting the data from the radar signs. It's a starting point.
Yeah.
Go ahead, John.
So I'm kind of like you in a lot of ways. I'm into a smaller government, you know, and we start kind of regulating too much. And I understand the purpose of it, but just if the whole goal was just to see how many short-term rentals are out there, it doesn't really do it. It's a data thing. It's not probably worth code enforcement's time or however it works out to have to regulate them as far as them registering and everything. So I think the timing, like you were saying, makes sense because 10 years rolls around and this may look very different, just like 10 years ago, it looks very different than it does today. So it's also kind of hard to say, like, okay, well, say you have an ADU on your property and you're renting that out short term, but you're using your house full-time residence, or vice versa. It gets a little bit hard. So I was saying, like, so property 123 Main Street, half of it's a short-term rental and the other half it's not, you know, I think with this ADU thing, I think it's going to cause a little bit more confusion than is worth actually collecting data. It's kind of my thoughts. So I think I said this last time, hometown New Jersey, short-term rentals and yearly leases had to get a CO, and you had to pay for that, so it's income for the town. But it just was, I don't know. I think it's too. I don't know. I think it's regulating them at this time, or at least registering, I should say, at this time. I don't think it's probably worth our time at this time.
I would say that my concerns are, number one, there was a discussion on Wednesday night about looking at other revenue generating sources other than property taxes for the town of Raymond. And so that includes looking at things like grants and programs and the like. This would be something also, as you mentioned, Sean, could potentially be a revenue generator. Does it put a burden on someone that wants to rent out their ADU or live in their ADU and rent out their primary residence, that they have to pay a fee? Yes, it does. But ultimately, it's it's a revenue generator for them as well. So would it be reasonable in vacation land to have some sort of revenue line that's coming in from someone who is basically having a business that's generating revenue for them? So that'd be my first question. The other, or reason to say we should look at it. The other one is, and I've heard this discussion when I did my interview with the fire chief. By having some tracking mechanism, some licensing, then at least there's some way to enforce or have surveillance for those 19 college buddies that are crammed into a 2-bedroom, 1,250-foot structure, because that's a life safety issue. And is there some way, and I believe what the fire chiefs was saying, and I believe it was discussed in the planning board as well, is that some placard that's on that says approved residents, 6 individuals, and then have some way to be able to enforce that, because it becomes a life safety issue when you have, twice as many occupants in a building that the fire code would allow. So that was my thinking on it.
Can I make a suggestion, Peter? Maybe we can have a goal in here. So basically, I think there are some towns that are moving towards at least having people register or just have, register their short-term rentals so the town has a better idea of who's living there, what's going on. I've also seen some towns that have huge summer populations, have really controversial fights and then vote down the idea of a rental registry. So I think it probably needs to be a town conversation, not just a comp plan committee conversation. So maybe we put an action item in here that is really, instead of saying do this, we could say like have a town,
Have the implementation committee test it out.
Yeah, bring it to the town.
Look at possibilities.
Look at possibly registering.
And let them put it to some thinking.
Explore whether the town would like
I
to,
think,
it's
Put on people.
sort of
It's
regulate
bigger than-
short-term rentals in any way.
Register or regulate.
Regulate
I would
in
just
any way.
I would just add this, that there was an issue over a year ago where a group of people came to the select board and brought this issue to them, and the decision was of the select board at that time, well, we're not going to take any action on this right now. I understand that. It is a controversial issue. I will also tell you that I got the idea for adding this because an individual on one of the committees at the end of Wednesday night came up to me and said, I already have a large group of citizens in the town that want to see more in the way of regulation of short-term rentals, and we're working on it. So I just throw that out there.
Can I ask real quick what towns you feel are looking to implement, or at least rumor to? Just kind of curious.
South Portland.
Yeah, so South Portland's thinking about it. Portland, you have to register them. They regulate them as well. There are some other towns, like I know Topsom and Brunswick have had conversations about registering rental units in general.
I feel like Rockland does.
I think Rockland,
For
yeah,
some
that
reason,
sounds
I feel
right.
like Rockland does that.
Portland just recently reduced the number.
Yeah, so
permits.
there are a lot of other towns that just have you, towns with a lot of rental properties, like when you look out towards like Lisbon, Lewiston, Auburn, they have some more rental registration requirements, which is more about code enforcement. So it's not, just registering is not necessarily onerous. It's really just so the town knows how properties are being used. But again, it was, I think, it was one of our colleagues in Booth Bay Harbor saw that a huge group of people came forward because they have a lot of short-term rentals there, you can imagine. Really passionate that they needed to do it, and then it kind of went down in flames. So.
No, I have no doubt that it would be controversial. I guess the last thing I'd say is this: the data I looked at suggests that unregulated short-term rentals drives up the cost of rental fees in general in the community. So if we're talking about big A affordability, what the data suggests is that unregulated or too many Short-term rentals drive up the cost of rental in general in a community.
I think it also allows people to stay in the homes that they can't afford anymore, too. You know, my retired parents use it as a passive income.
Yeah.
So it goes both ways.
Yeah.
Interesting. You said Portland is reducing
Portland,
that
I think
number.
they had 400 permits, and then they reduced it to 250.
Portland, I think, is the only place in the state that limits the number of short-term rentals.
I thought in South Portland, it had to be an owner-occupied property. So you can't just rent out the whole place. Somebody has to be there that lives there, I think.
Okay, well, I think it's worth putting in there that we'd like to explore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I don't have a problem with that. Any language that basically suggests the implementation committee should be addressing some form or tracking mechanism, I'll be happy.
And to add to that, before Alex got done, he told me if the town had its own police force, that would have solved a lot of problems in Raymond. That's what he commented to me. So it might be something to add in the comp plan to consider how, if we had our own police officer, it might make a difference. Maybe there are other towns that have experience with that. I don't know.
Well, I think we explored that maybe a decade or so ago, and at that time it was, my understanding was it was found that it wouldn't be cost effective. You'd need 2 cruisers and at least 2 full-time policemen. And the argument at that point in time was the fact that the topography of Raymond is such that, you know, if the residents are thinking that a full-time police force is going to necessarily recover their stolen property, it's going to take just as long as the sheriff's department to get there, because you've got to go over a hill and pass 2 lakes. But once again, that was a while ago that was studied, and why not look at it again?
Well, it's just offering information. So.
Okay. I think, are we good?
I'm good.
Okay. All right. So I don't see any public, so public comment does not need to happen. Do we have any comprehensive plan committee comment tonight? Peter.
Surprise. Just in Wyndham Eagle this week, I'll just read this just informationally. Reimagining the Gray Village. 2 years ago, the Gray Town Council hired Principal Group, an urban design, development, architecture, and planning firm to help residents reimagine a gray village that works for pedestrians, bicyclists, residents, and businesses, as well as motorists. Principal Group came up with a new design plan. The plan calls for shorter, safer crossroads, new and rebuilt sidewalks, bike lanes, street trees, and traffic calming measures, such as narrower traveling lanes for cars, slower posted speed limits, and village-appropriate signs. The target area includes Main Street from Wayne Avenue to the Yarmouth Road, Route 100, West Gray Road intersection, as well as a major construction work on Yarmouth Road from Main Street to Hillcrest Drive. Once the initial design phase is complete, the Maine DOT will apply on the town's behalf to the U.S. Department of Transportation RAISE grant program, which, if successful, would help fund what is being called the Village Transformation Project. I read this only not in any way trying to suggest that we are Gray, any more than we are Wyndham or South Portland. But I believe Portland got a grant from this RAISE organization, federally funded organization, for something in the tune of $12 million as far as improving traffic control, sidewalks, bike lanes, walking paths, and I'm not once again suggesting that that's something that Raymond is going to get. I just bring this up because as I was reading this, I'm saying, where have I heard this? This sounds awful familiar to me. So just for the committee to be aware, if you haven't, and just look in the Wyndham Eagle, it's right there. Maybe it was the Lakes region. But anyway, that's my only comment.
Thank you, Peter. Anybody else?
For the next meeting, can we have one of the agenda items be planning for the November election? Just thinking about dates. And what community outreach or engagement we want to plan for.
I believe the initial scope included doing another video to promote the plan, so you have a month to think about who wants to be on film.
Okay.
Should we also add in maybe a Halloween activity or event or awareness raising opportunity?
Main Street, you mean? It's a good idea.
Come check out our scary conference.
Someone can dress up like a growth area.
That'd be
You get beaten with a stick.
So our next meeting date is October 2nd, so we can brainstorm some ideas about Halloween. All right. Considering the time, I would like to adjourn the meeting. Do I have a
Move to adjourn.
Thank you, and a second?
Second.
All right, thank you, and all in favor? We are adjourned.
Welcome to the September 10th Select Board meeting. We'll call the meeting to order. First order of business is approve the minutes of July 9th meeting. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Minutes of the July 23rd meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Discussion. All those in favor? Motion is carried. August 13th meeting.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All in favor? No opposed? Motion is carried. August 28th meeting.
Motion to approve.
You want to second it?
Seconded.
Any discussion?
You guys are on a roll.
Yeah.
All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item is support for the Thomas Pond Improvement Association Dam Repair Project.
Hi, I'm Frank Jaffe, 33 Pulpit Rock Road. I appreciate the time today. We are asking the town of Raymond to support a repair project on the Thomas Pond Dam. Next slide, please. Essentially, the dam is in need of about somewhere between $25,000 and $35,000 worth of repairs. We'll know when we get a final estimate. It hasn't been repaired or worked on for quite a while, and we went out to our membership to raise funds and raised about $14,000 so far, specifically for dam repairs. So we weren't able to raise all of the money that we need. So we're coming to Raymond and to Casco because the dam is on both sides of the town lines, and the pond obviously is in both towns, and asking for $7,500 from each town so that we'll have the money to get the dam repaired this fall. Next slide, please. TPIA was formed specifically to take ownership and control of the dam. The dam itself and its current form was built around 1935. In 1985, the dam was determined by DEP to be abandoned. It took them about 5 years from the time they determined it was abandoned until they actually were successful in taking ownership of the dam and transferring that ownership to TPIA. And as part of that process, we ended up with ownership only of the concrete structure of the dam. So we can't really build a new one. because we got what we got, and that's the only thing we have. In 1992, both Casco and Raymond contributed money for a project to repair the dam. Part of the reason why it was taken by the state was because it was in a bad state of repair. And each of those towns gave about $7,500. Next slide, please. In order for the dam to be repaired. At that time, the total cost of the repair from the contractor was about $19,000. So the towns basically picked up almost the entire tab. We're not asking the towns to do that this time. Next slide, please. After all is said and done, the dam is right now about 90 years old. We've been told that the life expectancy for dams like this should be about 100 years. We need this dam to last a lot longer than that, so we need to take care of it. Last substantial repairs were about 33 years ago, and unsurprisingly, the dam is showing its age and wear and tear. Next slide, please. So what we have here are a couple of example photographs. This is not an attempt to document every possible flaw in the dam. I don't think you guys are that interested in the specifics, but we have several weeping cracks where water is entering the dam, getting behind the concrete, and then coming out further downstream. And that creates a void potential behind the surface of the concrete that can be very difficult to repair, and we discovered on a work party this Saturday that we in fact have a large void on one side of the dam that is going to cost more to repair than we originally thought. Next slide, please. We also have a substantial erosion of one corner of the dam where it's basically about falling off. And as you can see, plenty of rough surfaces where the surface has eroded away. If it's just cosmetic, we don't really care, but we want to make sure that the dam gets repaired so that it lasts a lot more than the 10 years that its life expectancy says. Next slide, please. So basically, just to recap, we're asking the town for $7,500 for repairs. Either now if you happen to have some loose change in your couch, or more likely as an item on next year's warrants. And that would let us, along with additional fundraising that we'll do, have the money to do the repairs no later than next fall, which, the sooner we can get it done, the better. Next slide, please. We think this is a no-brainer for the town to support. It's a capital repair item that's beyond our ability to fundraise on our own. There doesn't seem to be any easy money that we can get anywhere else to pay for this because we're not a high-risk dam. So what we're looking at is getting a professional repair done so that it's done right and done soundly. That'll last us another 30 years. Both towns, Raymond and Casco, rank the quality of water and the lakes as an important part of the reason that people live here. And the water quality directly affects the tax values. We have 192 properties that we believe are in Raymond that have access rights to the pond, and they contribute about $615,000 in taxes last year. So that's what I came to ask for.
So what's the total, I'm sorry, I missed that in the beginning part of it. What's the total that's looking to fix this about?
So we got an estimate for $19,000 for just surface repairs, but in a work party this past weekend, we discovered that there's damage behind the concrete that's going to also have to be repaired. So we think a realistic budget is in the $30,000 to $35,000 range, and we've already raised 14. Any other questions?
Questions?
This was just to do repairs?
Sorry?
Just to do repairs, it won't be, you've had 2 gates on it, is that correct? 2 openings for the flow?
So we have 2 weeping cracks that are visible and easy to see, one on each side. We don't know how much damage is behind those. There are a number of other cracks as well, but those would probably just be sealed with some kind of caulking.
Is your question, is it just the cement work?
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for, is what the extent of the repair is. Are we talking about replacing, there's some sort of gate that regulates the pond, correct?
No, we're not talking about replacing the stop log system at all, just repairs to the concrete.
And will you do it with low water? Will you have to drop it down? I mean, is there a timetable that you're seeing it as?
So we will probably have to interrupt the flow of water over the dam, and we can potentially use a pump and pump water around the dam for that period of time if DEP requires us to maintain a flow. But realistically, we're thinking July, August, September of next year is the kind of ideal window because the flow is already minimal then, and DEP will let us just block the flow entirely for a couple of days. But we have to get permission from DEP, so.
And your estimate is that this will last 30 years or thereabout?
We're hoping it will last longer. We see what has caused the erosion now and where the erosion is, so we want to make sure, we're doing an RFP to solicit bids, just like anybody would. And in the RFP, we'll look for specific proposed solutions that we believe will provide long-term repair and remediation, such as putting some metal sheeting on spots where the water is hitting the most. Easy to replace, keeps it from getting into the dam and penetrating.
So you're targeting the work for actually in mid-year 2025?
Yes. We don't have the money to do it now. And realistically, we don't think we will have the money to do it then if the towns don't step up. But if the towns do step up, then we would get money approved in the town warrants in the June timeframe.
Mr. Chair, correct me if I'm wrong, but if it's for next year's warrants, wouldn't this be, I mean, I appreciate you coming in a year early. That makes it a little bit easier for us, but wouldn't we deal with it during the Budget and Finance Select Board meetings, or can we actually vote on something like this far in advance?
No, I think what we would do is we would
Vote to keep it.
essentially, I think what he's looking for is are we on board with doing this and then funding it in that next budget?
Yeah.
So, because even if we were to come up with the money now, it's not going to, it's not going to move that along to get done until
Well,
next year.
if Casco came up with the money, it might, but realistically, I don't see how that happens. It's not like you guys have a lot of, $7,500
I mean,
change.
I mean, the worst, because we're just into the new budget cycle.
Right.
So, and so, but I guess, the real question would be, conceptually, are we on board with this as something that should be done? And then we get in, the financing of it, or the funding of it, then we would pick that up in the subsequent budget cycle.
But
The residents, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
The residents in that area, you said that we listed them. Does that mean that they're in danger of damage to their properties?
No. So the dam maintains a water level that's well below the flood level. It's considered a low-risk dam. If the whole dam failed completely and Thomas Pond drained downstream, it's really doubtful that it would even cause any flooding down there because the properties are all about 8 feet above the level of the creek. It would definitely cause erosion problems if that happened, but it's not an imminent danger of any failure, and we want to make sure that it stays that way for the next 30 or more years. Because
I mean, it's a non-generating dam, so you can't. There's
no power generation.
So there's no grants or whatever that you do look at from the energy sector to help.
We've looked around. MEMA has allegedly a grant program, but they restrict it to what they classify as high-risk dams that have approved plans, management and emergency response plans. We're considered a low-risk dam because there's really no risk to downstream properties.
If he's looking to do it, they're looking to do it June, July, August. Our budget season doesn't start until July 1st. I mean, so I can see putting it in, but if they need it in June, then we're gonna.
Well, if they had, it depends on how they contract with the contractors, but I mean, sorry. Meeting's over. No. So I mean, if, I guess it depends on, I mean, essentially you're gonna see where the recommendations are anyway going into there, and then the final votes wouldn't be until the town meeting, which would be June. The actual fiscal year wouldn't start till July, so the money wouldn't be available till.
Yeah, but I don't see that as a problem. We have, if a contractor required 50% down payment, we've already got pretty close to that, and we're going to continue to try to raise funds from our membership. And so the fact that cash might not be available until July 1st shouldn't be a problem. And it's just a little less disruptive to do it when water flow is naturally lower. But being very concerned about the environment being less disruptive seems like a good thing.
Yeah.
And plus it makes it easier.
I'm all for it.
Is it mine?
Keep our waterways and everything else. Don't let them get worse. Yeah.
Actually, I like the idea of government working with a local community in a partnership when it comes to something like this financially.
I mean, we did it when the repairs were done back years ago. So. I mean,
yes. And in fact, we're asking for the same amount of money you gave then. No inflation.
Wow, it's the only thing. Yeah.
It's the only thing,
yeah.
Right? 33 years.
Yeah, that's crazy. Oh.
You say this is non-recurring, though.
Well,
but I mean, the only thing.
It's not an annual recurring expense.
Right.
We have plenty of those, too, in maintaining the dam and the amount of effort that takes, but that's all done on largely a volunteer basis.
What I would say is, you've got the time now to get reasonable quotes and things like that. So when you'll end up doing kind of a similar presentation when we go through when we set the budget and whatnot. But at that point, then you'll have a hard, fast number too. So we because what you don't want to do is say, okay, it's going to be 7,500, and then I'll find out it should have been 8,500. Because trying to change after the fact is a little bit harder than if we know where, if you've got hard figures there, where you're on the fundraising. So
yeah,
that way we can work with a strong number.
So if you guys are supportive, and it seems that you are, and we thank you very much for that, then it seems to me like the logical next step would be for there to be a point person that we can work with to draft whatever language is needed, and then to get the final numbers to when we have them.
On that, work with the town manager.
Mm-hmm. Because we can get it in.
Sounds good to me.
Yep.
Yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and the budget, we'd need the numbers January, February timeframe.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. To have something a little more fleshed out now that you've found other pockets.
Yeah, and the one thing we all know about these kinds of repairs, right, is that when you discover a problem, it's never smaller than you think.
No.
Mm-hmm.
Before any comments from anyone else in regards to this? Peter?
Yeah. Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road, just to be supportive of this whole collaborative effort. I think recently, this summer, the Presumpscot was affected by a dam failure. I think it had more to do with a gate, but it literally drained a recreation area in the town, put the whole summer out of reach. So just to consider that.
Yeah.
So work with Sue on that, and we'll see you at budget time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item, appointment of new treasurer. Sue.
Well, if Brenda wouldn't mind going to the podium, I didn't tell her she'd have to do this. It is my very great pleasure to introduce Brenda Fox Howard to you. This is our new finance director. She comes from a variety of positions being finance director in different states as well as in Maine. She's already jumped right in, both feet, and been through a lot of the stuff with us, and we've worked through a number of things, and I think she's going to be wonderful to work with. So,
hello.
Hi, welcome.
Thank you. It's very nice to be here. I'm happy to be your new director, and I've jumped right into the June reconciliation process. We also managed to get a hold of the accounting firm that's going to be conducting your audit, and they're actually being kind enough to move it out so that I'm here when they come. So I had a pre-scheduled vacation prior to my arrival. My husband and I are celebrating 30 years, so we're going to the Grand Canyon.
Congratulations.
So it was a little impromptu for starting a new position, but I already had everything all planned out. But it worked out with the auditors. So.
Good, good. See, they're kind people. They're not always mean. No, it's great. Welcome to Raymond.
Thank you very much.
Questions from the board?
I'm just curious of your background. I wasn't on the interview committee, and I know that the chairman was, but just a little bit of your background.
Certainly. I've worked in various locations doing finance work. Pfizer, I was a clinical trial budget analyst. I also worked for Millstone Nuclear Power Station. I worked for Dow Chemical as a chemical operator / technician and rail fleet manager, which is also an analytical position. I migrated back into government. I've worked for the town of Ledyard in Connecticut. I was a finance director for the town of Winchester in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Putnam in Connecticut. I was the director of finance for the town of Peterborough in New Hampshire. I was a town manager here in New Gloucester. I worked at the shipyard in Bath as a project manager. I just have like a kind of a plethora of different types of experiences, both from the private and public sector, which kind of helps. It helps with every area of finance to understand where, what brings the funds together, what brings the projects together, what it costs, costing when you're undertaking big projects.
Wow. Coming home to Maine?
Yes, we were going to retire to South Carolina. We moved down, bought a house. Wasn't happy with it, the location. I was actually working for the state as a finance and procurement manager for one of the colleges. But we decided Maine is home, so here we are. We lived here in Kennebunk probably about 4 years ago. We had a home in Kennebunk, but we sold it to move out and about. So now we're looking again. So
thank you.
Thank you.
Wow, big history. Good for you. Have that wide.
I was trying to condense it all, and
no, it's your background is great. Yeah, with all the different stuff that you've had your hands in.
I've worked in some very difficult situations as well. Working in the town of Winchester, I actually was hired after they had terminated their finance director for theft of $2.2 million, embezzlement. He was incarcerated, and so when I came in there, I was on the throes of rebuilding the finance department. That was probably one of the most difficult positions I ever held. But it was also very enlightening. I learned a lot, and a lot of different techniques I learned from different auditors when you go through those things. So it's kind of helped me better myself in my position in my career.
Wow, that's great though. I mean, you could build that back up and have that kind of not fall back on by no means, but I mean as far as having those little skills, that help.
Yeah, because then when you see something,
yeah,
it makes you. I'm kind of like I go down the rabbit hole, so to speak. So if I see something that I don't think looks correct. Sometimes it is, you know, and it was just a thing. But it has taught me a lot, too. When you get that feeling like you need to look further, do it. It's just the right thing to do. But it's very nice to be here in Raymond. I'm looking forward to a career here.
We're happy to have you, too.
Thank you.
So, motion? I make a motion to appoint Brenda Fox Howard as our new treasurer.
I second that.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Next item is consideration of any fund balance transfers or use of undesignated balance to close out fiscal year 23-24.
Oh, and that's Brenda.
That's me?
Yes.
Back up.
Do we have the form to sign?
Who's got my notebook?
Do we have the
Your notebook?
Yeah, it has the form, the red. You didn't bring the red notebook?
Oh. Mel, do you have the red folder? Teresa's missing her folder.
Thank you.
Well, I guess we know there's a red button. Couple areas that went over budget, but we also had areas that were under budget. So in whole, closing out the year, are we still within the confines of what the budget was?
Yes, you are. You are supposed to maintain, and just forgive me if I'm bouncing around a bit. You're supposed to maintain the 2556701 as your minimum for coverage, and you are at 3655739. So you're well over what the minimum is. That's your fund balance.
The fund balance, but my question, we had a budget that was X dollars.
Right.
We have to, that has to be squared around at the end of the year to close the books. And we didn't exceed what the total budget projection was?
No. You ended with $1,024,039.
Okay. So essentially.
And last year you were at like $500,000, so.
So I mean, essentially, you're going to have to do some journal entries to square around, because there were some overages both on public works and on public safety.
Yes.
And no, not public works. I think admin.
Right.
Yeah.
Public works. Okay. So,
Yeah.
Okay.
I think public safety and admin.
Yeah.
Public works wasn't over.
Because they had the issue with the pump, and there was a couple other things that came up there that caused that. And actually, they went over on the salary side, too, if I remember correctly.
I caught some of the history in my couple of weeks. I'm trying to take it all in. One other thing, while we were discussing this, something occurred to me regarding your recreation department that you have as an enterprise fund currently. At some point, maybe in the future, maybe we could talk about a different reorganization of the enterprise fund to include expenses and revenues to get a more rounded picture of how that department works. I have some ideas, so maybe in the future, not tonight, but just planting a seed.
And
She's jumping right in.
And worked with Joe Carker on that, because
I did chat with him, and he was kind of positive about it.
yeah, 'cause, I mean, because because I know that you when we talked to you, you'd worked with some enterprise zones and things like that. So, we just have to make sure that we stay within the confines of what the state.
I was thinking more of along the lines of trying to make it less dependent on any general government expenses, more independent.
Yep.
Therefore funding itself year over year. So that's kind of the way I was headed.
Kind of like an enterprise account.
Like a true enterprise account.
Excellent.
So at the end of the day, we don't need to, because we have some funds that were underspent, some that were overspent, so we don't have to dip into undesignated to close the books.
No, you do not.
And so you're just going to do some journal entries to square those right.
I will, and I'm sure I'll do additional when the auditors come.
Yeah.
There's several things that probably need to be completed.
So you can close out 23, 24 without any issue then?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're very welcome.
So we don't need a motion on that one because we're still within.
That was just
The next item would be consideration of setting the mill rate and tax commitment. Bert?
I'm good, I think. I'll call on you if you need the exact numbers. Kurt LaBelle, Assessor's Agent. So this year, there were some pretty substantial challenges, as you well know, on the budget side for school, municipal, and county. Currently, the town is looking at a minimum of a $1.3 million tax increase with a maximum of about a $2 million tax increase, depending on how much fund balance the select board elects to use to reduce taxes. And in your memo, you'll see that I've outlined 3 choices for tax rate with different amounts of fund balance that could be used. The voters at town meeting have approved the select board to use up to $700,000 in fund balance this year. As Brenda has just indicated, our current estimates are that the board has about $1 million in excess of its 15% policy amount available in fund balance. You're capped at 700 as far as what the town meeting has approved for usage. When you look at the sheet, you'll see that essentially for every $100,000 difference in fund balance usage, it's going to move the tax rate about 10 cents. So I've given you 3 choices, but we can go in between those. Essentially any questions that you may have, I'm happy to answer them, and I'll open it up to the board for discussion.
I think one thing that's important for people to know too is if you look at the budget that went through, the county tax figure was incorrect. The number that went into that was on the estimate that came from the state. When their final number came through, that correct number never got entered into the budget. So there's about a $70,000 difference between what was in the budget presentations to what is actual. Going forward, what we should do is not make it a votable warrant article for the county tax. Reference it, make sure people understand what that figure is. But by the fact of saying that, do you approve or disapprove, it gives people the idea that if they say no, we're not going to pay the county tax, which cannot be done. So what that would do is it's still going to be, they're still going to know what it is, but it's not going to be voted, do you approve spending, that or not?
Right.
But because that, we just don't want to give people the false idea that they can say no and you don't pay it.
Yeah, that's exactly correct. The county and the SAD taxes are what I would call a pass-through. It goes directly from those entities which do their own vote mechanisms to the Board of Assessors directly. So the Board of Assessors are bound by the warrant regardless of what the town meeting article said. It's best, like you said, just to leave it, not put an amount in there. It's a pass-through item anyway.
Yeah.
So Kurt, are your numbers accurate then? Is it, or is that missing that 70,000?
No,
That's in there.
I have the
Okay.
accurate numbers. I have the warrant for this fiscal year from the county, and then I've added the $80,000, which is payment number 2 of
Right.
that 6-month transitional. So
Okay.
we've got the correct numbers in there.
The number that was in the warrant was 937,187. And it actually ended up, what was it, 974?
Well, the total between the two is $1,040,000.
Yeah, the total was different,
Yeah,
but that's what
total is
the.
$1,044,820.
Mhm.
Because that picks up, that includes the
Right.
80,000.
Okay. All right. So,
So, in my opinion, I don't think we want to go the whole 700.
all right, can I put my 2 cents in?
Sure.
Only because I literally just had a conversation with somebody, and people are getting hit hard right now. I know the power bills have all gone up, CMP, everything's going up, groceries are going up, and I know just my taxes over in Poland right now just went up $800. Wyndham, I believe, just went up $900. So people are getting hit hard. Am I saying use the whole 700 or whatever? No, but I think that we should be using at least half, 350 to 400, because people need to get some kind of help with everything that's going on, and I'm just afraid that it's really going to be hurting a lot of people if our taxes go way up too.
Dennis?
If I can. From what I can tell with your chart, thank you. You made it simple. I really like simple when it comes to numbers. If we had not increased anything in the town of Raymond, it would still go up just under $1. It'd be that 1680, because that 700,000 is pretty much just over what we voted through for our increase. So
Yeah.
realistically,
Yeah,
it's almost $1 just for the school and county.
Right, yeah, you would have to use all 700 to wipe out, to make the municipal
subsidize the other
tax
two.
net zero. Yeah, you've got 1.4 million school and county.
Right. So in my opinion, I'm not opposed to going above the 200 either, but I think that basically the more we go up, the more we subsidize the school and the county by lowering the tax rate, because they're already at $1. So personally, if we go from 200 to 300, that's still 50% more than we've done over the last few years. Personally, I'd like to see 200, but at the same time, it doesn't hurt to use a little of this money to offset it.
Sam? Your thoughts on how much to use?
Well, I'm with Dennis on that. I would prefer 200. But if 300 is what works.
Derek?
He's got it coming from both sides, behind you and in front of you.
I think we're all going to speak.
Derek.
I'm leaning towards 300. We don't. I mean, I don't know. It's not a huge difference either way. It's, I mean, it depends, I guess. If you have a $70 million house on Sevago versus what us normal people have, but yeah, I'm leaning towards. I would say 300 would be my vote.
Well, I wish for 200, but 300 is probably realistic.
I mean, my original thinking was 300. I mean, I would have gone to the 350 of me, but the difference between 300 and 350 would make them, on a $300,000 house, would amount to about $25. If my mind is calculating roughly correctly.
But who has a 300?
Well, they used to say $100,000 house, but that's, I don't think those exist much anymore.
So you either do $300,000 houses.
If there's not a motion Can I make a comment?
You can make a comment.
Peter Levitt, 2 Levitt Road. I think, splitting the difference and coming down the middle seems to make the most sense. If I understand the whole idea of this fund balance thing, part of it is strategic in that I believe your Moody's rating and bonds are all tied to what you have in reserve. By the same token, what we're seeing in the environment is the fact that there's going to be more events on the way, and therefore having more of a cushion in the dollars also is part of the charge of this whole issue. So I'd say it's kind of like insurance, and what you'd probably do is split the difference at this point, a little bit more on the taxpayer, but at the same time having money in reserve for that rainy day slush fund, whatever you want to call it. It's money that when you need the money, you need the money. And but quite honestly, I've been hearing in this community probably for the last 15 years, maybe longer, that Moody's and the bond rate is we're AA, AAA, whatever the tops are with there. And I don't think that that's a bad thing overall. I do think that we should be saying at this point to Moody's that we've kind of established a track record here. We're not a losing business. And so, maybe we don't have to prove as hard as some other communities to get that bonding. But that's a whole nother thing on bonding. Thank you.
Well, it's important that we maintain that, that 15% cushion, because that does tie directly to how the rating agencies look at it. When we went and bonded the last time, if you look at what we did, because we self-bonded, because we had the AAA rating, we got the bonds at about 1.9 or 1.9%, where the bond bank was giving almost 5%. So, by being fiscally responsible there, it saved us a ton of money. And we know that we've got some projects coming down the road that we're going to want to self-bond on. So we need to maintain those levels so that we can keep that rating and get preferential rates when we go out on those, because we know there's going to be some projects coming down the road. Just look a little bit to my right here. There's going to be money that's going to have to go into that and things like that, and so the better we prepare ourselves for things like that, as far as staying ahead of the curve on that, the better off for us all.
Well, I make a motion that we allow $300,000 from the surplus to be moved over for this use.
Second.
Yeah, so essentially what that, and Kurt will have to run that through to see what, how that factors down, but essentially what we're saying is...
It'll be 1720.
It would be use 300 for the fund balance.
I think you can safely add
second grade math there.
300,000 and setting a mill rate of 1720. That's what's going to come calculate out to.
Okay.
If you want to amend your motion.
That change?
Well, then I'll change it to. Do I actually say the tax rate 1720?
Oh, the motion is to use 300,000 in fund balance and set the tax rate at 1720.
To set the tax rate at 1720, as amended.
That's what I heard you say. Right?
I was thinking it.
And that was seconded by Teresa.
Yep.
Any other discussion? All those in favor? And so you'll get those you need wet signature on, so when will you have those out there?
So we'll finish this tomorrow morning, and then we'll send an email out when the papers are ready, and folks can circulate through and sign the warrants. Tomorrow afternoon. So
Dennis, you'll have to, on those, you have to go up to the town hall and sign that.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tomorrow afternoon?
Yeah, it'll take me most of the morning to get the stuff into the billing system and get the warrants prepared. There'll be some fractional rounding, so I can't really predict the exact dollar amount. It'll be within, the overlay will be within a few cents or $1, but by tomorrow afternoon, I'll let Sue know.
Yeah.
She can send an email out letting you know everything's ready to go.
Mhm.
Yep.
Or tax.
Or text.
Hey, you're still up there. Next item is consideration of signing the original assessed value certificate for the change in the TIF proposed changes. So this, if I understand, this just, this is that whole change that we're doing to allow the, additional things in the TIF. So that this just resets or recertifies the original rates on those, correct?
That's correct. A couple months ago, the town approved an amendment to the pipeline TIF corridor, and Bernstein Shore submitted the documents to DECD. And what's common is, depending on who's staffing that department at any given time, they often ask for some technical revisions. And what they've asked for is, we have the original OAV certificate from 1999. They like to see currently an itemized list of all the properties shown. So the total amount, the OAV, does not change. We're simply showing the individual assessments from 1997 on the certificate, because DECD likes to see that now. So it's basically a re-ratification of the earlier OAV. No change to the dollar.
Questions on that? Is there a motion?
A motion to accept the assessor's certificate for the town of Raymond, Maine.
Second?
Discussion? All those in favor? Motion is carried. Next item, consideration of financing new dump truck and excavator.
Bless you.
How's it going tonight? So, we're up to purchasing a new dump truck and an excavator. Unfortunately, the only way I can do this is to finance it. The dump truck is coming in at around $300,000. The excavator, we haven't got a solid number on that yet, but it's scarily approaching $300,000. I'd estimated $200 on the dump truck and $150 on the excavator. The only way I can do it to stabilize my CIP budget is to finance.
How much for the
I'm looking to
excavator?
do 4 years on the financing on the dump truck and probably the same on the excavator.
So excavator's 3.2?
The two we're looking at are 280 and one's 310.
Okay.
And where are we looking at financing that?
I haven't got that far yet.
Has Brenda looked at that at all?
I wanted to see if that's what you were interested in doing. If we don't finance, I can't purchase either one of them this year. We'll have to wait till spring.
Do we need them?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, something like that, it makes sense to on those dollar values anyway. But what I'd want to see is what we can find for where we can go, because that's approaching the figure where we, whether we want to self-bond that or whether we go, we can talk to some of the banks and see what they do on there too. Because if we go to the bond bank, then we're tied to their lending times, which are twice a year. They've already done the first lending, so it wouldn't be until,
Is it February?
yeah.
I think.
It's when they're.
If we're going to wait that long, there's a window I've got to hit to order the dump truck to try to get it on the road for next winter. We order it. We wait too long, we're going to be another whole
Well,
fiscal year.
I mean, the question, the question would be, what you'd need to do, they'd need a contract and some sort of a binder or whatever, but our actual financing of it depends on when delivery is going to be, when we need that.
Correct.
So this is for next year's? Next winter?
There's one truck that's in the pipeline that we could essentially see by December. If I order right now, we won't see the cab and chassis until April, May, somewhere in there. And then it'll have to go up to get upfitted, and that'll be.
Is this for a plow truck? I mean, a dump truck.
Regular dump truck, yeah.
And the excavator, what size is that?
We're looking at something similar to the same size we have. We got a 308, it's a 19,000-pound machine. I don't want to get anything too much bigger than that if we can.
I'm confused, though. We just went through a budget process, And I didn't hear one mention of either one of these things, and now it's an emergency?
No, it's not an emergency.
Oh, so we can, well, this is just to ask for it to be into the budget process?
No, we had it in the budget process when we were doing the budget process.
You did?
Yeah, it was
It's
in the,
in
it
the
was in the,
CIP
it was in the
budget.
CIP, it was in the spreadsheet that we presented to you guys a couple.
I was on the budget committee until June.
Yep.
We asked for it 3 times. We didn't get anything besides a inventory of what you had. And now,
We
I mean,
gave the spreadsheet.
I'll go back through, I'll go back through the meetings. I mean, somehow,
Yes.
It's on the, it's been on the schedule. The excavator's actually been talked about for 3 years now. We, probably even 4, we were gonna do it back during COVID, but supply and demand was too much and couldn't get one, so we just patched that one back together.
and you had bids so that we had something to read? Not numbers. I know there was numbers that were handed to us that were just hundreds of thousands of dollars, but you had 225 in a CIP plan.
Correct.
And we asked for your plan at least 3 times.
You got it. When did we do that, Sue?
Could I get a copy of it?
Yes, of course you can get a copy of it.
Okay.
Budget Finance
Yeah,
just had it.
But and Nathan isn't asking, can I spend the money? It's already in the CIP budget. It is, he wants to see if the selectmen are amiable to going out and financing it rather than buying them outright because the costs are coming in bigger.
Correct me if I'm wrong, the money's there, but the discussion about both a dump truck and an excavator, because one was bought in January, correct? Was there a new truck bought in January?
Yeah, we purchased it actually in October of last year. We just got it.
That was the only one I heard about the whole time. And I thought I paid pretty good
It was
attention.
in my presentation to replace another dump truck this coming year and replace the excavator. Like I said, the excavator we've been talking about for, back into COVID, the first part of COVID.
Well, again, I'm a little confused because, again, I took notes. I asked for the plan. We met several times to go over it. We got numbers. We never got names. You may have verbalized it, but unless I'm
We
living...
don't take the bids to the Budget
Yeah, we
Finance
haven't-
Committee or anything like that.
We haven't done
So
that.
you haven't got any bids?
No, I got quotes, Dennis. I don't put it out to bid. I got quotes. I got one from International, one from Peterbilt, one from Western Star, and one from HP Fairfield, which is a complete unit.
Could you could you send those to me in an email?
Of course I could. I've
Okay.
already told you I would.
I appreciate that.
I can
And
give you the
I'm going
numbers
to
right
look for, I'd also like to know when it was brought up in a meeting, because quite frankly, this is what we wanted. We wanted a plan to see what we're going to replace, because there's many needs that are an ambulance that's underfunded. And I see in your capital improvement that there's Snap-on tools being bought, a $15,000 truck being bought.
Well, the truck that we purchased was in the plan too, Dennis. It was in the CIP schedule. We've never had to put the stuff out to bid. The last truck I put out to bid and went through the process was 2003.
Again,
We found it to be very cumbersome, and the money is there. You spend the money, and there was a trust with the Board of Selectmen. They said, purchase what you need to purchase, and that's what we do. And I price check them. I don't put them out to bid. The bidding process is kind of a farce. So you get quotes on your trucks and go from there.
bids are important.
No, they're not. Not on a dump truck. When you're buying a dump truck that every other town's buying, they're the same. They're all the same. When you get into the plow trucks, all you're doing is hoping that you don't miss something on the truck, and they're going to be a couple $100 difference. So you're down to buying what you think you need.
I'm not comfortable moving on this tonight. I think we can table until the next meeting. I'd like to see what's in writing, what bids he has, and we can discuss
I
going
don't have any
forward.
bids, Dennis. I got quotes, and I can give them to you right
No,
now. if you want.
what we're saying here is, are we amenable to financing those? Those were, these are items that have been discussed in the past and were in the plans. So now we're at the phase where we say, okay, do we want to finance it, or do we want to just take it straight out of the budget?
I say we finance it.
Finance it. Need a motion.
Do you want a motion on it?
Yeah, I'll entertain a motion to investigate the financing on.
All right, motion to consider investigating the financing on a new dump truck and an excavator. Go ahead, a second, sorry.
Second.
Discussion?
So on the discussion part of it, because it might be on a deadline type thing, when do we want the final?
The only deadline you're going to have if we choose not to purchase the one that's in the pipeline, it'll be spring before we see the truck. If I don't order it here pretty soon, we'll be another fiscal year. The order banks are opening up, I think he said, in a couple of weeks. And if you don't get into the order bank, you won't see it until you won't be able to order it until the fourth quarter, which will put the truck getting here December or January of next year, which puts you in the whole cycle. At that point, you don't really need to finance it. You can wait till next year.
I do have a question along that line. Because it was brought up and discussed, what was the price you had back when you discussed it?
Well, we were looking at $190,000.
For which, the truck?
On the truck.
On the truck?
190,000 for the complete units with the number I was working off of.
Things are jumping quick.
Yeah, and they've gone up since '21. That same truck is 269,000 for the exact same thing we got right now.
On that motion, I'm not putting any conditions on it. I say approve it. It's just my motion.
Other discussion? Been moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Would you reread it
Wait.
so I can understand what we're voting on?
Are we finding, on the financing part, we're just sending it out to get finance, to find out what the financing terms are?
We're investigating
Right.
the financing.
Okay.
Ultimately, we would then have to approve the financing.
So then we're gonna
Then
get a number
get it
back,
again,
and then,
yes.
Yeah, if we get stupid rates, I wouldn't recommend financing it.
Okay.
I don't know what the rates are. I just was coming here before I went any further.
if I could, please.
You have to go to the mic, otherwise they can't hear you on Zoom and it won't
On
be on the
TV.
tape. Yes.
So, it just so happens, I have a meeting with a gentleman from Androscoggin Bank on Thursday to look into something else. And I'd be happy to discuss this with him as well, just to see what I can get from that avenue. I'm also planning a meeting with maybe another bank as well to discuss financial terms for a few things. So I'd be happy to, if you'd like, to pull this into my conversation.
Well, I mean, that's what this does. It says,
Yeah.
you know,
We should overview.
investigate the financing options
Yeah.
on there, so we
Okay.
can then mix.
Do we have a deadline on this? On your motion?
Well, I would say that, you know, the financing options would be able to be presented.
Not necessarily deadline, but do we have an estimate, like guideline, I guess, on when we're trying to get it done by?
When will it come back to us for a final vote?
I guess that's going to depend on how quickly
Right.
Brenda can get things done there. but-
So are we gonna put a deadline on it, or are we just gonna let her fly?
I wouldn't put
Oh,
a
we'll ask
deadline.
her to report her progress at the next meeting.
Well, our meeting's not for a month, so that should be fine. Okay, cool.
That-
That's all I was wondering, if you could
Is
get
that
it done in
gonna
that time frame.
kick things out too far? A month?
This is what it is. I mean, try it. I think you won't, if we go out 2 weeks, we won't be purchasing that truck for December, which is fine. We'll be back to the original plan, is ordering it now and getting in place for next year.
Before, we always
I mean,
just,
your other, you know,
we always went with, when,
I mean, your other option is separate the two.
Well, they're both going to be separated, if I'm not mistaken, if you can't finance two pieces of equipment with one loan, you'd have two loans, one for the excavator and one for the truck.
All right.
Depending on, well, depending on how you do that. If we were to self-bond, you can do that as long as the documents are correct.
Correct.
If you're doing a convention, if you're doing a loan on it, yeah, they're gonna do that individually, but it depends on the packaging. You know, if you went to the bond bank, it's a capital equipment purchase of two pieces of equipment, and that you could put into a single bond. So it depends, that's why I say it comes down to what you find out when you look at the options.
I was trying to steer away from the bond, just because of the length of the loan. I was kind of hoping to get this over and done within 3 to 4 years. We've got 200,000 in the CIP account right now on just the truck. I was going to put 100 down on it. I was thinking to do that, and you're only financing 199. And I used the figures on the most expensive one. So that was the only reason I was kind of looking towards a loan instead of a bond. Just
Well, I mean, you call it a bond, call it a loan, whichever, but I mean, it still comes down.
Still financed.
Comes down to the financing options.
So can I ask something? I mean, I don't, and this is just me being, I don't know, maybe losing my memory. I don't remember ever having to do this. Usually what we did is...
Typically, we would have asked for the money at town meeting, and where we weren't financing it, we'd purchased the truck and moved on.
Well, right, because that's what the ex-town manager would do too,
Correct.
because you would talk to him and he would pull the select board and stuff like that. Can we give Sue on a good deal as far as like what they come back with? Can she approve it?
$600,000?
Again, the ex-town manager used to do this all the time.
He's not here.
I know
You guys
that.
didn't want him here.
What was that?
You didn't want him here.
No, you take the statement back. That's not accurate.
Well, the reality is that
No,
if he
no.
did that, I think it was inappropriate. Put it that way.
Well, okay, but in this case, that's all I'm asking Rolf is what, is that a possibility?
Well, I think you're talking two different, if something were to happen and the truck became, that's a manageable, the excavator is a bigger thing, and I think that's got to be looked at separately.
Okay.
So I mean, it depends, if all of a sudden one was found, you found one that was available that you could get the next day or whatever, then we would, you'd look at that a little bit different, because in that case, it's probably a better deal, but.
Well, I think.
But I mean, if the reality is it's one that's gonna have to be built anyway.
Right.
Then, let's look at where all our options are.
I think the truck that's already in the pipeline's almost $40,000 more money, and we don't need the truck right now. We're all set for this winter.
Yeah.
The original, what I started with this was to get the truck in the pipeline, get it rolling, get everything going. And that's an option too. We could do. We could purchase the truck. I've got the money to purchase the truck, and then July 1st we purchase the equipment. That's what we did with the Western Star that we have right now, the one we just purchased. We ordered the truck, purchased it. It showed up. We paid for the truck out of last year, and we just a couple weeks ago paid the bill and the equipment on it.
Peter?
Nathan, I'll tell you, I've had some amount of experience with keeping old engines and equipment running, so I appreciate that you put on the spot whenever you asked, well, are we talking about this season? Are we talking about 2 years? So worst case scenario, how would the snow removal, let's say, this winter with a moderate snow be impacted if you were down a dump?
Well, you always go into it hoping that the equipment you have is in good enough shape to run it through the winter. And that was our plan. We don't have, we've got one spare truck. And so if you had a broke down truck right now, it would impact it a little bit, but nothing, I don't think the people would see it. We have breakdowns all winter long.
But if that was the case, then you'd run a season of moderate snow with no backup.
Correct.
Good point. The original motion.
The original motion was to investigate the
You can still do that.
the financing options. You can still do that, but I mean, if something changes, that can come back to us at any time anyway. So the motion on the table is to investigate the financing options for the truck and for the excavator. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Opposed?
I'm abstaining.
1 abstention. Motion is carried. Next item.
So get on the agenda.
Consideration of issuing quitclaim deed for lien payments.
All right. I make a motion to approve a Maine short form quitclaim deed without covenant for Carl Bartolomeo. And it's, I'm trying to think if there's an amount. No, it's book 31729, page 018, book 32517, page 61. I'm not seeing an amount.
Second.
Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried.
Okay, the second one is a motion to approve a Maine short form quick claim deed without covenant for Veronica Danie, D-A-N-I-E. Sorry if I said that wrong. Do I have to read all the books and pages?
Yep.
All right. Book 33358, page 278. Book 35913, page 71. Book 39673, page 117. Book 34140, page 345. Book 37080, page 21. Book 40312, page 221. Book 35064, page 336. Book 38553, page 8.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion? All those in favor? Opposed? None? Motion is carried. Public comment. Any public comment? No public comment. Selectman comment.
I do, I'm sorry. I had let, as you guys are aware, Bob Jones passed away, and they are having his funeral this way, the 12th, yes, at 1, I believe, and it's at the Refuge Church in Wyndham, back tucked in there, if anybody is interested in going.
That's Bob Jones?
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob was, he served on many different committees in the town, including budget finance, including some subcommittees and things like that, so.
I mentioned it to the budget finance, but yeah, he was a good guy. He was a good soul. He really was. So I just wanted to put that out there.
He was a gentleman in the true sense of the word.
Yeah, he was.
Other comments? Okay. Town manager's report.
I actually have a few things to report. One is I'd like to thank very much Victor Otley. He's the president of the Panther Pond Lake Association. He took myself and Chris and Jason and Janet out on a tour of Panther Pond. And he showed us the equipment that he uses for testing the water, testing the clarity, explained all the processes, showed us the various points of, not just points of interest, but from a town point of view and a potential, not potential hazard, I don't want to say that, because that lake is so clean, it is amazing, quite literally. But they've worked hard to get it that way. They have really, and not that others haven't, I just haven't seen Thomas Pond. But it was really interesting to see, and I had been to their annual meeting, to hear the care in the people's voices and how much they really love the area, love the people around the lake, love keeping it as pristine as they can with the water quality. And he explained the whole flipping of the lake and what the phosphorus does, and it was incredibly interesting. I was very thankful, and it was very informative as well, because Chris used to live on the pond, so he helped too to talk about some of the various things that were around it. And we had quite a discussion as well about a popular subject of late, which is the short-term rentals, because they really have the same as all the lakes do, I think. There are there's a set of folks that have bought properties in order to have a business and rent short-term rentals. There's another population who have owned property on the lakes for years and rent them out for part of the year to be able to make their tax dollars. So somewhere in between there is, I think, where we need to be aiming at for any ordinances or anything that we're looking at, because I don't want to hurt one group by helping another on either side, regardless of which side of the coin you're on with that. So I think it's going to be quite an interesting activity to go through looking at those kind of ordinance changes when we get there. But I really appreciated going out. That was very eye-opening. And Joe.
Planning board subcommittee.
Yeah.
They're very good.
Mm-hmm.
They're an excellent group.
They are.
Yeah.
They work on the river too,
They do.
by the way.
Yeah. Yeah, they had about 100 go to their annual meeting. It was quite well attended. That was nice. Joe Crocker couldn't be here tonight, but I asked him for a update of Parks and Rec, and he did create a document, and I'll send it out to the board. But they had quite a year this year. I can't even talk, I'm sorry. He says this season has been comparable to 22 in terms of activity and revenue generation. Our projected seasonal revenue ranges between 120 and 160 depending on weather conditions such as temperature and rainfall. And with three consecutive seasons free from COVID restrictions, we're now better positioned to predict our future revenue streams. In, let's see, for gate attendance, for instance, at Tasseltop, in 21 they had 14,788 for gate attendance. This year, 18,005. So in 3 years, they've gone up significantly. The summer camps have just exploded.
Yeah.
Very literally. They have waiting lists on everything that they do.
Yep.
They're now exploring having before and after school care with the school. He's in talks with Chris Howell and the school.
They did it.
They did it?
They did
done?
it.
Oh, I
So-
haven't heard that.
Yep, and they just opened up applications. They can only do 25 kids, and they have to do it at RES because Jordan Small, their Wednesday early release, will goof these guys up over here. So what they're going to do is use, I think, the gym, the stage, and probably out back too. But nope, they've already. Riley, I believe it is, their, yes, the assistant, they put out a survey and they said parents were coming back left and right. It's $90 a week, and they're only doing it after school
It is
right
just
now.
after.
Yep, but it's, I think it's 3:30 to 5:30, I think it is. But nope, it's open, so it's a huge new thing for Raymond, yes.
Wednesdays, it's noon to.
Yeah, Wednesday's noon to 5, I think, 5:30, yeah.
Shapes of things to come.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
So good for
How are
them.
they doing the Wednesday then?
Over
They're
there,
gonna-
they get out
No.
early Wednesday.
It would be on this side. They're taking those kids that are out early, but these kids aren't out early. So what do? They just
They
hold-
well, it all depends on if they get in. Because what happens is they had to apply online for applications. I think it opened up
Yeah, but either way,
September
you'll
5th.
probably get a mixture of each.
Yeah.
So
Well, once, when they.
so on Wednesday, the gym and I don't know what you call
The
it,
stage.
the stage area, they would have to close that part down from
No,
on noon.
it's all
on.
going to be at RES. It's not up here.
Yeah, no, those across the street, they can't use. Yes.
I thought you said
Oh,
the other way
sorry.
around. Okay, I
No,
gotcha.
no,
Makes way more
because
sense.
I didn't understand what you were saying. No, because it would goof them up
Gotcha.
here with having
Yeah.
kids in.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, wait, that doesn't work.
No.
Yeah, and their programs are doing incredible. In the lowest year, or the earliest year he has is the first year he was here, 2019. There were 107 kids. This year, 173 for the summer programs.
And the ski
I believe.
program's back.
The ski program's back. They've got soccer going.
Tomorrow, the bingo for the seniors.
Oh, yes.
Wait a minute, but it's, I read it was all ages.
It was, no, that's Sue Tara's thing. I thought that was just the seniors.
Okay, so there is a seniors, but
I
there's
saw all
also-
ages too.
It's all ages.
Yeah.
It might be, it might be Deb Tar for that, but,
Yeah, I don't, better be. I'm ready.
all ages,
Bingo.
Raymond Rec, bingo.
Killing it.
Yeah.
Bingo.
Yeah, I'll knit you a shawl.
September 11th,
Yeah.
which is Thursday, I think, tomorrow, yeah.
Pom-poms on, yeah. I get all the
6 to
different
7:30
colors.
at the Raymond Village Church. No, I mean, this,
Hey,
don't start with the pom-poms things again. Yeah. That's funny on those.
Yeah. But what's to me cool about all of this stuff, beyond the numbers and all of that, is it's bringing people together and doing more community type things. And I think that's what our society's missing more than anything else.
You know, I could just say, everything you mentioned up there is a non-real estate, tax-driven revenues. Boy, those are nice words.
Yeah, they are.
So other than that, I have confirming dates, October 8th and November 12th for your next 2 meetings.
I may not be able to do the 8th. Yeah, I'm on vacation that week, and I'm either going to Pennsylvania or having family come up, but that's right. I mean,
Is that a problem?
I don't know if I'm going down to Pennsylvania or having family come up. I mean,
which one? The next one or the one after?
October 8th. So, I mean, even if can we go possibly the next week? I don't know.
The 15th?
Yeah.
I believe that's, oh no, that would be Wednesday, never mind.
Something else here that night?
I don't believe so, but let me
I don't mind either
make
way.
sure before I assume.
October 15th or 8th. Doesn't matter.
Anybody else have a problem with the 15th?
Nope.
Looking at my calendar now. I don't think so.
September, October. No, the 16th is budget finance, but there's nothing on the 15th.
Okay. So we'll have it the 15th instead.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Could I just add a comment real quick? This is about the collaboration, Laurie Wallace, 36 Pulpit Rock Road. This is about the collaboration between the town and the citizens. Just wanted to add to the Parks and Rec update that the Raymond Lions Club donated money for 4 benches for Sherry Gagnon Park. We want to do as much as we can for the community with our backs and our funds, so.
What was that?
4 benches for the park.
No, from who?
Raymond Lions Club.
That was really nice, thank you.
That is very nice.
And Nathan is putting them together?
Yes.
And you're the president now,
And the
right?
president and secretary.
You are.
So Nathan, how are you going to
Spokesperson.
tether those down so they don't flip over in that next Wednesday?
Too soon. Too soon. November is. We're doing,
Nathan, that's when you pick the chair up and show them how the wind blows it.
All right.
12th.
That's great.
Nothing else?
Yep.
A motion to adjourn?
Second?
All those in favor? Meeting is adjourned.
Good evening and welcome to the September 11th, 2024 Planning Board meeting for the Town of Raymond. The Planning Board will come to order. We do have a quorum, and we'll start with attendance.
Mike Richmond.
Greg Foster.
Robert O'Neill.
Ed Cranich.
There's a public...
Kevin.
Oh, Kevin. I'm sorry, Kevin. You always sneak in there. There's a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you're unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. We have the approval of the minutes of the July 10th meeting, no old business, and a site plan review and public hearing, followed by some staff communications and updates. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of applicable ordinances or state law. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application. For a person speaking shall address the chair. Any conversation must be held in abeyance until after the board has formally adjourned. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regard to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court or as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. That's it. Okay, so our first business is the approval of the minutes for July 10th, 2024. Any corrections, additions, deletions?
Move to accept the minutes.
Second.
Second. Any discussion? All those in favor? Kevin? Aye. That's accepted. Actually, you have one set of business before we go to the new business. Our videographer for our November meeting is not going to be present. So Sue Look has asked us to reschedule it. The two dates that she gave me to reschedule are November 4th and November 8th. November 4th being a Monday, November 8th being a Friday, which I already discounted because it's a meeting on Friday.
Well, I guess you've got that now.
Yeah, so it's the 4th. I just want to throw the 8th out there just in case.
Oh, gosh.
Is that a problem for anybody?
No, not for me.
Kevin, you okay with November 4th?
Looks good on my calendar.
Okay.
Day before Election Day.
What time is it?
It'll be our same time.
7.
Yeah. All right, so November 4th. And now to our new business. Site plan review and a public hearing. I'm just going to go with Ross and Peter because I'm going to mispronounce that name.
Bachelor or Bernier? Which one?
Oh, it's Bachelor. I would have gotten that probably close.
Yeah.
Bernier, I would have had another problem. I said Bachelor, I figured I wasn't going to get that one. All right. Jim, would you start us off?
Sure. This is for you tonight for private road extension. The board may remember they did a site walk last December for this. We walked the entire road and made some suggestions to the applicant for bringing Lookout Lane up to private road standard. With that, we made some recommendations. They finally have got back. To create a lot at the end of the road, they need to place a hammerhead. They can acquire the necessary frontage off the hammerhead. That hammerhead has to be built to town standards. Tonight before you is a plan. I don't know if they have started construction yet on this or in progress. However, it needs to be, there are some things that need to be brought in to make sure that it complies with the town standards. This evening, we did get a late memo from Wayne. I don't think Wayne is on, but basically it's the standard Wayne memo for requirements of no parking signs and making sure it has adequate radiuses for fire trucks. I think the recommendation was because this is at the end of the road, we wanted them to increase the width down to the first driveway to an overall 16-foot width, 12-foot wide with 2-foot shoulders, up to the point of the turnaround. With the layout you have before you this evening, they would have to obviously bring that improvement within the confines of the right-of-way limit. And then there may have to be some minor
drainage improvements because the land kind of starts sloping downhill away. And I think they may need a culvert under the leg of the driveway or turnout for the end of the T turnaround. The applicants are here, so we'll let them description. This is in the RR zone. It is in the watershed of, I believe, Panther Pond, and given this limited size, I don't think there's much they need to do for stormwater. It's a very small amount of impervious they're creating here. They may need a buffer or something like that, depending on what they end up doing with the drainage on the road.
Is this the project Dustin walked us through?
No, it was the owner. Remember Mr., I think it was Peter.
Oh, yeah. Right, okay.
The feisty old man.
Yeah. Yep, okay.
He himself is an engineer.
Yeah, I think he worked for Grondin for years. So.
Yep.
Yeah, in the state.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay, I'm with the right project now. All right, would you like to tell us what you're going to do? Yep. You have to go up there, state your name.
I'm Ross Batchelder. I'm Peter Bernier's grandson. Just looking to build a 30 by 40 above garage apartment on our 2.55 acre lot that was gifted to us. We're gonna build the turnaround into all the road specs we have, widen the road out. The road was 12, we just cleaned the shoulders off because it was overgrown, so we did that this fall, I believe it was. And we dug the test holes to prove that the road was built to town standards, and that's what you have pictures of. And we're building the turnaround to the same standards that have been presented to us.
Okay. Pretty simple.
Pretty simple stuff.
Yeah.
I think it's just a matter of us making sure we get, a plan that shows the correct grading that we want for the terminus. It's a small footprint, basically, we're dealing with here, 'cause we've already done the shoulders. So I think we feel comfortable that you could make this a condition that, they have to comply with the fire departments and our comments with regards to grading and drainage. I think those all can be handled primarily in the field or post-approval.
So do we have a drawing for this? I see you have one there. Is there?
There's a couple of them. I don't know if you guys. Fire departments and our comments with regards to grading and drainage. I think those all can be handled primarily in the field or
What's that? That's Wayne?
That's me.
Oh, it's you.
It's like a delay.
It's a delay, huh?
So they have the right-of-way marked out. They kind of show where I think there's an existing road or woods road that goes down through there. I think that just needs to be rotated and brought into the right-of-way confines a little bit. And we provided a memo and discussing various aspects we're looking for.
Did you say you had correspondence from Wayne?
Yeah, tonight we got a late memo from Wayne, and basically within that, what do they do with it? It's the standard dead end fire department. We would just make it compliant that whatever conditions you put, that it be and include this.
Okay. Did you get a copy of that by chance?
Probably didn't. I didn't get it.
Yeah, I haven't.
This afternoon.
Yeah, I haven't seen it either.
Yeah, I have not.
But we can give it to you. It's the standard
okay.
language for no parking signs.
Actually, I might have that from.
I didn't see that yet.
Okay.
Is it the it was like a pamphlet, like a 3-page?
Yep.
Yep, we did get that either at the site walk or when I went to the town. Okay. I might have gotten something when I met with Brent.
Oh, yeah, this one is
Well,
dated.
I'll send the new one to you tomorrow.
The one that I got this evening was dated October 4th, but he sent it to me tonight, so.
Yeah, I do have that copy
have that?
then.
Okay. And then you're okay with everything that's in there?
Yep.
Okay.
And when we did the site walk, we talked because we had ledge on one side and the wetland on the other, so it didn't have to be the exact hammerhead as long as there was enough radius for the fire truck.
It has to, the only thing, it has to stay within the confines of whatever you designated for your right-of-way. So you've got that kind of T shape there.
Yep.
Those improvements have to, within the confines of that
Right,
T
it
shape.
can rotate and,
It can rotate a little bit, but the turnaround for the fire department has to be within that T.
right.
Basically. So you can modify it a little bit, but there's not a whole lot of wiggle room.
Well, what are you trying to do in modifying it?
I was gonna get the turning radius because I have the specs on a fire truck, so it'll be large enough for a fire truck to spin around. But we have a telephone pole and wetland on one side and ledge and a property line on the other.
Yep.
So we can't, exactly do that right at the mouth. And we had talked about it during the site
It
walk.
doesn't have to be perfectly centered in the middle of it. You have a little bit of wiggle room, but, again, I think once you get it going in the field, once you get it staked out, we can work with you as far as, getting it exactly how it should fit. We just have to make sure it's in the right space because we've got deeded right away here.
Right.
Wayne asked for an auto turn, the template.
Yeah, and that's what he's talking about, is trying to design that so it meets that.
Okay, he's got that.
Yeah, he's got
software
to
do it.
I don't know if he's got the software to do it, but I think we can, for the radius, we can construct it.
Okay. So there'll be a plot plan showing all that, because this.
Right,
really
I
doesn't
think
show.
that's where, tonight we can make approvals with conditions, but then we need a return plot plan with those conditions and to be signed. So that's basically what we'll have to upgrade this plan a little bit based on the conditions the board sets forth.
Okay.
Then once you have that, then you're off to the races. It has to be recorded. It has to be recorded at the registry as well.
And I do have the 3 plans with the signature block here. That was asked to have. Is that something?
Well, we may have to wait on.
Yeah, I don't
We may
think
have
we
to
can-
wait on, yeah, they were trying to get it signed tonight, but I think we'll have to get some conditions on that and make some changes.
What?
It's the same plan you're
It's the
looking
same-
at,
it's the
but it's
plan
just
you're
got the
looking
Oh, okay,
signature
that's the
blocks.
block, yeah. We'd have to get the conditions put on
We
that.
have to get the conditions put on that, and then we'd probably want a little grading shown and the drainage shown as well.
Right.
Minor stuff, but,
Which there should be, is that the topographic one that shows the grading?
it shows the grading, but I think we were looking for a potential culvert under that leg.
Okay. I'm pretty positive that most of that's ledge, not too far down.
Okay.
So I know what the road's crowned now to the left side of the road, and then it hits a culvert and then runs the wetland down, which is on that telephone pole side.
So either way, I mean, we can go, I think just somehow we gotta get the water so it doesn't go overland over the road, whether it goes around and through a culvert on your driveway.
Yeah.
Or whether it goes through a culvert under the hammerhead itself somewhere.
Gotcha.
Okay, we just need to see that on the plan with, I think you've got some contours on there, but I think we're gonna have to flatten those out a little bit for the fire department. Might be a little too steep for them, because they need it pretty level to turn around.
Okay.
But I think those are all very correctable things that we can work with you.
All right.
Okay. So hang on one second there. Our first step is we do need to move that the application is complete, and I think we've decided that, right? So can I get a motion for that, please?
I move that we deem the application from Ross Batchelder complete.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
All right. Next step is I need to open a public hearing on this, which I will do now. If there's anyone that would like to speak for or against the project? Done? Okay. Next step would be then, Jim, do you have the conditions?
I didn't spell them out exactly, but I think we can probably quickly list them out.
And I'm wondering how we can do this without bringing them back next month.
Yeah, that's what my plan would be, is that we try to get these conditions and we can review them and then bring it back for your signature next month. Or are you trying to do it tonight so that you don't have to come
Well,
back?
when do you want to start this project, Ross?
As soon as possible.
Yeah, that's what I figured. Yesterday.
Yeah.
Day before yesterday.
Yeah.
And a winter would have been nice.
Yeah, and then we got, there is weather coming eventually.
I mean, the other thing we could do is we could approve it, and if they can get this turned around, we can have you guys come into the town and sign it.
Yeah, I think, would that
Yeah.
be okay with the board?
Yeah.
Kevin, okay with you?
Good for me.
Okay, so why don't we get the list of conditions?
Okay.
We will, we can approve it with the list of conditions. You can, once you get those conditions satisfied, and it's really just kind of getting the stuff done on paper,
Yep.
you can then bring it, a little ahead of myself here, but you could bring that to the town. And when the town gets that all, and Jim and Sandy have got it, we'll come in and sign it. Once we sign it, you can start.
Gotcha.
And that way, it'll keep you from having to wait to the next meeting.
Okay.
So I think the main conditions that we'd be looking for would be design the hammerhead to a slope that can accommodate fire truck turnarounds, and for basically slopes and geometry that accommodate the fire chief's memo. And then we're looking for drainage improvements for either a culvert or ditching to show how that water, surface water, will be conveyed either around or under the hammerhead itself.
So as far as that goes, if the road is crowned to the left, would
It can
that?
be super elevated, or it can be
Right,
down.
so if the whole thing was just completely pitched away from the hammerhead, so it would be directed
Yeah,
towards the
can't be more than 2% cross slope.
Yep.
And I don't know if we have that on here. Typically, we like to see, the other condition we might have is a typical cross-section of what that road would look like.
Okay.
Surface slope and material.
Yeah, I think there was one of the hammerhead, yeah.
Okay. We just want something of that nature on the plan that needs to be recorded.
Okay.
Okay, so if you can transfer that over, maybe we'll help you clean it up a little bit, but transfer that over to the plan so that we can get it signed. I think, other than that, it's just then referencing the fire chief's memo.
Do we also have to point out the width? Because in your list.
I think we can, yeah, the width is they've already done. They've already
built it?
Yeah.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, I think that's already shown on the plan as well. On this, well, on the older plan I have, maybe not your plan, but on the older plan it is. So yeah, you can include that if you want. I don't think there's any harm in including that.
Yeah, the reduction doesn't require a waiver. We're just going to accept it as 12.
Well, here's the interesting part. We've done this before with a couple other private roads where there's less than 4 lots on the end of this. So it would meet that lesser town standard for those last few houses. If any other, we may want to put a note on that if any other further development happens on that, that road would have to be widened to 16 feet. 16 feet.
Okay.
But for now, it would only have to be 12.
Nice going, Ed. That's my phone.
Thought you were
I thought that
cutting
was
some boards over there.
I get for not putting it on silent there.
I would just have one recommendation of graphics for, I guess, a plan that's going to be recorded. I would just recommend they take the color off.
Yeah.
No, this is the one that'll be
We've got a newer plan.
It's not on that one? Thank you.
Yep.
And maybe just label it,
Yeah, I
current
think we'll
access
work with
road,
them to,
something. It threw me off. I
Yeah.
was thinking that was the new one and it was flipping a property.
yes,
So just
exactly. That's why I was like saying.
clean it up. Thank you.
So I think that, and again, get a typical cross-section of what they're building out there, so we know the depths and everything, and then that'll have to have the signature block for recording, but we'll work with them to get that cleaned up. Again, I don't think it's such a small footprint that I don't see any major hurdles here. Other than, you just have to work with ledge.
Lots of it.
So,
And a digital copy?
we don't,
We don't need it?
well, we typically, I like to have them, but,
I think I had scanned in anything that we have that wasn't the 24 by 36.
who did your plan for you? Eaton?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Eaton
The
probably-
surveying.
Yeah, I think Eaton probably can provide us a PDF once we get the final plan, so we have a digital copy. That's all, or we can scan it, one or the other.
I have digital copies of that as well.
Yeah, but we're gonna have to modify it, so we'll need a new copy of the digital, that's all.
Okay.
All right.
So
Everybody happy?
I think so. We can approve it then with these conditions. All right, I move to approve the application with the following conditions. Show a hammerhead for emergency vehicles. Show contours for drainage and proposed drainage installations if needed, with a 2% maximum slope on the hammerhead. And show compliance with the width requirement, which is 12 feet. And note that any additional lots will require widening the road to 16 feet.
And then also include conformance with the fire department's memorandum.
Okay.
Dated October 4th.
Okay, so conformance with the fire department memo 10/4/23.
Second that.
Should be 24, but I think he copy and pasted that.
Second. Is there any discussion? Kevin, you okay?
Good.
All right. All those in favor? Kevin?
Aye.
Done. Passed. So Ross is going to come in and see you, Jim, and
Yeah, Brett and I, and we'll work through how to show what we want to see on the plan.
okay.
So we can schedule a meeting, whenever.
You want my notes to put on
I
here?
think we've got, Brett will take.
All right. Staff communications and updates.
I think the next course of action for this board would be to, I think we've talked about it a little bit, is to start the process for 2025 ordinances.
Yep.
Everybody pulling together, things they'd like to see change, things that we need to change, errors, omissions, things like that. Formulate our list so we can get that. I don't think, do we have anything at the next meeting? Sandy, do we have any applications forthcoming or expected?
Yes.
Yes, we do, Jim. But you're not involved. Port Harbor,
Oh, oh boy.
Robert's coming
the
back.
project that will never end.
Well,
It should be easy, though. Well, I say that.
so I don't know if you want to do a potential workshop before that, to just to kind of set in motion where we want to go, and Brett and I and Chris and others can start formulating some layouts.
Do you have issues?
I think Chris may have a list of some stuff that's come up during the course of the year. I think
Okay.
the one biggie that I think we kind of left hanging out there is ADU.
Yep.
I think that's the biggest one we need to look at.
Or are we waiting on the state for
We're
that?
waiting on the state, and I think that's a question that we probably should get back to the attorney, because they were the ones that advised us to wait.
Mm-hmm.
So I think there's some communication that should happen back to them to see what's come forth in that time frame, because I know other communities have all dealt with it.
Oh, okay.
Completely all different. There's no concise,
consistency.
there's no consistency. So we're kind of on an island, what we want to do. The other piece of this too, I know we talked about, but I think we were waiting on the comp plan, was maybe some discussions about affordability, affordable housing and bonus affordable housing.
Yep.
I don't know if we're ready for that yet, or whether we want to wait till the comp plan's complete before we implement that. And then I don't know if, do you have any off the top of your head that you've thought of?
Just some minor things that we ran into, like the reviewing authority one.
Yep, with some.
Just some clarity there.
There's some discrepancies in amongst the various types of ordinance about who does what when. It just
Okay.
needs to be clarified.
Yep.
It's confusing language, basically.
Okay.
Are we going to readdress the solar ordinance?
Well, there's an ordinance that's already been enacted, revised and enacted, but it does not prohibit, I don't believe that does prohibit the board from going back and looking at doing, I know when we looked at those applications, buffering was one of the bigger ones.
Right.
We had discussions, so we can put it on the list, see where it stands, see how the board feels, what recommendations you'd like to see.
Yeah, I think they expected us to readdress it completely and work out what the town really wanted, you know.
Who's they, Kevin?
Well, the people that came up and did the override.
You think they wanted us to revisit?
Yeah, I thought so.
Okay.
So it's, again, I know it was a concern when that application came forth.
Yep.
I do think that we may see other solar farm systems in other zones.
Yep. Probably.
So it would be prudent maybe to start looking at that to see what those impacts would be. I think primarily the only zone that's left is really rural, right, for solar farms at this point, rural or industrial, which they don't have much.
I wonder if the Comprehensive Plan Committee has even discussed that at all.
Greg?
Some.
Yes.
Yeah, we have, but.
Yeah.
Well, I agree, and I think that as far as you're listening to Peter, we may want to wait till the comp plan is finished before we start.
Yeah, we're going to have a hearing and all that,
Yeah.
so it would make sense to wait. Yeah.
Okay. So comp plan stuff, but I guess the,
well, the ADU stuff is,
ADU
I think I know this July was when it was enacted by the state. So we may be behind, but I don't think we've had any requests yet. But I think it's something that we need to get back on the band. And I think that one's going to take a little bit of time because every community I've been in so far, this has been a very confusing issue on how it gets implemented, where and how and who reviews.
Could we get a copy of what the state has enacted and, you know?
Yeah, it's the same as what you had before. I don't know, they may have made a couple minor revisions to that, but yeah, we could reach out and get a copy of the LD 2003.
and then can we cheat a little bit and get what our neighboring communities have done?
We can, but there's no consistency.
Well, it still would be nice to, as a model, is to see which direction.
Because some towns have completely banned them in shoreline zoning, other towns have.
Oh, unless are you fairly familiar with the other towns?
Yeah.
Oh, well, okay, then you can just brief us. That's fine.
But like I said, every town has been advised by their attorneys, and they all have a different spin on where and how. I mean, it's supposed to be really isolated to your growth zone. Some towns blocked shoreline zoning, other towns, put other constraints in there that if you have the accessory dwelling unit, you still have to have the density for that. So, and some communities didn't.
So, go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I also think there was some concern about being able to cut more trees, a percentage of trees, to allow private solar to thrive, because there's a limitation and it's pretty hard to wedge in solar when you have a lot of trees around. So there may be some, and I think there's some, not here, and then maybe somewhere in the state or in other states that have allowed more cutting of trees and to enable, private solar, not commercial, but the private solar.
Beyond what can fit on the roof.
Right.
Right, because you can have, do we have, Kevin, I know you're probably more astute than I am right now, but do we have a limitation as far as a freestanding size panel that a private citizen could have?
I don't think so, no.
Because I know that those are also, because the trackers is what I kind of call them. They're out there too, and some people have those in there for private use.
Right.
I think if you go up through Poland, you'll see one. There's a self-storage facility up there. They've got one behind the main building there, and I think they're like, 48 panels or something like that on one tracker.
You can get them very large in there or very, small, but yeah, you can, depends on the size of the panels. Panels also come in different, varying sizes.
I think that one's roughly 30 by 40 or something like that. It's a good size panel that rotates during the course of the day.
Okay.
So I mean, those are things that we can take a look at as we've got more knowledge and observations of where they're going and how they're being used.
So, we can more formalize next meeting if you want.
Right.
Um,
I think we should just kind of have us and staff prepare a list. You guys prepare anything that you'd like to see. Kevin, whatever, submit it back through Brett or Chris.
Right.
And then we'll kind of prepare kind of a list of where those fall in the ordinances. And then we can take them to say, okay, these are clerical, these are full brand-new rewrites, or these are minor revisions. And then you can, from there, I think we can channel it down to where the energy has to go.
All right, and we'll reach out to the lawyer, I guess,
Yeah, I think that'd have to come through Chris.
through Chris
Yeah.
on the ADU.
Because Alex was dealing with Phil before, but I think it would be, Chris would reach out to Phil.
Mhm.
Get an update as to what do they recommend at this point.
Okay.
So,
All right. So Sandy, did you catch all that for the November meeting? Oh, no, wait a minute. October meeting, excuse me.
Yep.
Yeah, for
Skipped a
October,
month.
yes.
Yeah, which should be fine, because I don't think Port Harbor's going to take that much time. You haven't
I
actually
don't-
seen anything yet, have you? Sandy?
It's on my desk. It'll go out to you all tomorrow.
But it's not a huge change, right?
No, it's changing the roof line.
Yeah. But we already did that once, didn't we? We already changed the roof line once?
They repositioned the building.
Finalized it?
I thought we did that once already. Okay, all right, thank you, Sandy.
Well,
So I think we'll
and I
try.
already have Will on board.
Okay.
So we'll try to I think we can help categorize, the effort for each, minor, clerical, major. So the board can then focus on where it has to spend its energy going forward. My guess it's going to be the ADU.
Okay.
I have a question, Mr. Chair.
Yes?
How do you want that on the agenda? Just as a discussion point for the board or a workshop for the board?
As a discussion, I don't think we're to the workshop stage yet.
I didn't think so either, but you're in charge.
Well, I mean, you can do,
Yeah.
You can do a workshop. I mean, you can do it before the public hearing if you want, half an hour before, or you can do it after.
Yeah, I'd like to get it into some sort of organization first, and then we'll see which ones go where, and then we can easily do the workshop for the next meeting.
Okay.
I don't think it's going to be. We don't have anything right now, so. Don't have it. Besides this, Mike, do you have anything?
Do not.
Yeah. You have some things you've mentioned. Do you want it for ordinance review?
I'd like to see our shoreline zone change to what the state minimum standard is, 250.
I think you brought that up about 10 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, same thing. And we've already talked.
Yeah, I don't really have.
Okay, so that's, all right, so that's like a place to go. All right, what's next?
Move to adjourn?
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Done.
Good evening. This is the Town of Raymond Budget Finance Committee meeting for September, calling the meeting to order. The first item on the agenda is approval of the minutes from August 21st. Is there a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Is there any discussion? All right. All in favor? Okay. Next, we have new business, and the first item is consideration of the FY24 year-end expense and revenue summary report for all departments and all months. We had one put in our e-packet, and I met with our new finance director today, Brenda, and she explained to me that she is reconciling the bank statements from June, July, and August. Were there going to be any changes to this year-end report, Brenda?
Honestly, I don't foresee any major adjustments to that year-end. Oh, you want me to stand up?
Otherwise, we can't hear it on Zoom or Homeland.
Hello. I'm Brenda. I'm Brenda Fox Howard, Director of Finance, and I'm happy to report I don't really foresee any large adjustment entries for the fiscal year end.
Okay.
So what you see now, barring maybe an interest adjustment of sorts, I don't really see anything terribly large happening.
Okay.
Nothing that would impact your bottom line.
All right, thank you. And I just want to clarify, is the report that was in our e-packet, is that the year end for 23-24, or is this the start of the fiscal year 24-25?
I put together your e-packet. So it should be 24.
It's the year end for 23-24?
Yeah. May I come over and see what you have?
Yes.
Hold on 1 second. Yes. So you have the right one.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that.
No problem.
Okay. Right. And as we discussed this morning, you explained to me that we don't have the August FY25 expense and revenue report ready yet because of the reconciliation that's going on.
Yes. I just joined you folks within the past few weeks, and I already had a pre-scheduled vacation. Not to say like, hello, I'm leaving, but it was a big deal, the trip. It is something that's been planned for quite a while. But yes, so right now I'm wrapping up June. I don't really see many more things I need to do to it. July, I'll jump right in because as soon as the auditors arrive the first week, they're scheduled to arrive on the October 7th. They changed their arrival date because I wasn't going to be here. So they're coming on the 7th, and I know the first two things they're going to want to see is June and July. So my goal is to get them that information as soon as I can that week that they're here. I'm hoping to finish July that week. And then I'll jump into August.
Okay. And welcome aboard, by the way.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you here. I think that's the only question that we have at this point. Yes.
Okay.
Unless anybody else has any questions.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next on our agenda is consideration of the purchasing policy for the town of Raymond that was adopted in 2018. And concurrent with that is the prior purchasing policy for the town. And I just wanted to go through this and do like a comparison between the two, and noticed that prior to 2018, there were requirements for different price ranges between 1,000 and 3,000, then 3,000 to 10,000, and then purchases over 10,000. And compare that to what the current policy is. Do any of you have any comments about that? Have you looked at that? Or is there any background on why these changed, maybe?
One of the reasons was the limits were fairly low, I remember that. And, but the bigger issue was that we weren't following it very well. Some departments weren't following it, and so the then finance director, Kathy Ricker, advised that it would be, appropriate and reasonable to write a policy that would be congruent with what we were doing, and then see if the Board of Selectmen wanted to approve that, and they did. And so that's how we ended up here. But it's liberalized over this in some ways.
Yes.
Although I think probably the limits in this are too low.
I would agree with that, considering
6 years ago to where we are today and the increase in the cost of
Right.
everything.
The biggest change I would like to see, and which is, I think, very important, is that we seek written bids, from qualified vendors and not sole source.
Like a quote from vendors?
Specifications and quotes. Specifications, whether it be a request for proposal for administrative services, or if you were going to purchase a major piece of equipment, you'd want to solicit bids. Now, it may not all be the same brand, but plus, of course, you can write the specs, as you know, to a particular brand, and there may be vendors, multiple vendors that sell that brand, but to give the, the private sector marketplace an opportunity to provide proposals and not just go and say, hey, how much is this? To one vendor.
I'm interested in looking at specifications for equipment that we go out and buy, especially things that are over $10,000. I'm looking for, my familiarity is having a set of specifications and then going out for RFPs to 3 different vendors and then doing a cost comparison between the quotes that I've received from the vendors and determining which has the best value. And that's something that I'd like to see that written into our purchasing policy. So I'm interested to know, like, what would be the next steps to revise this purchasing policy?
I would suggest that we request policies from some of the neighboring communities to see how this stacks up.
Okay.
That'd be one place to start if you wanted, but that may be something that the staff would do, not us. I mean, they probably should gather those and analyze them if you think that's appropriate. And
I do.
In light of what this is now and what it was before, I'm not sure either one is what you want, but maybe, I don't know. I mean, I guess the first step would be to see what, best practices are.
Okay, so who would be the person on the staff that would do that?
I have no idea.
Okay. Sue? Yes. Can you advise us if we wanted to request the purchasing policies from our neighboring towns to look and see what they have for policies? Who would be the person that would do that?
Well, first, your committee can recommend changes, but you can't change any policies. Only the select board can do that.
Okay, so how do we know what we want to change if we don't have the policies from the other towns?
Well, most of them do post them online. That's how we get them.
Okay, so would that be the budget committee that would go get that online?
If you want to research it, yes.
No, I disagree with that. I think it's a staff function to gather data for the budget committee.
If we're requested of it, I was asked, how can you get the data? I'm telling her,
well, I think
the data.
You're obfuscating a little bit. I think you know that you should provide the data. Okay?
So, Madam Chair, they do exist online, and that's where we get them. If you want the staff to look into that, I'll get a staff member to deal with that. Or if you want to think about it and get back to me, that's fine too, so.
I think there's a lot to think about. We're just asking for some data.
Yeah.
And I think that, in my opinion, things that are going out to bid or we're buying either equipment or software or some product that exceeds that 10,000 and we need to get bids, there should be a policy for that, and we do have one, but it's somewhat outdated. 2018 is a long time. I think the numbers need to be refreshed and looked at, and all we're asking for is some data. And I think it's the town's job to provide that to this committee so we can make educated decisions on what we're going to recommend to the selectmen. I'm not trying to cause a riff in any way at all. We're just asking for information. For instance, I know on the flip side, you may be looking at this like we're trying to be overreaching and trying to be over-controlling, and I don't see it that way.
And I'm not seeing it that way.
Let me finish, because what I'm going to say is in defense of like Public Works Director that goes out to bid on certain things. In an emergency situation where you can't get 3 bids, we might have to get tree cutting done, for instance, after a storm, and you don't have time to get 3 bids. You want to have it cleaned up. So we want to look at that policy and come up with reasonable expectations of staff. And I think I'm part of that staff. So's Nathan, and I don't think that's unreasonable. So I think if we request information, it seems to me, since I've been on this committee, we're having problems getting information. Am I right?
You're right.
And I think that all I'm saying is that when we request something as a committee, that there's a response from the town, that you be responsible and get us that information. That's what I'm saying.
Well, Karen didn't ask me, can you get me this information? She asked how would she go about getting it. I've been working with the Comprehensive Plan Committee, as you have, for, 2 years, going on 3? And they go out and get their own information on the whole. On occasion, they ask the town for stuff, and we've provided it to them when they've asked.
If it was the selectmen asking for this, would you get them the information?
If they asked me for it, if they asked me how do I get it, I would tell them how they would get it. So maybe that's semantics, but I answered the question that was posed to me.
This seems like a bit of a disconnect from the training we had the other day. I don't think it's a good idea for the committee to be reaching out to other towns. And then, of course, you'd reach out to individual staff members. I think that's the job of the chief administrator to do. You know, if you need the Board of Selectmen's approval, then get it.
I didn't suggest that you reach out to other towns. I said they're mostly posted on websites. It's easy to get that information.
Karen, can you request from the town manager to get that information?
Yes, I would like to request, Sue, that you get that information for the committee.
Do you have an idea of which towns you'd like to see?
The towns in our salary survey, the comparable towns.
So what would that be?
Well, there's a lot.
I have a list.
There's a long list.
Okay.
I have a list. So yes, I can.
They're geographically located near us, and they're also, you know, many of them are statistically, you know, demographically related, but not all. I mean, for instance, Wyndham, much larger, would be there. You know, Casco, smaller, but so it's geography and demographics.
Yes.
And so if you're going to make comparisons, I think you use a standard set of towns rather than pick out, you know, cherry pick towns. Use the ones that we compare for the salary and other things like that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Appreciate that.
Thank you, Sue.
Teresa, did you have a comment? Okay. All right, and are there any other comments or questions about the purchasing policy? Okay.
No, I think before we do any more discussion, we need that information.
Yes,
Once
I
we
think
have
it would be very
We can
helpful.
put it on the next agenda once we receive
Right.
the information.
Right. Okay. Oops. What did I do with my agenda? The agenda with everything else.
Consideration for financing a new dump trucks next.
Okay. Okay, next on our agenda is consideration of financing a new dump truck, an excavator. And this was brought up at the select board meeting on September 10. And there was quite a bit of discussion about it. And I just wanted to bring it to the attention of the members of the Budget Finance Committee that this had been an issue with the select board. And there was quite a bit of discussion about the CIP plan for the dump truck and excavator. And then the financing, exploring the options for the financing of a new dump truck and excavator. So I don't know if any of you missed that or if you're aware of it, but I wanted to bring it to everyone's attention. And with that, I went back and looked at the ordinance for the Budget and Finance Committee, and that under Section 5, Item B, we are specifically charged with to discuss with and make recommendations to the Select Board on proposals for specific expenditures, and to study and make recommendations on the general financial position, policies, and practices of the town and its departments. So that's kind of like what's driving me with the policy, the purchasing policy, and why I put this on here. And I would ask Nate, is there anything that you'd like to add to this?
Nothing really. We're not going to, going forward, we were able to negotiate with the low bidder on the truck. It's going to be a single purchase in the fall, about a year from now. So we'll be all set financially. And I discussed it during the February 28th meeting when I asked for the money, that we probably were going to have to finance it. The excavator we're going to push off until spring. We're late enough in the season now, so it doesn't really matter to buy it now or in the spring. Kind of open interest rates go down, but that'll be in this coming budget.
Okay, so you had quotes and you went with, you've made a decision?
I did. We jumped on the state bid for the truck. We've done 2 already with the state. They allow us to jump on their bid package. And the equipment, we only have 2 vendors, HP Fairfield and Viking Surveys equipment over in Auburn. And they're both low bid, low price.
What's low bid?
The truck was $141,000 and the equipment was $112,000.
So you bid the chassis separately from the truck, as you would? Yep. And so you have a bid summary sheet for the trucks that you looked at, and you have a bid summary sheet for the 2 vendors, Viking and HP Fairfield, for the equipment, correct?
Well, the truck is state bid. We grabbed their state bid like we did on the last two trucks, Don. On the 19 and the 21, those are both state.
Can you provide a copy of the state bid specifications, and we can take a look at that?
It'd probably be just easy to give you the bids, the spec sheet on the trucks we have, because.
Right, but I want to see the state bid documents.
Never got them. I just get them from the international dealership. International got the bid for the.
Right. Well, the state would have sent out a competitive bid and would have selected a vendor. You're saying a truck vendor, so I just want to see the state documents, how they went about doing that and selecting a vendor.
I'd have to call the state and get them. I'd have to call the state. I don't have those.
Okay.
I can call them, see if they'll give them up. I don't know if they will.
They're public documents.
Okay, I'll call them up too. Get them.
Thank you.
So just to add to that, we were just talking about policy over 10,000. These are over 10,000, correct?
Yeah, 141,000.
So you were supposed to get 3 bids.
I got 3 quotes.
So would it be difficult for us to, we're coming into this, it's something you're going to purchase next year, correct?
The truck's going to be probably purchased the end of this month. It'll be signed, the contract will be signed the end of the month.
Was that in your budget?
Yes.
To spend $600,000?
No. 300, it's 264,000.
And I thought it was almost 6 for the combination of the excavator and the truck.
It was.
So where are we getting the other 300?
In next year's CIP budget.
So
we're not buying the excavator.
How hard would it be? And I'm just trying to Nate. This committee is to look
we
at
can
the
get
budget.
the information. We just never had to
That's what I would
provide it.
like. I would like to see the 3 bids to see how you made your decision, so that moving forward, this budget finance committee, that's our call to duty.
I have no issue. I have no issue with that at all, Chris. We've never had
information, so I know what it is. I don't have anything in my packet. I don't know if you guys got anything.
Chris, you got to understand, we've never had to do this.
Well, it's been in our policy since 2018. I don't get it.
I've never been asked to do this.
You've never been asked to get bids? I asked you to get bids, and you told me you got them orally and recorded them.
Correct.
So
and I told you when we bought the last 2 trucks, we bought them under the state bid. And that's where it ended.
And so I'm saying, let's see the state bid documents and see what we
that's fine.
See what we are buying.
Yeah, that's fine. But it's just never been asked for it, and we'll get it. And
well, to me, that's a lot of money.
Oh, I understand that.
And I'm not trying to go after you at all, Nate. I want you to have your equipment. I really do. But I want this committee to be as educated as you are and the town staff, so that we can help the town make these decisions. That's our charge. This committee is an important committee, and it seems like it's like pulling teeth to get information. That's
Chris,
all I'm asking.
This is the first you've asked for it. I don't have it with me. I will get it to you. It's not a problem.
It's not to me. It's to the committee.
The committee, correct.
Can I ask another question? Did we sell the excavator that we've had?
No, no.
So why are we buying another excavator?
Well, for almost 4 years now, we've been talking about upgrading that excavator. It's been in my budget. It's been in my budget for 3 of the years.
But back to the original question, why do we need a new one?
Well, this one's got 7,000 hours on it. It needs about $20,000 worth of work. It's not really big enough for what we're doing. We need to step up a little bit in size.
No, that's the thing I was waiting to hear, because we talked about the size of the excavator when we bought it.
Correct.
And you said it was adequate.
It was adequate. That is correct.
Okay.
We've bought bigger dump trucks. It doesn't reach into the back of 3 of the dump trucks we own now. So we're down
And
to
20,000 versus 300.
There's a big difference.
I'm
That's
just
a big
saying,
difference.
If I was working on my car and I needed $2,000 worth of work
I think
compared
this
to
is
buying a new one, I might want to fix it. I'm just saying, that's what we need to see.
Well, we'll discuss it when we get into the budget process, because
Perfect.
that's when it's going to be coming up, as it has in the last 3 years.
Well, it just seems like we're blindsided on this one, am I right? It just
I'd
came
say
along.
you're right.
What's that?
He just did it. The select board doesn't even know.
About the financing on the truck?
Yeah, he talked to Rolf just today.
The selectmen didn't know?
No. The selectmen knew about the truck.
So
They
Nathan's
didn't know
making
about the
decisions, not the
non-financing.
selectmen?
This sounds like it's backwards. Normally, you'd come to the budget committee first and talk about it.
I did. February 28th, we discussed it when I did my presentation. About the dump truck, about the excavator, about possibly financing it.
You don't have adequate capital funds to buy it?
I don't. No, I don't. I got to wait till we roll over into the next fiscal year. That's why we're.
So that's the whole idea of the capital improvement plan, is that you
I
have the funds to buy it.
I understand that.
You
We
do have
find
some set aside, though, right?
Yes,
We have some
yep.
set aside?
Yep.
Okay, well, things have changed from February to now with the cost of the truck, right?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, quite substantially, so.
We're getting prices around, I think the 21, we paid $197,000 for that truck, and they seem to think we'd be in that ballpark. In my presentation the other night, there was one that was $299, and they went down a little bit from there, and then international, we got on the state bid, and that dropped that price considerably.
Okay, but when you talked to us back in February, that was at a high level of what the needs were and what you intended to put in the
Correct.
CIP plan, but now you're actually moving forward and moving out and buying the equipment.
We went through town meeting, and it got approved. I don't do anything we never used to do.
Hi, I'm Teresa Sadak.
Okay.
I think the biggest thing that we're coming from is that what has happened in the past, maybe future, because I know we're all like starting new.
I understand that.
And just doing it in the future. I think
But
that's
we're-
the biggest thing.
We're operating on, everything I've done, I'm doing on what I've done for the last 30 years.
Right.
Unfortunately, Nate, we're beyond everywhere. The old, where we used to do it on a handshake, and you never had to worry about a thing. You got exactly what you did face to face, and that's what you got.
And we do that now. We get what we don't have any issues now.
And in Nate's defense, getting onto a group buy like the state is a money saver for everybody. We buy fire trucks the same way with the Dallas package.
Right, but that's a very competitive process, and they have documentation to back that up.
To support.
And when we buy a fire truck, we have, 8 or 10 vendors.
Yep, no, I'm just saying, it's I give them credit for doing it that way, not just going down to.
And that stateway is if they're buying groups, right? So that they can get a bigger discount, right?
I believe the salesman said the state bought 100 and something trucks.
Okay.
And they get the single axle truck and the wheeler. And we were buying a tandem, we call it a wheeler, tandem axle truck. And there's a special spec sheet that they order it from.
Yeah.
And we're allowed to take that spec sheet and add to it. We added horsepower to it, and we added, I think we added cloth seats, heated windshield, and heated mirrors.
I think if that's what you're doing, that's really great.
Yeah.
If that's what you're doing.
That's what I'm doing. That's what
Okay, so I'd just like to
on the
see
last
this.
week.
All I'm asking for is the specification sheet, but if you're buying that gets the question, so because they are very competitive in the way that they do things. So if you're buying a wheeler that is at a state specification, a single axle truck at a state specification, and then you're adding components at a, price certain after the bid, I think that's great if that's what you're doing.
Yep.
Okay.
You worked fast from last week to this week.
The international pricing wasn't in from last week. The actual end number, he had to research it, and it was. We've had a tough time getting numbers out of people this year. It's just been slow. And he came in. We had the meeting Tuesday night, and it was Wednesday. He called me with a 141, I think it was. Brought the truck total package to 260, which in the world we're in isn't that bad. The 21 was 197, I think it was. And it's the same truck.
Okay, so can you just refresh me on the excavator? When is the,
I'm going to put that through in the budget process through this next year. We will look at purchasing that in the following fiscal year.
okay, so 25, 26 fiscal year?
After, yeah, July 1st.
And what would you do with the excavator that you have now?
Trade it.
Trade it, okay.
And when do you anticipate getting the new excavator?
We'll see how the budget process go, but I would like to see it sometime in the 1st of July.
1st of July of next year?
Correct. That would be the plan.
So you're going to purchase it on July 1st and then take
I don't know. We're going to go through the budget process.
Okay.
See if the town wants to finance it, go through town meeting, and if everything goes as we hope, we'll order it or try not. I'd like to find a rental unit that we can grab cheaper. That we've done very well on that. Our loader was a winter rental we bought used. We bought a fair amount of equipment used that way. So I wouldn't be able to. It wouldn't be until after July 1st if we do that.
Okay. All right, any other questions or comments? All right, I think we're all set. Thank you. Okay, I just wanted to update everybody. We had on our last agenda in August a joint workshop with the Select Board, and I did reach out to Rolf and propose some dates. And he responded and declined on the date, so I have sent him a follow-up and proposed a couple more dates, and I have not heard back from him, so I'd like to get that rolling because I think it's important for both of the committees to get together and talk about roles and responsibilities and work together moving forward.
And just a personal request on that, November, December is going to be getting into personal time for me. So
Yes.
I would appreciate if it was before November, if that was
Yes.
possible. That because I would like to attend.
On my recent request, I requested in the first week of October. So hopefully we'll be able to get together then.
Excuse me, were we going to do that after a Budget Finance Committee or do the joint committee as a meeting?
It's going to be a Rolf proposed that we do it as a standalone meeting, not have it on either one of the board's
Okay.
nights, just have it independent from that. And the last item on the agenda is consideration for controlling traffic speed as an expense to the town. And I believe that resulted from conversation with a comprehensive plan committee. So Sean?
Yes, so part of the new comprehensive plan talks about traffic safety. It's come to the attention of that committee that citizens do not feel safe driving on our roads. Egypt Road, Main Street, Webb's Mills, add whatever road that you live on, all experience excessive speeds and tailgating. At the last comp plan meeting, we discussed how we want this subject to be a priority action item to begin working on immediately. We discussed how lowering the speed limit won't do anything since the higher speeds are already being ignored. We discussed portable radar speed signs that flash at current speeds when a vehicle goes by that we could move around town. Peter Levitt's research, these signs can be leased, so we won't have to buy them. We also discussed hiring a police presence to enforce safer speeds. Thanks to the information that Sue Look gave us and Jackie on our committee, we contract with Cumberland County for police services, which covers everywhere from at the north, Bridgeton, Harrison, all the way to the east, Harpswell, so a very, very large area. Some of our surrounding towns have hired a designated sheriff deputy to help control their speeds, but the department, from my understanding, is very understaffed. And then just some clarifications about some comments I made at our at that specific workshop, the comprehensive plan workshop. I incorrectly stated that having a police presence could be a good way to make income on ticketed vehicles, but I was incorrect, as it's actually the opposite, where it would be an expense to hire a police presence. And we would not be sharing in those violations. That money actually goes to the state. We only collect income on ticketed vehicles parked on Route 302 from overflow at the Raymond Beach boat launch. So I want to get this committee's thoughts on the subject. What would it take to pursue this as an expense to the town? Is it something we can see with our own eyes, or are we looking to get some hard data collection as evidence? And I just want to ask this committee what your overall experience is with the speeding and the tailgating. Any thoughts?
Well, I have a really odd question because I go on Egypt Road every day, and my vehicle and some like Waze app say it's 25, yet it says 45.
A new 45 was just put up.
Okay.
New 45.
Because I was just like, hold on. So, I mean, that could be one thing too, where, I mean, I hate tailgating, and I see a lot of people who go slow on Egypt Road, and I'm wondering if there is that disconnect, because mine it's updated frequently and it still says 25 in certain sections. And so I didn't know, not that that would help any other road, because there is, I mean, people fly by my house every day. But I just thought that was different. So I just didn't know if anyone knew.
Yeah, that's interesting. I think in that case, like just from my personal experience, I'm doing over 45, I'm still getting tailgated on that road.
Oh, no, I agree, yeah.
That's, but I understand what you're saying, so maybe some people don't recognize it, but DOT just put up a new 45-mile-an-hour speed limit, but I think it's excessive. It's beyond one person going slow,
Oh my gosh. And the road's narrow.
Yeah.
And, yeah.
It's the same thing on Main Street. I mean, it's whatever road you live on. Put your road in there, and are you getting tailgated? Is it speed an issue? So yeah, whatever your thoughts are, I'd like to hear them.
I think those type of signs would help. The ones that also collect data and just does not tell you your speed. It collects the data on how fast they're going, how many are going at different speeds. We could use that to decide whether or not we really needed to hire a sheriff. So I think that would be a good interim step to find out what the problem really is. If you're going to discuss a problem, you've got to have data. And we all have data, but it's our own personal data as we drive the roads in Raymond.
True, right. Yeah.
We all know that if you drive through Yarmouth, you're going to drive through Yarmouth at 20 miles an hour. Because if you don't, you get a ticket.
Right.
And so I think we need to find out what really is happening on the roads and then go from there.
And I think it will change seasonally, obviously, as well. That's the difficult thing, too. Well, that's true, too.
Our roads are very dark driving through at night, and it's getting dangerous. And so kind of my thoughts were, well, not my thoughts, but committee thoughts, comprehensive plan committee thoughts were, we could maybe invest in leasing these signs to get the data collection first. Jackie Sawyer, who's on that committee, was saying that the Cumberland Sheriff's Office is severely understaffed. I believe that she was saying that, I think she said Naples hires them. One of those towns, it was Naples, Harrison. But
Standish hires them, Naples hires them, Gray hires them.
Okay.
They all have contract officers. Actually, Standish has two now.
So those contracts, does that include installing them?
Well, no, that's for the sheriff to be.
Okay.
He's a cop in
If
town.
we're putting signs out and collecting data, who puts the signs out? Who collects the data? Who's going to do that? That's what I was asking.
Right. We can borrow that one. County's got one left. We can borrow that from county and set it around. That'll collect data for you. We've got one. The data collecting part of it's not working. We got from the state of Maine 2 years ago, I think it was, and we're waiting on the repair on that. As far as purchasing them, when I looked at it, it was 2 or 3 years ago. They were in $12,000 to $15,000 for the cheapest ones, and they'll get up to $30,000 to get all the raw data you want.
So do you think we need more than one?
That depends on what you want to do, or you want to collect the information.
Well, I think if we start staging it around, we'll start collecting data.
Take a while.
And see where it goes. That's something your crew can put out?
Normally goes through the highway department.
Goes through highway, okay. DOT?
No, us. No,
Okay.
DOT won't do anything with it.
I think data collection wouldn't be a bad thing. Again, we don't need, not to say we don't need the stuff right now, but going into the next budget cycle, if we can kind of show, we wouldn't have to like finance anything, but just leasing them.
You'd probably want to do a year to get you a really better sample of what's going on. The data collection on the one we have will collect time, high speed, low speed, and I think that's it on that one. The more expensive ones will actually take photos, license photos and stuff.
Does the sheriff's ones collect data?
They'll collect high and low speed and time.
Bad water.
Yeah.
That's right.
And number of incidents.
Correct. Yeah, a number of incidents. Every time it picks a speed over you, what you register, what you ask it to register for speed, it'll take that data too.
Are you seeing, just from your crews working, are you seeing people disobeying kind of slowing down, or?
A little bit. You've got people will drive where they're comfortable driving, and then you'll get the crazy one just for a number, 20 cars, some idiot will come through at a very alarming rate of speed. We're on Raymond Hill Road this week, and we had a couple come through there. And the problem with that end of town is it's all local. It's local people that live on that road. And you'd have to split the town up a little bit too, because you get down the village, you got commuter traffic going down Main Street. That's pretty much a racetrack. Cape Road in the summertime is sketchy at best. But you get over onto the north side of town, and a lot of that's just locals going to work in the morning.
But the effectiveness of having a Cumberland County Sheriff sitting on the side of the road, take the school district here, when it's 15 and there's somebody sitting down at either District 2 or on the other side, people are slowing down. They do slow down. So it does work. It's just how much do we want to spend to get people to slow down, and where?
I think it would be a good idea, as Nathan suggests, to borrow the Cumberland County sign and use that first, and maybe do some more thinking about it. We've done that before, right?
No, we've never borrowed theirs. Was
it DOT that we borrowed?
Yeah, I think it was the DOT one we borrowed.
Okay, well, so if DOT or the sheriff has it, why don't we borrow it?
I agree.
To start.
Hopefully, I was kind of hoping we'd have ours fixed way before now.
Is that the one we got at surplus way back?
No. That was a program that DOT had passing them out. We put it on a trailer and set it all up.
Are you waiting for fixing because of money, or what?
No, just couldn't get the parts, just getting parts. It's a warranty issue, and just getting the parts.
Can we?
It still runs though, right? So we can use it and not collect the data from one, just to see if it made a difference.
Still flashing.
Yeah, it's just you can only set one speed on it right now. That's all you can do. So we'd have to pick a road that it's at 55, which we don't have in.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah, they would be so excited. They'd be like, "Oh, you're hitting the speed limit. This is great."
There's a programming issue with it.
Got it. Okay.
Well, I think to borrow one that works and get ours fixed, that's the first step, yeah.
Great.
It's a great idea, Sean.
No, I appreciate it. It wasn't my idea. It was just a comprehensive plan, really looking forward here. So can we open it up to people on Zoom?
Yes, absolutely.
Can anybody on Zoom or in the audience want to give their thoughts what you are experiencing? Is this a good idea?
Can I just speak up on Zoom? Do you hear me?
We can hear you.
We can hear you.
Okay. This is Vicki Woodbury, 20 Egypt Road. We have a real issue here. And as far as the 45 miles per hour, just a note on that, be careful what you ask for. I sent a note to DOT to see if they'd put a speed sign up for 35, and that's when the 45 sign came up. We have people entering Egypt Road, and it's like they're entering a speedway. As soon as they hit our road, they speed up. And it's so loud we can't hold the conversation in our driveway or in our lawn. We have to be quiet until they go by. You've got people who've modified their mufflers. You've got big trucks. We've got a truck from Drew Excavating that uses its engine brakes at least twice a day. I also have a picture of them from our security camera on Monday, passing a car in front of our driveway. And if you know where that is, there's a hill right there. There's no way if a car came over the hill that they would have been able to get moved back over, and someone would have been killed with that big drum truck. We get a lot of people passing right there. It's the no passing zone. So that's really, really dangerous. We have to close our windows at 5 in the morning because the traffic is so loud. So yeah, the speed is just horrible. The vehicles passing, the noise. So I just wanted to give that input.
So it was originally 35 and they brought it up to 45? Can you elaborate?
No, I thought it was 35 at the beginning of the road because there used to be a sign as you're coming from 302 and turning on to Egypt Road. There was a 35-mile-per-hour sign there. And my understanding was that would, come into Egypt Road for a bit before it went to the Egypt Road speed, but that sign got taken down. So I was assuming it was still 35, but apparently not.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
So could we make a motion to borrow, might need Nate's help again with it, was borrow, where was that specific sign that we could borrow from?
Cumberland County, I can call them, see if they'll loan it to us.
To recommend that.
Yeah, make a motion to recommend that.
Well, we don't have the power to tell them to do it.
No, I'll do it. You don't have to, I'll take.
I don't know if you need a motion either.
No, I don't need a motion.
Yeah.
I'll take care of it.
But it's, yeah. So he'll do it.
Yep.
Okay, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate that. Okay. Next, we have public comment. Is there any public comment anyone would like to make? Okay. Budget Finance Committee comment. Any comments?
Good.
Okay. All right, motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Thank you. All in favor? All right, we are adjourned.
Welcome to the Tuesday, September 24, 2024 Zoning Board of Appeals meeting of the Town of Raymond. The Zoning Board of Appeals will come to order. The board does have a quorum. I'm now going to do a roll call. David Murch.
Tom Hennessy.
Pete Lockwood. Fred Nolan.
Greg Dean, our vice chair, is unable to attend tonight. This is a public proceeding, and unless the board specifically votes to go into executive session, you have the right to hear everything that is being said and to look at all of the exhibits that are presented. Please notify the chair if you are unable to see or hear. The board works from a published agenda and will be considering tonight's items in the following order. Number 1, call to order. Number 2, approval of minutes from August 27, 2024. Number 3, old business, administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Number 4, new business, administrative appeal for 32 Shore Road. Number 5, code enforcement officer communications. And then finally, number 6, adjournment. In each instance, the burden is upon the applicant to demonstrate compliance with the provisions of the applicable ordinances or state law. After the board votes on the merits of each application, it will prepare a written notice of decision. Because the notice of decision may substantially affect any appeals rights, and also as a matter of courtesy, the board asks that those attending the meeting with regards to a specific application not leave until the board has completed its discussion. Generally speaking, appeals from adverse decisions must be filed with the Superior Court as otherwise provided by law within 45 days of this board's decision. Also, to be certain that you preserve your individual rights to file any such appeal, you must be certain that the board's record evidences your appearance this evening in opposition and the basis for your opposition. All persons speaking, including representatives of the applicant and members of the public, are asked to stand at the microphone, to sign the speaker sheet, state their name, address, and affiliation with the application, being for, opposed, or neutral. All persons speaking shall address all remarks or questions to the chair. This meeting is not over until the board has formally adjourned. Any discussion not included on the meeting agenda or accepted by the board is to be held until after adjournment
or conducted outside the meeting room. So first up is approval of the minutes from August 27, 2024. Have you all had a chance to review them?
Yes.
Can I get a motion for approval of the minutes?
I motion approval of minutes.
Okay.
Second.
Second. Do we have any further comments? All those in favor of approval? Unanimous. Old business, administrative appeal for 36 Merch Landing Road. Applicants Karen and Bill Burke, location 36 Merch Landing Road. Owner O'Connor. Description, administrative appeal of a permitted second dock, permit number 2024146. This is on the table. Do I have a motion to take this off of the table?
I motion to take it off the table. Second.
All those in favor? Unanimous. So we did receive on September 11, 2024, Sandy Fredericks received an email from legal representatives for the Burkes. They have requested that we table this matter until the next meeting. The reason for the tabling is that they are currently in discussions with the O'Connors with regards to this issue, so they're looking to come to a resolution that doesn't require the need for this administrative appeal. As a result of this request on the 11th, we subsequently canceled their site walk, which was scheduled for 9 o'clock on the 14th. Yeah, so if we do decide to retable this, we will bring it up for our next meeting on October 29th, and we will schedule a site walk for the October 19th, Saturday. Chris, do you have any concerns with tabling this for another month?
No.
Okay.
I have no concerns.
Yep. Any comments at all? Thoughts?
No comments.
Okay. Can I get a motion to table this appeal until the next meeting?
Nope.
David,
Yes.
you might want to wait a moment on that because the attorneys for both parties are here on Zoom.
Oh, did not realize.
That's why I'm telling you, sir.
Hello, everybody. I'm hiding behind my mugshot. Sorry.
So,
I don't have any objection to the way this is going, Kelly. If you don't, this seems like a reasonable path.
Yeah, just so the board is aware, Attorney Howe and I arranged a meeting between our respective clients, and that meeting proved to be both productive and cordial. And there were some very good discussions about potential resolutions. Attorney Howe and I are working on taking care of that, getting that documented. It is our hope that we will report back to you that the Burke's appeal has been withdrawn. At this time, of course, we're not withdrawing it. It needs to remain live. And so we appreciate the fact that the board postponed the site walk, and we are requesting that the board table this until your next meeting, again, in the hopes of delivering some good news to you.
Sounds good.
And for what it's worth, I can confirm, at least for our side, that a site walk on the 19th and hearing on the 29th would be just fine for the O'Connors if it came to that. I think the hope is obviously that we don't ever get there.
Okay. Mr. McDonald, you're good with the site walk on the 19th as well? If it comes to that?
Hopefully. I have no idea what my client's schedule looks like, but we will make it happen if it's necessary.
Okay. Well, I guess with this, I mean, we're considering tabling it, yes. But what I don't want to do is to continuously postpone a site walk. I still, if this is still an open issue, I want to work towards getting this resolved from the appeal perspective. So I don't want to sort of just continuously postpone. So I would prefer to hear from you, yes, we're good to go on the 19th, or no, we don't want to do a site walk on the 19th.
Chair, we are good to go for the 19th.
Thank you. And I apologize for not noting that both of you were here on Zoom. It was my understanding that neither of you were going to be present tonight, so I apologize. And that was not intended to be a slight on either one of you. So,
No offense taken. Happy to blend into the background.
well, very good. So we have our motion, we have our seconds, we've heard from the attorneys. Any further discussion on this? No. Okay, all those in favor of tabling until the next meeting? Unanimous. Okay.
Thank you all very much. Thank you very much, everybody.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you.
New business, administrative appeal for 32 Shore Road, applicant Sheena Joe Randall, location 32 Shore Road. Description, administrative appeal of a notice of violations issued on August 7, 2024 for installation of a dock and shed without permit. So our board did do a site walk on this property on September 14th. Tom Hennessy has come up with a site walk report, which I will go ahead and have him read now.
Okay. Zoning Board of Appeals site walk report on September 14th, 2024. The ZBA conducted a site walk of 32 Shore Road, Raymond, Maine, belonging to Sheena Joe Randall, in consideration of her administrative appeal of a notice of violation for installation of a dock and shed without permits. Attendees were from the ZBA, David Murch, Peter Blackwood, Fred Miller, Tom Hennessy. Other attendees, code enforcement, Jason Williamson, and the applicant, Sheena Joe Randall, Judy and Doug Morrill, Dennis Martin, Teresa Ellis, Peter and Sue Slavinsky. Site walk started 10:10 a.m. First reviewed the 32 Shore Road property. Began with a review of the property and location of shed. Property includes a 2-story garage with a large concrete slab foundation attached to the left, viewing from the street of the garage. The shed is located to the far left of the property and appeared to be new. Ms. Randall stated it was a 10 by 20 shed, was installed on skids in November of 2023. Ms. Randall also stated that her original plan was to locate the shed on the opposite side of her property, but she decided to install it on the left side instead. Property markers were visible and rough measurements were taken to verify setbacks for the shed. The rear of the shed was approximately 17 feet to the sideline. The front of the shed was approximately 15 feet to the sideline. Then we progressed down the right-of-way and the dock. We walked the 10-foot wide right-of-way to the lake and saw the large boulder at the lakeside. The aluminum dock was also viewed by climbing on the boulder. Site walk was completed at 10:30 a.m. Respectfully submitted, Tom Hennessy, ZBA member. Note, these notes are reflections but are not factual findings made by the board.
Good. Fred, Pete, any corrections that you would see or want anything added? Yeah. I want to get it officially entered into the record, so I'm going to ask for a motion to get this officially entered.
I make a motion to put it in the official record.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion on that? All those in favor? Unanimous. Okay. So, Sheena Joe, I know you're here tonight. We essentially have two issues at hand: the notice of violation for the shed, notice of violation for the dock. Two separate issues to be addressed tonight. What I'd like to do is first have our discussions with regards to the shed. And the way that will work is you will present to us your case for having this appeal. Then I will see what Chris has to say with regards to this as well. And then is there anybody here tonight, either on Zoom or in the audience, that would be that considers themselves to be an owner to this right-of-way?
Can you hear me?
I see Ryan Martin lit up. Yes.
Yeah. At 35 Shore Road.
And you would be considered an owner to this right-of-way?
Yes, sir. My wife is actually the one on the deed, but she's picking up my son at football. We own it together, but officially she's the one that owns it.
Okay, so what I'd like to do is when the time comes, I'm going to give Sheena Joe, I apologize, an opportunity to speak with regards to the shed, Chris an opportunity to speak with regards to the shed. Then we will transition to the right-of-way property. I'm going to then give, again, Sheena Joe a chance to speak on this issue. I will then transition to yourself. If you would like to have opportunity to speak on this issue, you can at that time. And then I will transition over to Chris. Once everybody has done having their opportunity to address this issue, we will then open up to public comment. I do see some other people on Zoom, people here in the audience, so if you wish to speak with regards to this appeal, you have an opportunity to as well. And then we'll close public comment, and then the board will review the appeal. So does that all make sense, Brian?
Yes, sir.
Okay, very good. So, Sheena Joe, if you want to go ahead and come up to the podium there. Please make sure to log your appearance. So there on there's a sign-in sheet.
First, I want to thank the board for their time this evening. My name is Sheena Joe Randall. I live at 32 Shore Road, Raymond, Maine, and I'm actually the appellant in this case. I was issued a notice of violation on 8/7/24 from an inspection that was done from your code enforcement officer, I think in late June 28th. And in that violation, it stated that I put a dock in the water without a permit, as well as he noticed there was a shed on my property without a permit. Upon receiving the violation, I went to the town hall and filled out, actually on the computer, I filled out 2 applications for shed permits as instructed by the violation, and took them to the town hall, one for a shed that's not there yet. And in the midst of looking and going over my paperwork, I noticed on my original plan, my original plot plan for my addition and my groundwork and where my septic works were going to be and my tanks and all that other stuff, that there was a shed on that plot plan. It didn't say the size of the shed at that time, but I noticed in my notes on the side of the plot plan, it stated in the square footage that I paid for my permit, it was a 10 by 17. So when I went to buy my shed, I bought it. It was handmade. It was done by Hickory over in Cornish. And I had it built to a 10 by 20 to fit my needs, and built on skids so it could be moved in and out as easy as possible. I did not want it built on site because it is over near my well, and I don't know what was going on there, so just in case I had to move it. Did all the measurements, put it in place, and that was, it came in November. And I guess Chris had noticed it, and I didn't realize I had violated any ordinance because I thought it was on skids, and somewhere on wheels or skids, it didn't need permits. So I filled out the appropriate paperwork, and I have not heard anything from either one of those, and that's the shed. It's there. I think it's within my setbacks. I think everything was measured properly, and it was on my original plot. So I don't know if it's included in the $1,595 I paid for my building permits. But I haven't heard back from the second shed application either.
So you did submit.
Oh yeah.
After the fact.
Oh yeah. Right afterwards, because I was going by what I thought at the time, and I know that there was some rules that were changed. I believe in June, your ordinances were updated, and I haven't had the chance to look over the fine print of all of those, but I didn't remember it being on the plot plan until I actually saw it on the plot plan. And I think you have a picture of the plot plan in the paperwork.
Application. that you had, not the one you just recently submitted for the shed
No,
specifically.
the
but-
original.
Yeah, the 2022-113.
Yeah. I think in some of this madness that I did take a picture of that original plot and older pictures of when I was developing, when I was creating the plot itself.
Now, I have reviewed.
Oh, yeah, I have it right here.
What was provided with this permit.
You'll see the September 5th letter back to you. It's actually attached to that building permit at the end of that submittal plan.
Yeah, what I'm not able to determine, application, a request for a shed, nor do I see the shed on the plot plan itself.
Yeah, if you look right down here where it shows you the gravel drive, was the septic field. May not have come out on the photocopies.
This is on the building permit, Dave?
Yeah, this is with the actual permit itself, although I do believe it got the
Which is
plot
the
plan.
backside?
Yes.
Is that, we talking about the backside?
It would actually look like it'd be this one. I know there's 3 of them there. The actual,
This
yeah.
one here, right?
Yeah, the actual survey plot plan.
Is there any indication on the permit application itself, not with regards to a shed though? The request for that structure?
I don't see, everything was done individual, I mean, the septic system, the shed, I don't see it noted.
Yep.
Other than just, because we did, and I had to change the plans at that. I had a little 6-foot balcony off the second floor, and I didn't have the setback for that.
One down, it says shed, then a square, then an RV. Is that part of the permit? You see the first one says 28, 36, looks like I assume building. It said 10, 17, then it looks like it says shed with a square box with RV. Unless, okay.
Make sure I'm looking at what you're looking at.
This piece right here. This, I think it's the
gotcha.
third piece of, Chris, is this the third piece of the permit, of the permit application? So there's nowhere in here that says,
Correct.
These are the only 2 pages that actually go to the permit, is that correct?
Correct.
So this is
What I
something that was
gave
made
you is what was
afterwards.
submitted at the time of the application. That's what is in our system.
Okay.
And the purpose of me moving the shed is when my septic field came down. It didn't leave me enough yard space on that particular side that I wanted to keep, so I moved it to the other side.
Yep. Sheena Joe?
I do, I think.
That's with regards
I'll
to
let
the
them
shed,
go
though.
first.
Regards to the shed,
Yeah,
though, won't we?
yep.
Okay. Whoever wants to.
You guys want to go first? Brad, Pete, anything?
I guess it's just one of the things that comes, that was highlighted is that it went from 10 by 17 to 10 by 20. So I don't know if that's something that automatically gets covered by the permit or if that's something that needs to be corrected.
If these guys have any questions specific to Sheena Joe, and then I'll have you respond.
Sheena, Joe, you had also mentioned that the
In
skids.
the beginning, when I was designing my project, because I've done most of the design myself, because I needed to keep all the utilities across the back of the property. In designing it, it could very well be the 10 by 17 is what I thought, because my portable shed is a 10 by 17. But when I went to make the purchase, they don't build them 10 by 17. So I got the 10 by 20. So, and your question again, I'm sorry.
So the reason for putting the skids on, you thought that allowed you to
Right, in the
build it.
beginning, I was noticing.
Did you find that written anywhere, or?
Well, I thought I saw it in the ordinances somewhere. It's just a small, on structures, outside structures. That if it was on wheels or skids, it didn't need a permit. I can't tell you where I saw that. It could refer to ice houses. It could refer to a lot of things.
Right. And when it's Chris's turn, maybe he can help us, because I couldn't find it looking through the ordinances myself. Did you really have any intentions of ever moving that shed? I mean...
It's where I would like it to be. Because when the addition goes... And I did put in a permit application for an additional shed, which will go on the other side to replace the portable one that's there. And that's being built under a 10 by 16. But that was a whole different application, whole new application I dropped off. I have not heard back from.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, yeah, of course. Yep.
And I just want to verify, is this the permit application? Okay.
Without looking at it, I can't tell you if it... So that's a no.
Yeah, but does that mean that that's onto this, or is that not onto this?
That would be, she was probably, I don't know.
So you
You'd
don't
have
know
to
if that was
ask her.
handwritten afterwards, or if that
You'll
was-
have to ask her that question, and I'll address that when I speak.
Okay, just so you know what I'm talking about, Dave. This is the one I just showed him, and what I'm seeing here is, we don't know how that got written.
Coming up with
I want you to be able to
Sorry, Fred.
Yeah.
have specifically what we're looking
So I'm talking about Peter on this one here, just had him look at it, make sure it's not a permit.
Oh, yes, yes,
Handwritten
yes.
here along here, but on the bottom here, it is 120, but then 200 below it as well.
So did you have a question for Sheena Joe, Fred, with regards?
When I saw that it had that shed written on it, if that was something that was put on by when we gave him the permit, or was that something that was added?
It was on there when I submitted this.
I would agree with that statement.
That it was on there?
Yep. And I'll explain.
I understand you believe that your setbacks are correct, but they're not. So, and the setbacks have been in place for a decade or two, at least. The sides, it says you have 6 feet beyond your garage to get to your property line. 6 feet closer to shore, towards Shore Road.
I know the garage has...
Path of Shore Road might be 15 feet wide, but the right-of-way for the road is 50 feet. So all those trailers and everything else you have parked is in the right-of-way of the shore.
About the easement, who has rights to it. And I've talked to DOT regarding...
I'll let Chris
Yeah.
pick.
No,
when he
I've
gets-
gone down this avenue with the Department of Transportation, and it's not a town-approved road, so it's in the CMP. But
I guess-
just for the record, I have gone over this with DOT, and I have gone over this with CMP, so this is a whole different...
No,
This is
I think you need to have the discussion with Chris. He's the representative for the town.
Chris has had plenty of opportunity.
That do or don't have permits, then that's another potential violation that Chris can talk to. So,
Okay, Chris? What do you have for us to hear?
All right. On the property without the proper permits, plain and simple. So what you need to do you need a plot plan. You need to show that you meet the setbacks from the right-of-way, as Tom described it.
He needs to have a chance to speak under interpreter.
She mentioned that she had an existing shed of approximately 120 feet. The note that Fred asked about, typically when somebody applies for a expansion in the shoreline zone, we look at many factors: how it's going to be built, whether it meets the setbacks, whether it meets the impervious area as prescribed by the ordinance. The ordinance only allows a lot to be developed in the shoreline zone by 15% of impervious. When somebody applies for a permit, they generally make notation like the one that Sheena made on her permit, that she had an existing driveway, she had an existing building, she was going to do the addition, she shows those calculations. She has a temporary canvas type shed that's on the property, and I am really not sure what I'm not the only code officer in Raymond. At the time, Alex was doing reviews. So we both look at these permits and we look at setbacks, the impervious area, existing conditions. So the survey showed some notation on there, like Fred pointed out, it had some existing conditions. I did not get any information about a shed, new shed, that was 200 square feet, or what permit, which was based on square footages of the addition and the renovations to the garage to make it a single-family dwelling. So as far as the DOT, the DOT has no jurisdiction on a private road. DOT has jurisdiction on state roads, and that's it. The town has rights to enforce our ordinance on private streets, public streets, but this isn't a public road for the town of Raymond. It's private, just like the one that Tom and I live on Haskell Avenue. We live in an area that has a 12 to 16 foot road somewhere in that 50-foot right-of-way. Same thing that Tom was referring to. We live with that. CMP has no jurisdiction on buildings or things in that right-of-way. They have an overhead easement for their lines or underground the property. We're not here to talk about those tonight. We're just here to talk about a shed and a dog. So if in fact there are other violations on the property, that would be something that I could look in after this appeal, but not tonight, if that's fair enough. I'll let it go at that, and she can respond accordingly.
Do you guys have any immediate questions for Chris or Jason? Would you?
So I guess my only question is, so as you look at this permit, there is no permit for a shed.
To do an after-the-fact permit as part of the resolution. She still gets to have an appeal, and I'm not going to act on a permit while it's going through the appeals process. So as soon as this appeals board meeting's over, I'll address her concerns about the shed. Basically as well, she's got to be less than 15% lot coverage. If she does that, she'll get a permit. End of story. But as of today, as of when the NOV went out, there was no permit.
Okay. Do you guys have any other questions for Chris at this point?
I guess one quick question is, if it currently isn't within the setback requirements,
it's
going to be moved.
It's a violation.
Right. Okay.
Either needs to be moved or removed.
Yep. Okay.
Sheena Joe, did you have anything you wanted to add, given that?
My understanding, my setback was 15 feet side to side, 30 to the front, 30 to the back. So, or 20 to the front at the time and 30 to the back. I have it written in the older notes of the home plans.
Yep. And I'll take a moment, because as I've gone through some of the information that you provided to us, and you just made the comment, it's your understanding. So when you say it's your understanding, it would be good for us to know specifically what ordinance or statute you're referring to. So
and I don't have that information, duly respected. I don't have that information in front of me.
Okay.
Okay, I truly thought I met the setbacks for my shed.
Yep. And that's
so
fine.
If it has
I don't
to be
mind.
moved,
I don't mind you saying that it was your understanding, but for us
right
to actually consider it, we need to know specifically what it is we need to consider.
No, you're saying it needs to be 20 feet from the sides and 30 feet from the front?
That is not us. It would, whatever our ordinance is saying, Chris
Is that
would
what
be
the
the one to
ordinance says,
speak
Chris?
specifically to
The
that.
ordinance says 30 feet from the front property line and 20 feet from the side and 30 in the rear.
Okay, well, I got the rear. I got 2/3 of an acre there, so I'm not going to worry about that. So we have 20 feet from the sides and 30 feet from the front. And that's 30 feet from my 6-foot setback grandfathering of the front of my building, correct?
No,
My garage is 6
it's
feet
from
from the
your
property
property
line.
line,
Okay. so
which is the
30
right of
feet
way.
from the property line, well, from property line.
And don't forget the 15% lot coverage.
Well, I have 2/3 of an acre there. I don't,
Well, we don't know until you give us the figures.
you don't know I have 2/3 of an acre? Is that what you're saying?
I didn't say that.
Oh. Because these figures
So,
here
well,
was 22.
Gina, Joe, let's
Yes.
go ahead and leave the specifics to an after-fact permit for
Okay.
after this meeting.
All right, so is he requesting me, is he requesting me to do another application for the shed?
At this point, we're still considering your appeal. So if we find in your favor, then there's no reason for you to have to submit an after-the-fact.
Well, respectfully, it appears that I'm wrong on my setbacks.
Well, and I will respectfully say the board hasn't ruled on it yet,
Okay.
so. I mean, Chris has his opinion, and that's fine, he should, but it's not his opinion tonight that is going to make this decision. It will be the board's collective decision as to whether Chris has erred in his decision for a notice of violation or not. So we'll decide collectively as a group to that.
Okay, so on my checklist of things that I put down, these totals here, was the existing building of 1,008 square feet. And then the addition was 576 plus 144 respectfully. Then the porch, the back porch was 192. The grill patio was 144. 16 was a fireplace foundation. These are all part of the plans to finish the building. 96 square feet for a walkway and 120 square feet for a shed, which totaled up at the time of the application 22,296 square feet is what went along with the original application. Most of it is pictured on the plot plan. 29,040 feet somewhere
Yeah, okay.
is on the original plan. So
The building permit for the expansion.
Already done some foundation inspections. I believe we did.
Transition onto the dock unless anybody has anything else to ask or convey with regards to that. So we'll get that when time comes. Dock. Go ahead and.
between 31 and 35 Shore Road, across the street from my gravel parking space. I came into the head at the time. The biggest opposition we ran into was this big boulder due to the mass construction projects that were done at the end of the road during the last 2 years. I had some objections to both those owners to my ideas. I didn't believe there were 10 owners, so I proceeded to do title searches on all the homes from number 2 Shore Road in Raymond, Maine. Analyzing those title searches showed me who had rights to the boat launch at 22 belonged to 4 people. I should say not 4 people. Well, 4 people own the 7 lots that it. So I myself own lot 99 and 100. Jonathan Stickney its own particular right to 62A and 22A. So, and then you have lot 98, which is 2A. So, and then you have lot 98, which is owned by Ellis Martin, keep their sheds on and park their boats and do whatever. 2018. I think it was 2018 that he got them, or 19. I think it was 2018 that he got them, or 19. So now you have two homeowners that live there year-round. I take their title search and note it and sent them a copy of that through the mail, which was delivered on the 20th of September. showing them their complete title to the point where we couldn't use the right-of-way at all during the summer. There was construction materials, trucks parked, people building materials. So for the last 2 summers, it's been unavailable for use anyway because it's always loaded up with building materials. From the property line of 62, lot 62A and 35 Shore Road for privacy in their front yard. And so Debbie didn't have any problem removing those trees. So she had them lopped off at the top. Problem removing those trees. So she had them lopped off at the top, so they would stunt their growth. And then as soon as I started working on my project, that have the deeded right. So you have 2 full-time homeowners there that are being told by these people that have waterfront property, which extends out into the water. It's my understanding that the town has control up to the high water mark, which includes a lot of that shoreland. And there is who owns the water. Thomas Pond is owned by the state. The rock sits in the water. The rock's owned by the state. And I don't find that the town can forth between their yards, which is their right. I have no problem with that. I have no problem with anybody being on it. But I'm being told I couldn't have the structure policing what's going on the lake, and that leaves a lot of the policing to the town. But I don't feel I had to use. So I just don't understand why I needed a permit to put a structure to clear on all the rocks. The rock's in the water 365 days out of the year. You can't move the rock, and we don't have important to them. Why did they just block it all off? Nothing makes sense to me. The whole thing doesn't make sense to me. Get into the water. And your comprehensive plan tells people that, when you have areas like this.
I had a question for you.
Sure.
So you mentioned Jonathan Stickney. Is he specifically who is allowed to use the dock?
I put the private property sign up across it when the dock first went into the water, because one thing that the ladder chained off and the walkway chained off, that I needed to have a railing, some form of a railing that could come up over. You saw that. Yeah. I have injuries from past work that I just like I put it on my mooring balls. Who owns the mooring? What number belongs to the mooring balls? If I had anything else there, I would probably have my address on it too, because if something happened, they need to know who owns the floating apparatus.
So I recognize your statement of you and Jonathan owning the dock. Who is permitted to use the dock? Are the people who have right-of-way access?
I have rights to the right-of-way.
Well, no, okay.
They have rights, can go both ways. Do I have permission to go out on their floating docks?
So that's not answering my question. Is it only you or Jonathan and people that you have agreed?
Okay.
But what specifically?
Cross over the shore land to the shore.
Can you point that out for me, please?
I can't remember which one I attached my deed to. But it says the same verbiage is on all of them, along with the, let's see if I can find it. Swanton. Together with our rights of way of record.
I gotcha. So Sheena Joe, the one he's looking at, it's labeled at the top. It says Swan to Gillespie.
Right, Swan to Gillespie, 100.
It says Swan to Gillespie.
Right, Swan to Gillespie, 100.
Corrected from developer.
Yeah. And the premises over Shore Road and Libby Bay, Section 3, Lot 22A, Sheet 1, Section 1. That's the 22A is the boat dock, and 62A is the lot. Most of them say give you the right to cross over 62A from Shore Road to the shoreland.
So, at this point,
I don't at this point.
Yes.
Right, if you'd like an opportunity to speak specifically to this dock situation, you can certainly take some time to do that right now.
Yeah, I'll make it fairly brief. So Sheenan and myself, we've never actually had a conversation. So Sheenan and myself, we've never actually had a conversation. So it's the grade stakes. It's the grade stakes. I guess those are the pins. They've been in the middle since the spring. No title search, but one that should see if it was even okay with everybody that had those rights. But one that should see if it was even okay with everybody that had those rights. Again, or the lake, which is weird. The fence that she brought up for Dennis, basically, she's been taking pictures of our people. Fence that she brought up for Dennis, basically, she's been taking pictures of our people at our house doing work, taking pictures of Dennis, his construction. I think he was just not speaking for him, but I'm pretty sure it was, I think he was just not speaking for him, but I'm pretty sure it was just trying to get some privacy without somebody peeking at him. I mean, I'm not going there for conflict, but just, it was clearly stated that it was, don't go there, not allowed. Other than that, it was clearly stated that it was, don't go there, not allowed.
I've had two conversations with Lisa, I've had two conversations with Lisa, who owns 27 Shore Road LLC, because they were one of the owners right off the bat. And 27 Shore Road LLC, because they were one of the owners right off the bat. And my findings found that estate was left to 8 children. One of the findings found that estate was left to 8 children. One of the children left his shares to his 3 children. It's in the letters. I offered that right from the beginning when I started contacting the owners. And Lisa, and I told her I would have no problem with her kids fishing off my dock. They'll put the ladder on. Lisa's got kids. We've never to it. If they want to take, I wouldn't want anybody taking a slab. If they want to take, I wouldn't want anybody taking a slab of wood. And I finally got through to the realities of information regarding them and reached out to them. They chose to abstain, left the way it was, and it is to them. They chose to abstain, left the way it was, and it is. The hair, so I took some more dead branches off. I took photocopies of all of the hair, so I took some more dead branches off. I took photocopies of all of those. But no, right from the beginning, I've always offered. Selling it to his brother Dennis and his then girlfriend Teresa Ellis.
Question earlier, it sounds like you're saying then that question earlier, it sounds like you're saying then that if Jonathan are willing to allow that. Is that correct?
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with that.
Okay, because it sounded like...
I want a 6 by 16 foot float out. I'm not asking to create in and out on their lawns. They have their own private beaches. I'm not over there in the low water of a beach sitting my butt down and saying, oh, well, I got the right to sit in the low water of the beach. And then the 2 mooring balls for Jonathan and I are at a slight angle, approximately 10 feet from the end of the dock, this way and that way, far enough out where the rest of the moorings are. So I don't see where that is a problem.
That she was told by a game warden that this lake, Thomas Pond, game warden, that this lake, Thomas Pond, is owned by the state. The water line, that's in
high water.
In section Article 5, land uses, we have a key to table 350 5-4, which is a table of uses. In that table, in LLR1, which Thomas Pond is in that table in LLR1, which Thomas Pond is in LLR1, are a permitted use by the CEO, and then the table to one, where it says CEO at the very beginning, says allowed with a permit issued by the code enforcement officer. So anybody who puts a dock in, not a floating float that goes out 20 or 30 with navigation or somebody's use of their property. But for a permit, she would need the permission of all the property owners that have deeded right-of-ways to that right-of-way, which says access to the lake. It doesn't say everybody in that, any of the back lots or any other owner has the right to a dock. It says access to the lake. So now we get to, so that's what I do, is we issue permits. I bet we have 2,000 docks in Raymond. All of them are permitted by the town unless they were grandfathered. In other words, they were existing before we required permits for docks, which was around 1986. So there was never a dock, to my knowledge, in that right-of-way. There's no grandfathering of a dock. If somebody wants to put a dock in the right-of-way, I have no problem, my office has no problem, as long as everybody agrees to it, and it's, as David was alluding to, it's for common access, not a private dock. This appears to be a private dock without a permit. So in her presentation, she mentioned several times that she did title work, right? Mm-hmm. And she included in your packet, she's not a title attorney. I want to point out a couple of things. One, in your packet, there is an opinion from a title attorney. Curtis Thaxter is a title attorney firm. One of their attorneys wrote you guys an opinion which was in response to her title opinion that was sent to the Martins. The Martins hired a title attorney. And if you read his title opinion, it says that other people have a right to that right-of-way. And if anybody is to use that right-of-way, you need permission, A, to cut trees, trim trees, do any letter of September 13th, 2024, she says in paragraph 4 on the first page, does the town of Raymond have jurisdiction over the waters of Thomas Pond? I believe it is state property. For the record, I never told anyone I have a dock permit. So A, she admits she doesn't have a dock permit. 2, she claims that we don't have a jurisdiction. Well, I beg to differ with you, and if I didn't permit docks, I'd be in trouble with the Department of Environmental Protection, who wrote these ordinances for us to adopt. It's in Chapter 350, Shoreline Zoning. Very, very simple. The second thing she said is, I said I didn't believe in a court of law that one person could keep me from safe passage to my waters via a deeded rights. What she's saying is, she knew that one person that has deeded rights to that right-of-way is going to say no. And I know who that person is. That's Teresa Ellis and Eric Martin. The reason they would say no is, she's correct. They have a lot that abuts the lake. They have 100 feet. She's correct. But they also have a back lot. And that back lot has a deeded right to use that right-of-way. And then they're not going to sign off. They don't want it to change. There's another comment in there from another person, same thing. They're not going to sign off. So she knew she couldn't get, she admits that she and Mr. Stickney own the dock. She believes it's outside of the town's jurisdiction, the ocean. We don't have a huge ebb and flow of water. A lot of our measurements are taken from the high water mark. But a person in Raymond owns to the water line. It doesn't matter whether it's high water or low water. It's not a tidal water like this in front of somebody's property. That's a tidal low water mark. We're not talking tidal. We're talking seasonal low water. This is a dammed lake. It has a flow out of Thomas Pond, goes into Sebago Lake, which is dammed. Many of our, almost all of our ponds are that way. It's regulated by a dam. So She needs a permit. I'm not opposed to issuing a permit, but she needs the permissions of all the people. And I would need a letter from a title attorney right-of-ways. And it's always the same answer. If you read Curtis Thaxter or Jason from Curtis Thaxter's response in his letter, it says it gives you access to the water. She has access to the water. It may not be the brook. Other times it's rocky, sometimes it's wooded, sometimes it's steep, sometimes it's easy to go in. Like she said, she has access to another area which is inconvenient for her, which is at the beginning of Shore Road. Typically, those right-of-ways go with the road and all other roads in that subdivision. When these subdivisions were laid out, they included length. I believe she has a right to the lake. I'm not arguing that a bit. But she doesn't have the right to install a dock without a permit.
In regards to needing the permission of all property owners, is there a ordinance or statute that speaks to that?
No.
Okay.
It's just court case and state law, and that's our policy. If you want to do a dock in your own property, it's much easier. You don't need all that. But if you have
the feedback on extending over or below the normal high water line of water bodies or within the feedback on extending over or below the normal high water line of water bodies or within wetlands based on
the dock is the structure. And I use that word structure because that's the definition of a structure. If it's attached to land, it's not floating. It's attached to the shore. Whether it's physically attached to the rock, doesn't matter. You can step over the rock to the dock, or you could put a plank to get to the dock. You have access from the shore. So our ordinance allows those.
And we're agreed that the dock, when it does get removed.
They do regulate the lake. The water is way too low to jump off a rock embedded in the shoreline. It may be up against it. One of the attorneys had mentioned at one time that we were consulting with that it looks like somebody might have put that rock there to stabilize that shoreline because, you know, the markings on the shoreline and the markings on the rocks are clear. Where the water is when it's hot, we'll go to the attorney from here. I'm doing my due diligence.
So you don't
off it all the time. Well, I don't know where he lives, but I know I've been living there for 9 years. You give him the information you want him to have. You give him the information you want him to have, but that doesn't mean he gets all the information in a letter. She didn't want anything to do with it. But that doesn't mean he gets all the information in a letter. She didn't want anything to do with it. You know, these other people from doing anything. I'm not stopping them from doing anything. But all this.
Yes.
Do you think this is high water or low water?
It's certainly above the water.
Right. I asked the question.
If the Martins or the Morrill came to me and asked to get a dock permit, and I told them you need all this that goes into these, it may seem like, you know, this is not a big deal, but it is a big deal when, Peter, I don't know if you do or not, get a dock and the other people that have rights away.
No, I do not.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. Sheena, Joe, anything final before I open this up to public comment?
Well, you know, I've just, you know, Chris speaks about how I've got.
Anything final before I open this up to public comment?
Well, you know, I've just, you know, Chris speaks about how I've got a dock there and they don't. I ended up cutting two of the permit for the cutting. That was on your back.
Any questions through the chair, okay? Is there anybody here to appeal? Questions through the chair, okay? Is there anybody here to appeal? Is there anybody here to appeal? Speak in opposition. Speak in opposition to this appeal. Or Ryan?